not eat my RV. Are you off limits too? Yes. Closing his eyes, he flipped off the doctor. Party pooper. Chapter 38. In the palace's library, I slid out the last volume on the last shelf on the last row of healing texts. As he cracked the leather cover, the scream in his head was so loud he couldn't focus to read the table of contents. "Here," Machen said. "Allow me." Even though it marked him as a pussy, he let himself fall back on his ass, the hard floor biting through the thin cover of the pale blue maid's uni. He already knew what Machen was going to find. Or not. The flaw in his reasoning, when he'd set out on this folly, was that he'd never heard of the disease. It wasn't like he was one of the Sahib's healers, with an extensive knowledge of what ailed folks and how to fix it. But something like what Selena had? The shadows would have viewed it as a defect to stay away from like the plague, so there would have been some common consciousness about it. He should have known, but when it came to his brother, he was liable to do anything to save the SOB. "Does he have a similar disease?" Machen asked. "What? You just said you would do anything to save your brother." Great. He was talking out loud now. "We'd better head back." She closed the volume. "I am sorry we didn't find—" "Come on. Let's go." I got to his feet and offered her his hand. In the process of reviewing that last book with all those worthless words, she, too, had seated herself on the floor. Her masked face lifted upward, as if she were staring at his palm. "We need to go," he muttered, wishing she would just put the damn book back and head out with him. When she finally extended her arm, the heavy sleeve slid down, exposing her thin wrist and her long, thin hand, which trembled. He loved the color of her skin, darker than his. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said roughly, before he touched her. "I know," she whispered. As he made contact, his body jerked, electricity licking into him, traveling from the connection to his heart and making that vital rhythm maker tick even faster. And he wasn't sure, but he thought that she felt the shock as well, the robing that covered her shifting sharply, as if she had jumped. There wasn't time to think about any of that, though. Taking the book from her free hand, he replaced it into the slot that had been created and started off for the long trek back to the exit. He'd gone about 15 feet when he realized he hadn't dropped his hold on her yet. He had to force himself to let her hand go. When they came to the hidden door, he stepped aside and let her open things up in case there was some kind of tracer or security check in play. Out in the hall, she said, "Crouch down, remember? You're very tall and very big." I got with the program. "Thanks." Letting her assume the lead, he found himself watching the way she walked, the shift of her body under the robing camouflaged nearly completely. What was she like under there? What was her face like? As soon as the thoughts hit him, he dropped them. Now was hardly the time to waste even a split second on anything like that. They had gone about 25 miles, as far as he could tell, when a set of prison guards came at them. From underneath the mesh that covered his face, tracked their approach, bracing himself for a fight to get away. Typical of Sex's security team, they were in black, they were built like bouncers, and their weapons were obvious around their waists, the long-bladed daggers at their hips in ready reach. Their faces were uncovered, and he couldn't remember. Did that mean that they were on the warpath? Shit. Had they been discovered? Ahead of him, Machen didn't blink. She stopped, put both her hands in front of her heart in a steeple, and bowed her head in supplication. Staying in her lee, copied her pose exactly, his thigh muscles tight as he forced his legs to remain at half-mast. The guards looked the pair of them over, and I prayed that lavender scenting trick did the job. If they caught a whiff of anything close to the aggression pumping through his veins. But nope, they just nodded and kept going. Thank fuck. Another 100 yards or so, she came to an abrupt halt, and he nearly plowed into her. "We're here," she said, looking up and down the hall. He waited for her to trigger the door to his cell. When she didn't, he leaned into her and said softly, "It's not your fault, and thank you." Her head lowered, and the voice that came out from behind her masking seemed choked. "I'm so sorry about all of this." "You don't worry about it, and I don't want you to come see me anymore. Trade off the duties, but don't get involved in this. We got enough people in this nightmare already." That mesh panel shifted as she looked up at him. "I want to do more. Let me help you get free." "No." "I don't want you to be a gerbil." "What?" "I don't want you to be kept in there forever." "It won't be that long, I promise you." Although he did need to get out of here ASAP. "Now, will you please go?" When she continued to hesitate, he was the one who triggered the prison door to open by taking her hand and placing it on the wall. The lights were on inside, not off, and Sex was on the bedding platform, his back against the headboard, his legs stretched out and crossed at the ankles. In one hand, he had a whetstone. In the other, he had a dagger. With slow, sure strokes, he was sharpening the blade. He didn't bother to look up. Imagine my surprise when I came to personally check on you. Put his body in front of Machen's, blocking her completely. "This is not her fault. I forced her. That is a lie." The executioner glanced up, his black eyes glittering. "But whether you did or didn't is the least of your problems." As Fritz pulled up in front of the Brotherhood's mansion, Selina burst out of the back of the Mercedes before the car even rolled to a halt. The sudden lunge was an expression of her excitement, something she had been holding in, and it felt good to— Except she was in high heels, and the landing went badly. As the tiny pinpoint back ends of her shoes skipped over the cobblestones, gravity grabbed hold of her, and she threw out her arms, her weight shifting off-kilter. Trez caught her in his arms with a powerful surge, capturing her before she could fall and sweeping her up against his massive chest. He held her as if she didn't weigh a thing. Putting her arms around his neck, she leaned back and smiled so widely, she probably looked like a lunatic. She didn't care. That was incredible. Trez grinned as he mounted the steps to the door to the vestibule. It was something else for sure. Stretching around Trez's triceps, she called out to the butler, "Fritz, can we do that again tomorrow night?" The butler followed in their wake. "But of course, mistress. Anything to be of service. I must comment, however, that the car shall require some attention prior to any further such excursions." Probably right, and maybe that was why the Doggin had parked it parallel to the front door instead of with the other vehicles on the far side of the fountain. Could the thing even reverse any more? There was a quick pause as they entered the vestibule, and then they were welcomed into the mansion's warm, lush interior by one of Fritz's staff. "If you will excuse me," the butler said, "I must attend to last meal's preparations as I indicated." "Thanks for getting us back in one piece," Trez murmured. "My pleasure, indeed." As the Doggin went off through the dining room, Trez started for the stairs, his long strides crossing over the foyer's mosaic floor, and Selina started to smile for a different reason than pure adrenaline. But he didn't take her up to his bedroom. Her mail strode around the base of the grand staircase on the left, taking them to the ornate door of the bathroom. "Open the door for me," he growled. She glanced up and drank in the sight of his face. Pure sexual need gritted his jaw and narrowed his eyes, turning him into an animalistic version of himself. His response to the car ride, she thought. Reaching out her hand, she gripped the brass knob and released the lock, opening the way in. Such a beautiful room, with its private stall for the toilet, and its sweet-smelling air, and especially its peach, red and pink-veined marble that covered the walls and the floors. Red and peach satin fell from both sides of the mirror over the sink, as if the thing were a window to look out of, and the velvet skirting around the basin was blood-red with gold-tasseled fringe. Old-fashioned gas sconces burned incessantly all around the room, the mellow yellow light like that of candles. "You're going to want to use that lock," he said, bending down so she could get to the thing. "Slide it home. Give them some privacy." There was a long, skirted bench on the far wall, and he brought her over to it, holding her with one hand as he shoved all kinds of silk and needlepoint pillows onto the floor. Stretching her out, he purred deep in his throat as he caressed her shoulders, her waist, her legs. "I thought about this all night," he said. Arching up, she felt the caress of her dress moving up over her thighs as he swept his palms higher and higher. "Oh, God," he breathed as he looked at her sex. "Did you forget already?" She smiled as she lowered her lids. "That they gave me everything but the panties?" No, I remember." He moved her around, pulling her forward so that he could split her legs around his hips. Leaning down over her, he put his mouth on the side of her neck and then drew his tongue up until he nipped at her earlobe. "You know what the hardest thing is?" He punctuated the question with a thrust of his pelvis, his arousal pushing into her bare sex through the fine fabric of his slacks. As she gasped, his fingers drifted over the bodice of the dress. He murmured, nipping at her again as if to chastise her. "Do you?" "I have a good idea," she moaned. "It's not this." He pushed into her core again, stroking her with his erection. "Believe it or not." "Whoa, what?" He put his mouth next to her ear. "It's not ripping your dress off with my teeth. I want to take you to last meal after this, and as much as I respect the brothers—" Trez kissed his way down to her shoulder. "I'd have to kill them all if they saw you naked. And that's a lot of cleanup." "So what are you going to do?" "Sit up for me." She was dizzy, as she did what he asked, but it was from the passion, the heat, the need. "Now, what?" "We very carefully get rid of this." Grasping the hem, he pulled the black wisp up over her waist, over her breasts. "Fuck." As he tossed the silk to the floor, he just stared at what he had revealed. "Oh, that's what I want." With his palms stroking up and down her thighs, he dropped his head to one of her nipples, sucking her in, nursing at her, his dark head contrasting with her paler skin. Letting her head fall back, she gave him the access he wanted, spreading her knees even further. The sound he made was all male animal, and the hold he sank into her hips was rough as he jerked her forward. "Gimme," he demanded. There was a quick zip as he released himself, and then that growl was back. "All night. Thought about this all night." He pushed into her with a thrust of his hips, and she grabbed onto his wrists, arching up again. With hard drives, he let himself go, and she took everything he gave her, a powerful release gathering momentum immediately. So hot, so wild, the culmination of the thoughtful dinner, the crazy ride home, the constant anticipation she'd had when she was around him. Dragging him back down to her mouth, she clung to the power of him, seeking his lips and sucking his tongue inside of her until the rhythm of penetrations below made that impossible. Faster, harder, and then the orgasm hit her. And it was just like careening through those panes of glass, a gathering speed and then a spectacular shattering, except it was her body coming apart, in a wonderful way. Just as she was beginning to float down, she found his wrist at her lips. "Take from me," he grunted. "I want to feel your teeth in my flesh." Instantly, the heat rose again, and she pushed his arm out of the way. As her fangs descended in a rush, she hissed and struck the side of his throat, right at the thick vein that ran up from his heart. Trez cried out her name and clasped her to him, tilting his head and encouraging her to take more, take everything she needed, as his hips locked against her, his erection jerking as he came deep inside her body. His release called another out of her, taking her to the edge again. And all the while, she'd never felt safer or more loved. Chapter 39. As the cell door shut tightly behind him and Machen, I.M. yanked the headdress off and tossed it. "Let her go." Sex shifted his powerful legs off the bedding platform and got to his feet. "Do you know what my biggest failing is? I don't take orders well. She's not part of this. It's between you and me. Yeah. See, you're still getting it wrong. You and I are actually just bit players in the real drama, but that's beside the point." The executioner walked forward, and I.M. put his hands out, shielding Machen. "Stop. Or what? I'm going to kill you." Sax halted right in front of him and stared down his nose. "Really?" "Yes." I.M. curled his hands into fists and felt his fangs drop down. "If it's a question of you or her walking out of here alive, I will guarantee that she will be the one still on her feet when the door opens, and I don't care if I die in the process." Sax frowned and glanced at the maid. Addressing her, he said, "Wrong brother. You know that, right?" I.M. leaned to the side and blocked the eye contact. "So are we doing this? You'd be a fool to fight me, considering I came to get you out of here." I.M. refused to be distracted. "Are you throwing the first punch, or am I?" "Did you hear what I said? I came here to take you to the fucking library, but I'm assuming that's where you two are coming back from? Or are we swinging by there on the way to the exit?" In the silence that followed, I.M. ran the executioner's words back and forth, checking the syllables for meaning. Then he frowned. "I don't get it. If you don't mind, we need to do this now, because I have to be back at court in about 20 minutes. What the fuck was this? I.M. wondered. Sax rolled his eyes. "I told you I'd get you in and out, didn't I? You put me in here. You had me hit on the head. No, asshole. One of my guards did that. I've been working behind the scenes to try and get you free. You're not supposed to be in this goddamn cell. That wasn't our agreement." Blink. "We have been to the library," Machen interjected. "We were unsuccessful, and I'm coming as well. I want to be sure he makes it out alive." Sax and I.M. both looked at her and barked, "No!" "See?" the executioner said as he walked around them to the door. "We can agree about something. Now, can we do this?" And the bastard wasn't talking about fighting. Holy shit! It looked as though his trust hadn't been as misplaced as he'd thought. I.M. looked at Machen. In a soft voice, he whispered, "Don't follow us." "You cannot tell her what to do," Sax said as he triggered the exit. "Now let us proceed, unless you want to rot in this cell." I shook his head at the maid. "Do not." "I'm waiting," Sex said. "Machen." "I shall follow you if I wish," was all she said as she steamed by him and joined Sex in the hall. Iam's hair was on fire as he followed, still wearing that maid uniform he'd sneaked around in. "I'm not going to have it on my conscience if you get yourself killed for a dumbass reason." As they went down the corridor, she paid no attention to his bitching. Duh. She didn't seem to have a brain in her head. Or maybe that was him, because he found himself not wanting to leave her, which was nuts. Sex led them through the halls, taking a different path than the Machen had. And all the way, Iam was prepared for an ambush, a confrontation, a sold-up-the-river outcome that was going to fuck him in the ass. But 15 or 20 minutes later, he was out of the palace, past the vacant servants' quarters, and standing in front of the wall that separated the territory from the human world. Iam looked over at the executioner. "You're just letting me go?" he whispered into the darkness. "Like I said, that was our arrangement, wasn't it?" When Iam didn't reply, Sex shook his head. "Herewith lies the ending for the three of us, at least until after the morning, when I have to come get your brother." "Won't they notice I'm gone?" "Why would anyone care? I dispatch delinquents regularly, and I have already erased the memory of your marking in any who had knowledge of it." Sex glanced at Machen. "Although all this would have been so much easier if you hadn't insisted on turning that cell into a furniture showroom." Iam stuck out his palm. "I didn't expect you to be honest." "Fuck you, too." Sex shook what was extended to him. "Now go." Just like that, the way out was open to him. He didn't even have to dematerialize over the barrier. Iam paused and glanced back at the maid. In the silence that followed, Sex let out a vicious curse. "I do not approve of any of this between you two, but you know how to close things up after he leaves." And on that note, the executioner stalked off, his black robes undulating behind him. It was so strange, Iam thought as he was left alone with the female. He was 2 feet from the escape he needed, but he couldn't seem to move. "Can I see your face?" he heard himself say, "before I go." When she didn't respond, he reached out and ran his hand down the fabric that covered her head and trailed down her shoulders. "I have to see what you look like, or you're going to haunt my days." He had a feeling she was going to do that anyway. Her voice trembled. "I do not know." Iam nodded and felt like an asshole. "I'm sorry. It's none of my business." He gave in to an impulse and bowed at the waist to her, as if she were so much more than a servant. "Thank you again." Pivoting, he strode through the open doorway. "Tomorrow night," she blurted. "Will you meet me?" He froze, 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the territory. "Where?" "I do not know. Somewhere, somehow." Iam frowned, and thought of where he'd found Trez on the mountain between the Sahib and the Sympath colony. That cabin still had to be there. The damn thing had been 100 years old when Trez had taken shelter in it. And shit knew Rev wasn't using it anymore. "Do you know Black Snake Mountain?" "Yes," she whispered. "Halfway up the east side, on the lightning strike trailhead, there's a cabin. I'll get there first and light a fire inside. You can dematerialize from here and find the light. Meet me there at midnight." He could imagine her chewing on her lower lip as she hemmed and hawed. "I will never hurt you," he vowed. "I know." "I have to go." He stared at her so hard, trying to see under those robes. Think about it. I'll be there, and I'll wait an hour. If you don't make it, I totally understand. She wasn't important in the eyes of the Sahib, but still, females were right to be cautious, no matter their station when it came to leaving the territory, especially if they had no relative power. "Goodbye," he said before turning away and falling into a jog. Moments later, when he dematerialized, he knew he was never going to see her again. And yet, even though that was all but a given, he was going to be at that place on the mountain tomorrow evening. On time. Guess even cynical virgins like him had romantic streaks. When Trez and Selena finally made it out of the downstairs lavatory, it was a hell of a lot later than midnight. In fact, as he checked his phone, he was surprised to find that it was 3 a.m. They'd blown a good 3 hours in there. He couldn't think of a better way to pass the damn time. People had obviously started to come home for the day, voices drifting out of the billiards room. "Rounds of bullets," Hollywood was saying, "like it was raining lead. My poor mobile clinic." Manny's tone was less than enthusiastic. "Maiden voyage, and look what happened to the goddamn thing." Well, at least those two had gotten home safely. Jesus, he hadn't even thought about them. And how egocentric was that? "And this asshole tells me there are no police," V cut in. "For the evac. Unbelievable. I walked into a convention of those badges." Trez put his arm around Selena. "You want to join the party? We need to tell our part." Kissing her on the forehead, he led her across the foyer and through the archway into the land of pool tables, sofas, and a widescreen big enough to host a drive-in movie. "Check it! We made CNN!" someone said as that TV flared to life. Sure enough, up on the tremendous screen, security cam footage of the Mercedes going die-hard through that lobby was on an endless loop. Then came a statement from a police officer who was involved in the chase, and a witness from somewhere or another. Trez nodded a hello to Rage and Manny, lifted his palm to V and Butch, sidled up with his female next to Z and Bella. "Lot of coverage," somebody else said ruefully. "Shit," someone else answered. Even Selena's excitement got dialed down quickly, as if seeing for herself what everything looked like made it all very real. When the vestibule's inner door was opened, Trez was dimly aware of a cold draft shooting into the room, and then a moment later, a hand landed on his shoulder. As he twisted around, I was behind him. "Oh, hey, man." He went to embrace his brother, only to recoil. "What the fuck is that smell?" "New hand wash at work." Trez followed through on the hug. "Get rid of it. Makes you smell like a little old lady. What is it? Lavender?" "What happened to the Merc? The thing's banged to shit." Trez pointed to the screen. "That happened." I focused on Selena instead, tracing her profile and dress with surprise that he covered quickly. "We went on a date," Trez blurted. Selena glanced over, and when she saw who it was, she reached out her arms. "Hello," she said as she embraced his brother. "I think we broke downtown Caldwell." Funny. Was the only male he didn't feel like killing if there was contact with his female. Guess his bonded male recognized that would never, ever cross any lines in thought, much less deed. Smiled a little. "Least I know why the Benz needs 50 grand worth of bodywork. You want a drink while I help myself?" Trez shook his head. "No, I'm good." Except as his brother went over to the bar, Trez excused himself and followed the guy. "Hey, listen, I just want to apologize for going radio silent. Whoa." As the bottle had picked up slid out of the male's grasp, Trez caught the thing before it hit the floor, and that was when he saw how badly his brother's hands were shaking. "Jesus, I am. Are you all right?" "Oh, yeah. Abso." "Here," he said, giving the vodka back. "You sure you need to make your own drink?" "Positive." "Wait, let me get you a glass." He came around the bar and got a short and squat off the shelf as I Am popped the cap off the square bottle. "Cranberry juice, right?" "No." "Neat? You don't usually drink vodka like that." "Efficiency, my brother. It's all about efficiency tonight." Trez held the glass out and watched as I Am poured a healthy measure of the see-through relaxomatic in there. He kept expecting the level to stop rising, and when it didn't, he found himself studiously ignoring the shock he felt. I Am was the moderate of the two of them. He drank all this, and his blood alcohol level was going to be in coma territory. Then again, it had been a very fucking long 24 hours. "How's things at the restaurant?" Trez asked as he transferred ownership of the glass. Good. Yeah. Fine. The clubs?" "Same." I Am drank the shit like it was water, downing the entire load in one long, open-throated sesh. Trez cursed. "I'm so fucking sorry." "Why?" I Am muttered. "You know why." The grunt that came in reply could have meant any number of things. "Listen, I have to go lie down. I'm done for." "Yeah, I think we're going to do the same." "How is she?" Trez glanced over and intended to look right back at his brother, but his eyes refused to move. Tracing the graceful curve of Selena's back, he saw her naked in that loo, her legs spread, her heavy breasts bare to his mouth, his hands. Then he pictured her laughing wildly in the back of the Benz, remembered her staring out at the night as they'd had dinner. "She's amazing," he said hoarsely. "Absolutely amazing." "That's good, brother. That's good." I Am recapped the clicks and tucked it under his arm. "Listen, I gotta go lie down, but I'll be right next door if you need anything, 'kay?" "Thanks." As I Am turned away and didn't look back, it was hard not to feel every ounce of the burden Trez was to that male. Someday, he vowed, he was going to find a way to make up for all of it.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Penguin Random House Audio presents The Shadows, a novel of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, by J.R. Ward. Read for you by Jim Frangione. Chapter 40. There was no getting away. As Layla stood in the midst of the group in the billiards room, she was acutely aware that if she tried to sneak out and take her car for a little joyride, she was going to get hit with questions she couldn't easily answer. But more to the point, Lucas remained in stable, though serious, condition down in the clinic. Quinn was still with him, with Blay by his side, and she had come up here only to get something to eat. Leaving the property was all wrong, especially to see the likes of Cor. And maybe this was for the best. She had been on the verge of crossing lines the night before, lines that would have taken her into territory that, after a lot of reflection, she knew she couldn't handle. Dearest Virgin Scribe, she couldn't imagine what she had been thinking, and this forced separation was a good thing, even though she didn't want Lucas to suffer. On the huge TV screen over the fireplace, images of gunfire and screeching cars flickered like something out of a movie. Unbelievable what had happened downtown. Thank God no one had been hurt. "So where's your fancy RV now?" someone asked Manny. "Still down by the river. We had to leave it in V's warehouse." The doctor rubbed his eyes like he had a screamer of a headache. "Bullet holes everywhere, and I hit something big with it." "Lesser?" one of the brothers said. "No. When I got out and checked, there was red blood on the front headlights and grill. So it was either a human or one of you guys. And given the head count around here, and the communal lack of limps, it must have been the former. Or a bastard. Maybe. Yeah. Whoever it was, I'm damn sure they were hurting afterward." Layla frowned. "Someone was hit?" "Not one of us. Don't worry," somebody replied. A strange premonition rattled through her. Without saying anything further, she backed out of the room. After checking that no one had noticed her exit, she took her phone from the pocket of the fleece she'd borrowed from Doc Jane and sent a quick text. As soon as it went through, she erased the words and then made sure the cell was on vibrate before disappearing the device again. Pacing by the front door, she kept her hand in her pocket on the slim body of the phone and waited for an answer. When nothing came through 10 minutes later, she double-checked that she hadn't turned the thing off by mistake. "Hey there." Pivoting around, she saw Quinn and Blay emerging from the tunnel's hidden door under the stairs. Flushing, she said, "I was just coming back down." "He's resting comfortably. Doc Jane says his vitals are improving. He's out of immediate danger." Blay cut in, "So we're going to bed, before we fall over." Quinn yawned so hard his jaw popped. "Doc Jane is crashing herself down there. Guess she's been up for 2 days straight. She's going to call us immediately if anything changes." "Let me know if you need me," she said. "I think we're okay for now. Thanks for everything. Really." Hugs were exchanged, along with good days, and she must have done a pretty good job of playing normal, because moments later they headed for the second floor together, unaware of her worry. Layla glanced back toward the billiards room, took her phone out and checked the time. 3 a.m. Still no text in return. Before she was clear on what she was doing, she slipped out through the dining room and the kitchen. The Doggin were hard at work preparing last meal, and Fritz barely looked up with a deferential nod as she hightailed it past him. Nobody noticed as she stepped through into the garage, or rushed to the locked door on the far side. Once she entered the code on the keypad, there was a brief beeping sound as the deadbolt was released. Moments later, she was behind the wheel of her car and speeding off. As she proceeded down the mountain, the meese slowed her, and the delay made her heart pound even harder. But she made it to the foot of the mountain, and as she turned onto the rural highway, she really hit the gas. There was not a lot of time. God, this had to be what an addiction felt like, she thought numbly, as she gripped the steering wheel hard enough to make her knuckles burn. The pull to the drug or drink, or in her case, core, was irresistible. And there was no pleasure in giving in, just an aching guilt and a resonant self-loathing over the fact that you had once again overridden your better impulses and succumbed to what might very well kill you. Or, at the least, ruin your life. But the scribe virgin save her soul, she was incapable of not going to make sure Core was okay. At the king's audience house, Paradise smiled at the elderly male in front of her desk. "Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad that we got you in tonight. You have been most helpful." He bowed to her, his cap in hand. "Be of well hour unto the dawn. Yourself also." As he walked out of the parlor, she sat back in her chair and closed her eyes. Last appointment of the night. Wrath had seen between 2 and 4 people an hour for 8 hours, so that was at least 16, maybe up to 30 people, and for each of them, She had followed the protocol her father had set up. The check-in, the registration if they had never been to see the king before, the offer of food and drink before they were summoned. Then, afterward, she had bid them good day and entered into the database the notes her father gave her about the discussion and any decisions that had been made or permissions granted. She wasn't just exhausted. She was wrung out. So much to learn. So many names and issues. Family trees and bloodlines. And there was no room for error. Plus, she had had to be welcoming to everyone and engage them in conversation while they waited, especially if they came alone. Not that that had been a requirement of the job set out by her father, but she had felt like it was important. Maybe because of her stewardess outfit. More likely because of her Glimera training. Lot of empty chairs here. Her lids popped open and she jumped. Peyton! Jesus, can't you knock? I did, and one of the brothers let me in, which nearly made me lose bladder control. He glanced back at the open archway. And you don't have a door in front of your desk or I would have done the knuckle thing. Sorry I scared you. Jogging her mouse to the side, she cleared the computer screen of multicolored transparent bubbles. What do you want? You haven't answered any of my texts. Or calls. I'm pissed off at you. Parry, come on. Don't be like this. I've got a question for you. She shifted her glare from the Excel spreadsheet she'd been working on to his blue eyes. How'd you like it if you were denied making a choice because you have blonde hair? He threw up his hands. Whatever. We're not talking about hair color. I'm serious. Stop arguing with me and answer the question. I would go to CVS and buy some black hair dye. Shaking her head, Paradise picked up the notebook with her punch list on it and checked off a couple of things she'd already done. I don't understand why it's such a big deal, Peyton muttered. Why do you want to be in the war anyway? Aristocrats are going to get killed out there too, you know. Why don't you want to be safe? Behind a desk, right? Or more likely in a dress in a big house, right? It's not wrong to look out for the fairer sex. Don't you have to get back to your bong? She could feel him glaring at her from his greater height. Don't you remember the raids, Parry? Don't you remember what that was like? People were slaughtered in their own homes. They had pieces of their bodies hacked off of them while they were alive. They found Lash's parents sitting around their dining room table, the dead bodies arranged so that they were upright in those chairs like they were having dinner. Why do you want to be part of that? Paradise met that hard stare again. I don't. So why are we having this fight? Because I want to choose. I want to be able to assume the risk if I want, and don't hit me with the recap on those deaths like I don't recall every single thing that happened. Members of my bloodline were murdered too. Am I not allowed to want revenge? Or is that a dick-only thing as well? He planted his hands on the desk and leaned into her. Males can't give birth. She stood up out of her chair and met him jaw to jaw. You got that right. I'd like to see even one of you try to go through that experience. You'd be crying like a little bitch in 10 minutes. Peyton's stare dropped to her mouth for a split second, and the distraction surprised her. In all the years of friendship, that was something that had never happened. It hadn't even been approached, actually. Fine, he said grimly. Put your money where your mouth is. Excuse me? Join the program. He swept his hand over the desk. Come out from behind here. Put your application in, and try to pass the physical test. Maybe I will. At that moment, her father walked in. Oh, hello, Peyton. How are you, son? Immediately, Peyton disengaged. Sir, I'm well, sir. Thank you. As the two shook hands, she was pretty sure her father was clueless as to the undercurrents in the parlor, and very sure Peyton was not. His shoulders were still set tightly, as if he were arguing with her in his head. Kind of you to come and support Paradise." Her father smiled at her. "Especially on this first night. I must say, you have exceeded my expectations, my dearest one. This is going to be a wonderful way for you to keep busy before your presentation." "Thank you, Father," she said, bowing. "Well, I must needs depart. Peyton, perhaps you will keep her company until the dawn?" Those sharp blues shot back over to her. "You're not at home any more?" "Do not be alarmed," her father interjected smoothly. "She is fully accompanied and properly chaperoned. Now, if you will excuse me, I must depart." To check on their visitor, no doubt. "The brothers have escorted the king off the property," her father said as he came around the desk and embraced her. "The doggone shall be cleaning for an hour at least. Call upon me if you need aught." "I will." And then he was gone. "I can't believe he's letting you stay here," Peyton said. "It's not necessarily his choice." "What's that mean?" "Nothing." She pulled a hand through her hair, shaking out the waves. "You don't have to stay. As a matter of fact, I wish you wouldn't." She could feel him staring at her, and when he didn't reply, she glared at him. "What?" Those eyes of his were heavy-lidded, in a way she'd never seen before. "You've never been so obnoxious?" "No," he muttered. "Not that." "Well, what then?" When he didn't answer her, she shook her head. "Go home, Peyton. Just go home and light up and get ready to big man all over the campus at the training center. It's the role you were born to play." With that, she walked around him and left the parlor. She didn't care what he did, whether he left or kept standing there at her desk until the doggone swiffered him out with the dust bunnies. She was done. For the night, and with males in general.
Chapter 41.
"No. Here. Put him by the fire." Cor broke himself loose of the holds upon his arms. "I am not an invalid." As he limped across the shallow room of the cottage he had bought for Layla, he kept to himself the fact that he was cold to the bone, and he did in fact appreciate the warmth of the flames that boiled around the logs at the hearth. "Your leg is broken," Zephyr said. Whilst he settled himself upon the sofa, a sharp nausea threatened to empty his stomach. But he buried that response as well, swallowing down the risen bile. "It shall mend. There are victuals here." He didn't know who said that, did not care. "Where is the liquor?" "Here." As a bottle of God only knew what appeared before him, he took what was proffered, shucked the cap, and brought the open mouth to his lips. Vodka it was, the white bite burning the back of his throat and lighting a second set of flames in his gut. It had been a very, very long trip home, with him dematerializing mile by mile because they had no motorized conveyances at their disposal. And now, all he wanted was to be left alone, and he feared, given that all of them were here and worrying over him, it was going to take more energy than he had to get his soldier to go in peace. "You were nearly killed," Balthazar said from by the door. He drank more of the spirit. "Yourself as well." "Someone is here," Siphon said by the bay window. "A car." Immediately, all guns were unholstered and trained upon the glass, except for his. Beneath his thin jacket, his arm was hanging limp, the joint most likely dislocated. And he was not putting down the vodka. "Who is it?" he demanded, thinking it was likely the doggone he had sought to hire. "'Tis a female," someone breathed, "and not of the servant class." Instantly, Cor wrenched around and bared his fangs. But he didn't need visual confirmation. There was only one female who knew about this place, and who would come in a car. "Leave us," he commanded. Now! When his band of bastards just stood in a semicircle, transfixed by what was out that fucking window, he released a lion's growl. Leave us! Zephyr cleared his throat. She is bonny indeed, Cor. And she shall be the last sight ere you behold, if you don't get out of here. One by one, the soldiers grudgingly dematerialized, such that, when his female knocked upon the door, he was by himself. Seeking further fortification from the bottle, he drank hard, then rousted himself off the couch, walked over and opened the panels wide. The second Layla looked at him, she exclaimed, You're hurt! The shock in her face was such that he glanced down at himself and his blood-stained clothes. Yes, it would appear I am. Funny, now that she was before him, he felt no more pain. Won't you come and warm yourself by the fire? As if there were nothing wrong, as if she hadn't blown him off when they were supposed to have met at midnight, so she could give him her decision. He knew her answer, however. Her previous absence was all the reply required. She had clearly come to her senses. Layla stepped inside, her eyes going up and down his body. Cor, what happened? Nothing. He closed them in. I thought you indicated you could not get away. I saw what happened downtown, and I had to— Had to what? Come here to see if I had died, and thus set you free of your obligation? When she didn't answer, he chuckled and returned to the couch. Pardon me, but I need to sit. He was acutely aware of that stare of hers tracking him, and no doubt her keen ears caught the groan that he did his best to hide. You should go to a doctor. Cor laughed and took another drink from the bottle. You think this warrants attention? The Black Dagger Brotherhood must have a different standard for injury than we do. I have had much, much worse happen upon me in the course of centuries. This is naught of consequence, nothing that shall not be cured upon the night's fall. When was the last time you fed? Abruptly his body stilled. Are you offering? As she got busy looking everywhere in the cottage but at him, he laughed softly again. I'll take that as a no. Besides, you already aided and abetted the enemy once, and we all know how well that turned out. Why are you baiting me? He drank anew, swallowing hard. Because I feel like it. And I'm a bastard, remember? A bastard who has forced you to come unto my presence night after night, whilst you become heavy with another male's young. You are in pain. Actually, now that you are here, I am no longer. That quieted her for a moment. And then he was shocked when she took steps forward, approaching the couch. Because as she came forth, she pushed up the sleeve on her right arm. What are you doing? He demanded. I am going to give you my vein. She stopped before him, close enough to grab, near enough so that if he wanted, he could have yanked her into his lap, found her breasts with his hands, his mouth. You are worse off than you think. Oh, aye, he said harshly. You are right, but not about my injuries. She put her wrist to him. You were hit by a vehicle of the Brotherhood's, weren't you? So you feel you owe me this? Interesting change in affiliation. You do not deny it, then? I cannot fathom where you are going with this female. You had no comfort being treasonous before. What has changed? You didn't attack them tonight, did you? You had a chance when the fighting happened to go after members of the Brotherhood, but instead of ordering your soldiers to target Manny and Rage, or the other brothers who were down there, you left the theater without hurting any of them. Aye, he thought. He had gathered that the RV was the brothers. He had caught that scent dematerializing out of it, and no other vampire group could afford such a luxury. Cor cracked a hard laugh. Have you not heard of self-preservation? If I was injured as badly as you think I am, I left to save myself. Bullshit. I know your reputation. You had an opportunity tonight, and you didn't take it. Matter of fact, you've had the chance to attack our compound for almost a year, and you've done nothing. Must I remind you of the nature of our arrangement here? He asked in a bored tone. You show up and indulge mine eyes, and I don't slaughter them all. A vow given to a female would never stop you. You are the bloodletter's son. Oh, but a vow to you would, he thought to himself. Her voice grew strong. You are not going to aggress on them, are you? Not tonight, not tomorrow night, not a year from now. And not because I'm coming here to see you. Otherwise you would have killed one or more of them in the alleys this eve. That would be outside the scope of our agreement, would it not? As he stared up at her, her eyes were so shrewd that he felt diminished in stature, and not because he was sitting down and she was standing over him. For whatever reason, they are no longer a target for you, are they? She said. Are they? As Layla stood above Kor, she spoke aloud the realization that had formulated in her head during the drive from the Brotherhood compound here to the cottage. It was as if she had been walking at a steep incline and had suddenly reached a clearing in the brush that showed her the vista that she had been a part of, and yet unaware of. "Answer me," she demanded. He cocked a brow. "You said I am a male of no honor, that the vow to a female would not curtail my actions. Why do you want me to give you any reply when it cannot be trusted?" "What's changed? I know it has nothing to do with me, but something has shifted. Since you are so good at filling in my responses, I believe I shall just sit back and allow you to hold both sides of this conversation." As he continued to stare up at her, his face as calm and composed as a mask, she knew he was going to give her nothing further. And perhaps he was right. She could not trust what he said. She would, however, put faith in his actions. "Take from me," she said, extending her wrist, "and heal. You are a perverse female. What about your young? Females can safely feed a male, provided they do not take overmuch." She had fed Quinn and Blay up until about a month ago, when they had switched to Selena out of an overabundance of caution. And anyway, she herself had taken a vein a mere 12 hours ago, so she was at her very strongest. And he was not. "You have not fed properly since you took my vein, have you?" His eyes flicked away to the fire. "Of course I have." "You lie. Please make use of that car of yours and spirit yourself back to the Brotherhood." "No." His eyes narrowed to a glare as he looked back at her. "You are trying my patience. Because I'm right about all of this." Just like that, he was up on his feet, and even though he had a limp, he still managed to press himself against her, forcing her to take a step back or fall off her heels, and another, until she was up against the wall, and held there by his body. "You might want to rethink your conclusions, Chosen." Layla found it difficult to breathe, but not because he was putting any direct pressure on her chest. "I know something else." "And what might that be?" She thought back to overhearing what Blay and Quinn had said about the night before, about how Rage, V, and the twins had gone out to where the band of bastards had stayed. "I know that you had yet another chance to kill them. I know they went to the house you had been living in, and you didn't leave anything behind that could hurt them. You could have either ambushed them there or set up some kind of offensive, and you did not." At that, he broke off from her. It was painful to watch him limp around, see his blood-stained, torn clothes, witness the exhaustion. Grimly, she said, So I'm not exactly feeding the enemy anymore, am I? Eventually, he stopped before the fire. Putting one hand upon his hip, he stared down at the flames and seemed curiously defeated. "Just go," he said. "Why would you choose to hide what for me is good news?" The idea that he might not be trying to kill the Brotherhood or Wrath anymore would be a tremendous relief. "Why?" "If we did not have our arrangement, would you come and see me?" Layla felt a strange warmth come over her, and she was dimly aware that they were once again approaching some kind of divide. All of their nights thus far had been a dance defined by the role of manipulator and victim. And there had been a perverse safety for her in the position she took. It meant she could hide behind doing a duty for the Brotherhood. It meant she could pretend that she was forced into this. The truth was far more complicated than that. An image of him from the night before, standing where he was now before the hearth, made her want to take off her fleece. If she had been hot before, she was now afire. Cor looked over his shoulder. As the flickering light filtered over his features, his facial deformity seemed even more prominent. And yet, though he might have been ugly to some, he was not to her. She tried to picture him without his clothes on. "So," he taunted, "would you still come here? And do not worry about hurting my feelings. The very female who birthed me did not want me. I am well familiar with feminine disregard." After further silence, he slashed his arm through the air. "I believe that is your answer, then." "I would," she said forcefully. "I would come to see you." She found herself putting her hands to her swollen belly and wishing she could spare her unborn young this reality. His eyes flared in shock, then narrowed. "Why?" His voice was strident, a demand that challenged her to speak some other truth. "I don't know why," she shrugged. "But reasoning doesn't change the fact, does it?" There was another long silence. When Cor spoke next, it was so softly that she was unsure what he said. But it sounded like, "I wasn't looking to be transformed." She didn't bother to ask him to repeat whatever it was. No doubt if he had intended her to hear the words, he would have made things louder. "Take my vein." In issuing the order, she knew there was no going back. Having crossed into this realm that lacked pretense and was all about choice, she was very aware that her destiny was changing. But at least it wasn't through some random and irrelevant decision to go left or right. This was conscious. So conscious that it was as if the cozy room in this picturesque little cottage had been bolded with color and infused with scents more vivid than her nose could handle. Her hearing, too, was acute to the point of pain. Every crackle from the fire or breath from her mouth, or his reasoning into some great canyon's echo. This time, when he came over to her, it was not fast, and it was not with aggression. His eyes were on her, but they were wary, as if the predator was now in fear of his prey. Stepping in beside her, Cor offered his forearm. When she just looked at it, he said, "I saw them once do this. A gentle male to a female of worth." "Yes," she said roughly. "It is done thusly." After she slipped her own arm into his, he led her over to the sofa and sat her down on the worn cushions. Then he turned around and left the room. "Where are you going?" she called out. Chapter 42. You have the most beautiful hands. As Trez lay in his bed with Selena beside him, they were both naked and totally exposed. The sex had been so heavy-duty. The covers were on the floor, their hot skin only now beginning to cool in the subtle air currents of the dark room. "You've mentioned that before," she said with a smile. He made an in the back of his throat. "I like them on me. I like to look at them. I like the feel of them." Smoothing his palm over hers, he felt the contact all over his body. So peaceful, he thought. This was so peaceful. "I like to see the stars," she said, after a while. "Through the window over there." "Yeah." As it was just before 5 a.m., the shutters were about to come down for the day. With fall getting a grip on not just the weather, but the sunlight, dawn wasn't arriving until later these days. "You know, I've never had this before," he heard himself say. She turned over on her side, propping her head up on the hand he'd been attending to. And like she knew he missed the contact, she gave him her other one to play with. "Had what?" she asked. "This kind of quiet." During all those years of empty orgasms, he wished he'd known such profound communion was waiting for him. It would have made that nutrition-less gorging totally unnecessary. "Do you want some music or something?" he asked abruptly, in case he was the only one enjoying the quiet. "No, this is perfect." At that, he had to twist around and kiss her on the mouth. Then it was a case of resettling back against the pillows and resuming this new kind of handjob, where he traced each of her fingers with his, stretching them up and pulling them out, before playing with the strong, blunt tips. "I love the stars," she said, as if she were speaking to herself. "I have an idea about tonight." "Do you?" He threw out another, "It's a surprise. You're going to need to put off our boat ride, though." And he was probably going to want a Valium, but she was going to love it. "Trez?" "Yeah?" "I want you to do something for me." He smiled in the darkness. "Does this involve my tongue, by any chance? Just name the body part, my queen." "No." The change in her voice stopped him, and for a split second he wanted to say, "Please, no. We can talk about it at nightfall. Let's leave the day hours for the fantasy of forever." But as always, he could deny her nothing. "What is it?" Selena took a while to answer, and that probably meant she was choosing her words carefully. He tried to stay calm. "Take your time." "My sisters." She hesitated. "The ones who have passed. They're put up in a cemetery. You know, right where you found me." That hedgerow, he thought. The one that he had looked through to see those marble statues, which now he feared weren't made of marble at all. "Yes, I remember." "Don't let them take me up there." She took her hand away from him and sat up. As she stared down at him, her long, beautiful black hair poured over her shoulders, covering one of her breasts, touching the skin of her thighs. "They're going to want to. You're supposed to pick a position. You know, when the time comes, they can put you in any position you want. Then they plaster over your hair and your face and your body. It's a ritual. That's why they're all different up there. In different poses, I mean." Trez rubbed his face, which did nothing to relieve the lancing pain in his chest. "Selena, let's not talk about this." She grabbed his arm, hard. "Promise me. I won't be able to advocate for myself when that time comes. I need you to do that for me." Again he could deny her nothing, and as a bonded male, that not only seemed right but healthy. Except with this request, it broke him in half to nod. "All right." He cleared his throat. "Okay. I'll make sure of it." At once, her body relaxed and she let out an exhale. Then, as she resettled beside him, she shook her head. I know this is against everything I've been taught and all the traditions of my service, but a part of me is paranoid that they're stuck in there." "I'm sorry, what? You mean your sisters?" She nodded. "How do we know for a fact that the fade is real? What if everything we've been told is true is actually not? As with everyone else in the sanctuary, I've always tried to avoid that cemetery. I hate the silence and the stillness inside, and, God, those poor females, some of whom I knew and shared meals with and worked alongside in service to the scribe virgin." She cursed softly. "They're stuck in that cemetery, not just frozen in their bodies, but forgotten by the rest of us because we can't stand how we feel when we're with them. What if they can see us? What if they can hear us? What if time just stretches out into forever with them imprisoned?" Selena shuddered. "I don't want that. When I go, I want to be free." Her eyes returned to the window, to the twinkling stars so high above. "Every species has a version of an afterlife," he said. "Humans have heaven, vampires the fade. For shadows, it is the eternal. We can't all be wrong, and each one is a version of the same. So it would seem to make sense that there's something after all this. But there's no guarantee, and you won't know until it's too late." She seemed to retreat into herself. "You know, when I'm in the arrest, I can hear things. When I'm in that place where my body is just out of my control, I can hear and smell. I can see. My awareness is with me. I am there, but I can't do anything. As I've said before, there's no greater panic than what you feel when your brain is functioning and nothing else is." "Don't lose it," he told himself. "Don't you dare lose it. You pull your shit together and you be there for her. Right here. Right now." As she grew quiet, he put himself in that place she had described, aware of everything but unable to respond or speak or react. Reaching over, he stroked her long hair back, and then he was kissing her, softly, slowly. A moment later, he rolled on top of her and found her sex with his own. As the penetration happened, as that familiar yet ever-shocking tightness of her gripped him, he gave her his vow through the physical act. Sometimes, the evil you fought wasn't anything you could hit or shoot or dismember. Sometimes, you couldn't even hurt it. And that was really fucking awful. As his hips rocked and she wrapped her arms around him, he kept the rhythm sweet and careful, so that he could kiss her the entire time. Halfway through, he caught the rainwater scent of tears. They were both crying. Down in the training center's gym, Rage was running like he was being chased by his own beast. The treadmill was not feeling it. He was pretty sure that the scream coming from the belt, which was loud enough that he could hear it over the TI he was pumping into his ears like the shit was heroin, meant the machine was going to check out at any moment. But he didn't want to break stride long enough to move to the one next door. When the thing began to smell like a lesser, however, he knew the decision had been made for him. Jumping to the side rails, he pulled out the red stop card, and the slowdown was pretty instantaneous. Either that, or he had timed his get-off with the machine's functional demise. Catching his breath, he mopped his face with one of the scratchy white quarter towels. The things were pretty much sandpaper, but they all preferred 'em that way. Fritz had tried, from time to time, to switch the old schools out to something softer, but he and his brothers always protested. These were gym towels. They were supposed to be thin and mean, the terry-cloth equivalent of coyotes. When you were sweating like a pig and couldn't feel the bottoms of your feet from exertion, You didn't want to pat yourself down with a Pomeranian. Had he really done 24 miles? Shit. How long had he been down here? Popping off his beats, he realized that not only had his high steppers gone numb, but his groin muscles were on fire, and that shoulder he'd injured a good 5 nights ago was cranked off. He ended up parking on one of the wooden benches that ran down the far side of the room. As his breath gradually came back to him, he felt as if he were surrounded by his brothers even though he was alone. Whether it was the bench press that was still set to the 600-pound load Butch had put it at yesterday, or the barbell that Z had been doing curls with, or the chin bar that Tor had been crunching up and down on, he could picture each of the fighters with him, hear their voices, see them walk by, feel their eyes on him as they talked. And all that should have made him feel more connected, instead of less so. But the reality was, even if the 40 by 60 foot space had been crammed tight with all those big bodies, he would still have felt isolated. Passing that towel over his face again, he closed his eyes and was transported to a different place, a different time, to a memory that he knew now was what he had been trying to put behind him ever since it had threatened to resurface. Bella's white farmhouse, that porch of hers, the wraparound one that was so New England cozy you wanted to either vomit or cop a squat and eat some apple pie on the bitch. Him walking out that front door, head hanging like he had been decapitated, and only the gristle of his neck was keeping his basketball still on. His beloved Mary upstairs in that bedroom, having just told him to fuck off. Although, of course, she hadn't been so crude. His life had been over as he'd left that house. Even though he had been ostensibly alive, he had been a dead male walking. Until suddenly she had exploded out of that doorway in her bare feet. "I'm not okay, Rage. I'm not okay." "Why are you thinking like this, buddy?" He rubbed that hard towel over his face once more. "Just drop that shit. Come on. Think about something else." Except his brain wouldn't be rerouted, and the next memory was even worse. A hospital room, but not one here at the compound, or even at Haver's clinic. A human hospital room, and his Mary was in the bed. Shit. He could still remember the color of her skin. Wrong. All wrong. Not just pale, but beginning to go gray. To save her, he had done the only thing he could think of. Thrown the only Hail Mary he had. He had sought out the scribe virgin. Had left that human hospital and gone home to his room, and lowered himself down on cut diamonds until his knees had run red with blood. He had prayed for a miracle. With a curse, he stretched out on the bench, leaning his torso back on the unforgiving wood, while keeping both feet on the floor on either side. His Mary wasn't coming home today. She was staying at Safe Place. The mother of that child had been taken back to Havers's, after slipping into a coma. The staff had decided to keep the young at the house for the day, and Mary wanted to be with the girl. God. He remembered that anguish of daylight when Mary had been sick in the hospital. It hadn't been safe for him to be with her during the sunshine hours, and he had been terrified she would die when he couldn't get to her. Guess they could drive that young over to see her mommin' if shit came to that. As a pre-trans, she could go out even at high noon. Staring up at the ceiling, he thought of Trez and Selena. Their date, their escape from downtown, the fun they'd had evading the human police. That was so worth fighting for. All of it. His Mary wasn't coming home today, and he didn't know how he was going to make it through the next 12 hours until he saw her in person again. And that was even knowing he could call or text or Skype with her at any moment for as long as he liked. That little girl was probably going to lose her mommin'. And Trez was probably going to lose Selena. Rage was pretty sure all of them were praying for a miracle just as he had. And maybe that was what he was having problems with. Why had he gotten lucky? Tor hadn't? Well, yes, the brother had found Autumn, and that was a blessing beyond measure. But as much as he loved that female, his losing Wellesley had nearly killed him. He just didn't get it. Unless the scribe virgin stepped in again, or someone found a cure. Why had he and Mary been spared? As his brain began to cramp up on that one, he had to shut the thoughts down. He didn't want to go mad down here all by himself. Yeah, he thought wryly, 'cause it was so much better to share that with your loved ones. Scary times. Scary times. If deaths come in threes, he thought numbly, who was going to be the third one? Chapter 43. As Cor walked away from the cottage's main room, Layla was prepared to follow him outside and make him feed on what passed for a lawn if she had to. But just as she was about to heft herself off the sofa, she heard the sound of the shower. Continuing through on the vertical impulse, she went across and around the corner to stand in front of the closed door of the bathroom. "Fuck," he muttered on the far side. "Cor, leave me be. I shall return in a moment." As another curse floated out through the gaps around the door jamb, she took hold of the latch and pulled things open. Cor was standing before the sink, his shirt half on and half off, his torso turned at a wrong angle as he tried to get the button down over his head, without hurting the bullet wound in his side. "What are you doing?" he demanded, through the folds of black fabric. For a moment, all she could do was stare at his ribbed abdomen, the muscles striated across his belly and cut so deeply they threw shadows. But then there were his hips, hollow and jutting out from under his skin, his combat pants hanging so low only the huge muscles of his thighs were keeping them on. He was unbelievably powerful, but also too thin. Shaking herself into focus, she said, "I'm going to help you get that off. I can handle it, just—" As he twisted again, he let out a groan of pain. Ignoring him, she shut the door so what little heat was boiling up from the shower stayed in the bath. "Stop! You're just going to hurt yourself." "I'm fine," he snapped. The instant she put her hand on his arm, he went dead still. "Let me help you," she whispered. The good news was that he'd gotten the bulk of the shirt up over his head, so there was no way he saw her hands shake as she took hold and gently pulled upward, inching it up his arms, revealing to her eyes the fans of muscle that ran down the side of his torso and then the massive bulges of his pectorals. His breath panted in and out of him, his chest rising and falling in a pump that got faster as she carried the shirt over his arms. Heavy arms. Thick arms that narrowed at the elbow and then at the wrist, but plumped up everywhere else. As what had covered him came loose, all she could think of was that he was a killer. A straight-up killer, whose body reflected the work that he did. "Wait for me out there." He refused to meet her eyes. "I shall not take from you when I am unclean." "That's a bad gash there." When she touched the warm, pale skin under the angry red stripe on his side, he flinched, but his voice remained strong. "It shall be healed by nightfall. Only if you feed." The grunt she got in response was a dismissal if she'd ever heard one, and he followed it up with, "If you do not leave, you're going to see a lot more than my chest." "You're injured worse on your leg." She eyed the ever-growing blood spot on those combats. His hands went to the zipper of his fly. "Well?" As if he were giving her one last chance. "Well?" She shrugged. "Do you honestly think I'm going to let you get under that hot water without help? You're white as a sheet. Your blood pressure is obviously low. You're liable to pass out." "Oh, for the love of—" Now he looked at her, and with quick efficiency released the fastening at his waist. The top part of the pants fell away. The bottom stuck in place over those thighs. But something was revealed, and it was erect. Cor cocked a brow. "You can stop staring. I find it hard to believe you are enjoying the view." She tried to look away. She did, but her eyes had a mind of their own. "You are so big," she breathed. He recoiled, as if that was the last thing in the world he'd expected her to say. And when he spoke next, his voice had changed. Now he begged. "Layla, chosen Layla, you need to leave." As Cor stood all but completely naked in front of the female, he couldn't move. And not just because his combats had wedged themselves above his knees and turned them into a hobble. Layla's green eyes were impossibly wide as they focused on his sex, and stayed there. Could this evening go any farther off the rails, he wondered. Wait, mayhap he should not offer that kind of opening to the fates. Meanwhile, his cock was loving the attention. The damn thing kicked as if to suggest she should shake and make friends. He covered the rigid length up with both his palms, stretching it flat over his lower abdomen. Layla. Instead of doing the reasonable thing and backing away from him in horror and disgust, she bent and grasped the waistband of his combats. Before he could shove her off, his pants were down his thighs and pooling around his ankles. "Come, let's get you under the spray." She didn't give him a chance to protest, and a second later, his battered and bruised body was under the warm, falling water, aching bones and healing scars both screaming and sighing at the impact. With a snap of the curtain, she gave him the privacy he wanted, except the clonk over by the toilet suggested she hadn't departed, but rather had shut the lid and sat down. There was no reason not to follow through with the soap and the shampoo, and he tried to be quick about it. Unfortunately, the bullet that had narrowly missed his lung was stinging sure as if there were battery acid upon his flesh, and the soap did not help that. The other reason to be fast was that he was acutely aware of both his nakedness and his arousal. The more efficient he was, the sooner he could get dressed. No clothes, though. He had no clean clothes. Closing his eyes in defeat, he rinsed the suds out of his hair, tilting his head back, which was a mistake. The water's rush hit his cock, and damned if it didn't feel like hands. Her hands. Or maybe her mouth. The release was not unexpected. It was, however, unwanted. As his erection kicked and his orgasm rolled through him, he gritted his teeth. "You don't have to hide it," she said in a husky voice. "I can see the shadow of you. So look away," he groaned, as his hips rolled into his ejaculations. "I can't." Sagging against the tile, he knew he had lost whatever upper hand he had believed he had in the situation. That female had guessed the terrible truth about him. She knew his aims had changed, and she seemed unwilling to keep whatever relationship this was on terms that gave both of them some honor and dignity. But at least she didn't know it was all based on her. That his life, pathetic as it was based on her now. If that came to light, it would be his ruination. Cor twisted the faucet off with a crank, determined to put an end to all of this and send her away just so he could get his defenses properly back in place. Just as he was going to rip the curtain down and put it around himself, the heavy weight of towel was tossed over the pole. "For your modesty," she said. Was she laughing at him? Not bothering to dry himself off, he covered his lower body and pushed the curtain fall back. She was indeed on the loo, the fleece she wore camouflaging her changed shape from the pregnancy. Without a word, she pulled her sleeve back again and put out her arm. There was a challenge in her eyes. "Fine," he snapped, angry at himself, at her, at this new territory they had entered. Lowering himself to his knees, because she was right, he was awfully dizzy. He put his fangs to her flesh. Starved. He was starved for her. And yet he struck as gently as he could. At the first taste, he moaned, his body swaying, its weight knocking into the cabinet into which the sink had been mounted. Her blood was a dark wine that made him thirsty instead of satiating his dry throat, and between his legs, his cock kicked again and again. He was orgasming into the towel, the pleasure coursing through his veins, his bones, his flesh. Mine. From out of the depths of him, the urge to take her rose so violently that he started to act on it, his body on the verge of leaping up and dragging her to the floor so he could mount her. Pregnancy or not, he was going to get at her sex and leave his mark inside of her. Breaking off the contact, he pushed himself away from her, bracing his feet against that cabinet, the cold porcelain of the tub behind him biting into his shoulders as he went rigid in an attempt to control himself. "What's wrong?" "Go!" he shouted. Within him, his sexual beast was prowling and ready to have her, and coupled with his bloodlust, he knew he could not handle the pair of instincts together. He was liable to chew her wrist off at the same time he fucked her raw. "Cor, you have not had much at all." Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and strained. "Get the fuck out of here! If you want your young to live, leave! I will attack you! Go!" That got her attention, as no doubt did the fact that he was still orgasming all over himself. The towel now lost, the jets kicking out and marking his own thighs and belly as his leg muscles trembled at the force he was exerting, to make sure he didn't jump on her. "Go!" A split second later, she was out of the bathroom. 1 moment after that she was out of the cottage, and she was in such a hurry, she left both of the doors open. So he saw the headlights of her car come on and watched them circle the scruffy lawn in front before streaking off down the lane. It wasn't until he could neither see her red taillights nor hear the crackle of her tires that he eased up even a little on the bracing. Gripping his cock, he began to stroke his shaft as he pictured her eyes on him, and heard anew the strange tone she'd used as she had pronounced him sizable. He had no interest in masturbating. But what he really didn't want was his rational side to completely desert him, such that he went after her through the night, stopping her somewhere unsafe, just so he could do what he did not want to do to her. No, this way he would stay put. Oh, God, the way she had looked at him, he thought, as he started to come again. Chapter 44. He said I needed a parka. The following evening, as darkness settled over the compound and the shutters rose for the night, Selina looked back and forth between the 2 coats Fritz was holding up to her. One was red, the other black. Both were wool and relatively long. "Oh, I'm sorry, mistress." He turned back to the closet in the mudroom by the garage. "How about either of these?" This time, he offered her a choice between a puffy waist-length jacket that looked like it was made of dinner rolls, and one that was much longer. Both were black and had little tags that read, Patagonia. "It's a relatively mild night," Fritz pointed out. "Perhaps the shorter of the two?" "Yes, I think you're right." Slipping the thing on, she was amazed at how light it was, and after zipping it up, she tested out the 2 pockets. "This is fantastic." The butler beamed. "My pleasure. Gloves?" "I think I'll just keep my hands in here." "As you wish, mistress." Heading out into the kitchen, she felt as buoyant as a bubble. Trez had refused to tell her anything about where they were going, and the unknown was like a heady wine, making her head buzz and her body float. She hesitated at the flap door into the dining room. The sounds and smells of first meal were obvious and friendly, the voices ones she knew well, the scents making her stomach rumble, and yet she turned around and headed out the other exit of the kitchen, the one that opened up by the flank of the grand stairway. Everyone had been so kind the night before, all the females, lavishing such incredible attention and support on her. She didn't want to bother them again, and didn't really want the extra regard. She was feeling a little tired and wanted to save all her strength for the date. As she came into the foyer, she saw Trez and Manny standing close together on the far side of the mosaic apple tree in the floor. They were talking intently, each one grave. Her heart stopped. Was the physician insisting they stay in, or was he going to make her go down to the clinic first? She glanced behind her and considered bolting. It wasn't going to be underground, though. "You need to take care of her," Manny warned. "I will. I swear on my brother's life." "Oh, shoot." Manny took something out of his pocket, a key fob of some sort. Dangling it in front of Trez's face, he said, "She's never been driven by anyone else." "Then why are you giving her to me?" "Because you need to go in style. You're taking your woman out. You don't need to be in some BMW. You are a car snob." Selena frowned. Car? They were talking about... Trez whipped around as if he had noticed her scent on the air, and the instant he saw her, he started to smile. "Hey there. You ready, my queen?" Stepping across the vast space, she smiled in return. She'd left her hair down again, because she knew by the way he stared at it, played with it, stroked it, that he preferred it that way. And actually, she was not just getting used to the style, but coming to like it best as well. That formal chignon the Chosen were supposed to wear could give you one heck of a headache after a couple of hours. Rising up to her tiptoes, she kissed his mouth and then tucked herself in against his side, fitting perfectly under his arm. "I am so ready." Manny clapped palms with Trez, and Ed said under his breath, "We got you." "Thanks, man." Then the doctor gave her a wink and headed to the dining room, and all the people in it. "What does that mean?" Selena asked as Trez opened the door out into the vestibule. "That got you?" "Nothing." Leaning ahead, he pulled the second door free, and the cold of the night rushed in, making her nose tingle and her cheeks flush. "Too much?" he asked. "What?" "Too cold?" You shivered. "I love it." "Good. I want to put the top down." Parked right in front of the stone steps was a vicious-looking black car, with black wheels and some kind of tail on the back. "Dearest Virgin Scribe, what is that?" she said. "It's called a Porsche 911 Turbo." "Oh, my!" Going down to the steps, she approached the machine, taking one hand out of her pocket and running her fingertips down its flank. Smooth, shiny, ice-cold. "But it has a roof, no?" she said. "It does tricks." Opening the door, he settled her in the passenger seat. "It's Manny's new baby. He got it a week ago. It's the same make and model of his last one, but the interior is different. That's what he says, at any rate." Inside, she smelled leather and the human's cologne and Payne's scent. Trez got in behind the wheel and shut his door. When he turned a key, a great growl started up, a subtle vibration emanating through the interior. "Check this out." He hit another button. Look up. Like magic, everything that was overhead unlatched and lifted away, retracting in an orderly series of folds into a rear compartment. I figured you'd like to see the stars. He smiled and got the heater going. It's got a screen, so we don't have to worry about backdraft. Leaning back, she saw the velvet heavens with its twinkling lights. Letting out a shout of joy, she threw her arms around him and pulled him in for a kiss. "This is incredible." He laughed. "I can't believe you've never seen a convertible before." "I never travel by car, unless I'm with you." "Well, get your belt on. This bitch is going to fly." As he hit the gas, the car leaped forward like a horse out of the gate, and she couldn't help but look up to the night sky and smile so hard her cheeks hurt. Even with the meese, he went so fast, firing down the mountain until they got to the road at the bottom. He took a left. "Where are we going?" she said as he punched the accelerator again, and she was sucked into the contours of her seat as the engine roared. "You'll see." He glanced over. "Warm enough?" "Perfectly so." It was loud and exhilarating. Cold air whirling around her head, hot air blasting on her feet, the car growling and leaning into the curves of the road. Before she knew it, her heart was beating fast and her stomach doing flip-flops, and she felt octane in her veins. "I hope it's a long trip," she shouted. "What? Never mind." She lost track of the minutes and the miles, but gradually she became aware that the forest landscape had grown dotted with human settlements. Soon, stores, neighborhoods of houses, a park, and stacks of apartment buildings appeared. "Where are we?" she asked as he slowed to a stop at a red light. "On the outskirts of Caldy." "Are we going downtown again?" "Nope." He smiled at her. "But we're almost at our destination." A small car that was low to the ground and the color of a banana pulled up next to them, and she felt the driver glance over. Music was thumping inside of the other vehicle, and its engine revved up. "Is he having some kind of spasm?" she asked. "Of the foot?" "No, it's happening in another location," Trez muttered. When the light overhead turned green, the little car exploded forward, its tires squealing, an unpleasant burning smell left in its wake. What was that all about? She wondered. Wait for it. Sure enough, a car with blue and white lights popped out of a parking lot and fell into pursuit. But not of Trez and herself. Trez shook his head. The little shit should know you never drag on this street. Besides, he's crazy to take this car on. He reached over and gave her hand a squeeze. You ready? Oh, yes. She looked around and saw nothing but a stretch of single-story businesses, linked together by a common roof and a parking lot. Are we here? Almost. Actually, they went quite a bit farther on, past another bunch of stores, with the word outlet tacked onto every name. And then there was a shallow stretch of woods and a little hill, followed by parking lots. Vacant parking lots big as the lawns of the sanctuary. Except then she looked out the other side of the car. What is that? Welcome to Storytown. Selena sat forward. On the far end of the biggest of the parking lots was a set of lit entrance signs, so high and wide they defied comprehension. But what came after them was even more astounding. Vast mechanisms reaching high into the sky were lit up like rainbows, all flashing lights and spinning tops, as if they were toys made for giants. Trez turned Manny's car onto all the asphalt and roared across the acreage, heading for a gate in the fencing over to the left of what looked like the check-in area. As he stopped before the side entry, they had to wait for but a moment before a human in a navy blue uniform triggered something and waved them through. Hey, Mr. Latimer. Trez reached out and offered his hand. Call me Trez. I'm Ted." They shook, and the man nodded at Selena. "We're going to take great care of you guys tonight. Head through there." "Roger that. Thanks, man." "No problem." As he hit the gas, Selena was overwhelmed by all of the neon lights. What is this place? This is magical. And it's all ours. No one else is here. Just you and me. How is that possible? One of my security guys is the brother of the head of security over here. They spoke to the owners, and they're doing me a little favor. When they came up to a second guard, Trez stopped the car and cut off the engine. "You liked that crazy ride last night through downtown, right?" "Oh, yes. Yes, so much." He leaned in and kissed her. "Wait till you go upside down, my queen." I am watched from a security tower high in the center of the amusement park, as Trez piloted the Porsche through the gate and came to a stop at the second security point. "You want binocs?" He glanced over his shoulder at Big Rob. "Nope, I'm good." The bouncer from Shadows whistled as he put the handset back up to his peepers. "You have awesome eyes to see that far." I am just shrugged and took another draw from his thermos mug. The coffee inside was strong and hot enough to pizza your tongue, just the way he liked it. He had been not just asleep, but practically in a coma, when his brother had woken him up with this bright idea around 10 this morning. The plan was nuts, of course. Who the hell rented out an entire park for 3 hours? Especially when the damn thing had closed for the season the week before. Trez did. That was who. And I am helped the guy get it done. Making this all happen for Selena had taken an unbelievable amount of money, and some candid phone calls that had been hard to get through. But thanks to Big Rob back there, and his brother Jim, a.k.a. Jimbo, and the wife of the owner who had just lost her father to cancer the summer before, they'd gotten it all set up. Staff had been called back from post-season retirement, and machines that were in the process of being winterized had been called into service again. They even had the concession stands working, thanks to the waiters at Sal's. The joy on Selena's face, and the pride on her brother's puss, obvious even from up here in the tower, had made it all worth it. And you know, it was impossible to have disdain for humans tonight. For Christ's sakes, the owners weren't even keeping the money left over after the staff were paid. They were giving it to the American Cancer Society. Sometimes people rallied, he thought. They really did. "So who is she?" Big Rob asked. "I mean, I heard he had a girlfriend, but I didn't know she was, sick. They been together long?" "Long enough." There was a thick silence. "He's not coming back to work, is he?" "Not for a while." "Are you guys going to sell us?" "I don't know. We haven't gotten that far." And wasn't that true on a variety of levels? I am checked his watch again. 8:30. Perfectly on time with a departure set for 11:30. Manny's fancy-ass mobile surgery center was stuck downtown. The area still too hot from the party the night before to move the thing, but they had a good contingency plan for Selena. Manny had his old refurbed regular ambulance still, and the thing was on standby. The amusement park's management more than happy to accommodate the medical wait-and-see and the good doctor on their property. "I can understand why he didn't say anything," Big Rob murmured as he dropped the binocs. "And not for nothing, but wow, she's out of this world looking. She's also really good people." "Does she know what he does? Classy woman like that, I mean. To be honest, I think that shit's the last thing on their minds." "Yeah, sure. Yeah." I am glanced over at the guy. "Don't worry. I got him. You can head over to the club." The human nodded. "I should go." As the man hesitated, I am put out his palm. "And as for future plans with the businesses, We'll take care of everybody, I promise, no matter what happens. Big Rob shook. Thanks, man. But I gotta say, we really like working for you. Besides, I don't know if Silent Tom has another interview process in him. Nearly killed him 5 years ago when we applied with Trez. Yeah, I think he's said all of 12 words the entire time I've known him. Drive safe out there. Thanks. Call me if you need anything. Big Rob put the binocs down on the desk and paused for one last moment, looking out to where Trez and Selena were strolling between the bumper cars and a children's teacup ride. Shaking his head, he went to the exit and closed the door behind him as he left. I.M. checked his watch again. 3 hours. And then what? What the hell was he going to do about Machen? What if Trez and Selena needed him, and he was out meeting with that female? Jesus. After a lifetime of celibacy, it was a shocker to find that he'd made an arrangement to be alone with a member of the opposite sex. And it was not to talk. No, he was not in a talking kind of mood. Rubbing his eyes, he pictured the female draped in all those pale blue robes, and the urge to get under all that masking took an obsessional edge. Hell, if it hadn't been for a molecular exhaustion, he probably would have spent the entire day staring at the ceiling over his bed, thinking about what he was going to do to her. As it was, he'd crashed with a hard-on and woken up with one, too. He'd done nothing about either erection. If he jerked off, it somehow felt too real. And for the same reason, he told his brother nothing about the trip into the Sahib, or the female he had met, or the date he'd made. Compared to what Trez was facing, all that was such small potatoes. And there was also a dreamscape to it all, which he was surprised to discover he wanted to keep in place. Maybe because it made things less intimidating? But come on, he didn't think he was going to go. How could he leave? No, he wasn't going. For the first time in his life, he didn't think he could trust himself not to go straight-up animal on some poor female. And hell, she was probably having second thoughts too. Meeting an unknown male in the middle of nowhere? She'd be insane to do something like that. Especially because she had to know what was on his mind. No, he told himself, neither of them was going to show up at that cabin at midnight. And that was better for everybody. Really. It was. Chapter 45. It's dead! Fates, it is gone! Will you stop? No, Cor thought. He would not. As he continued stabbing the lesser, black blood speckled his face, his chest, his forearm. Black blood pooled on the cold asphalt of the alley. Black blood got into his eyes. And still he kept with the assault, his shoulder driving the blade into the torso everywhere but the hollow chest as Zephyr yelled at him, pulled at him, cursed at him. That was all for naught. Unhinged, he was a beast without a leash, his mind floating above the exertion, driving him ever onward to kill, kill, kill. The yank that finally pulled him free of his prey was that of a tow truck, the force enough to separate him from the mangled, oozing carcass. He did not take the unconsented-to relocation well. Swinging around, he slashed his dagger through the air, narrowly missing Zephyr's throat. And as the soldier leaped out of range, Zephyr unholstered his own weapon, prepared to fight. Caught in between a lunge and a relenting, Cor panted, great clouds coming out of his mouth. He had left the deserted farmhouse without any of them, bursting out and heading to the theater of conflict, half naked and fully crazed. And it had been for his soldiers' own good. "What is wrong with you?" Zephyr demanded. "What ails you?" Cor bared his teeth. "Leave me alone. So you can get yourself killed? Leave me!" The echo of his shout rebounded up and out of the alley, the words bouncing back and forth between the brick walls of the buildings before careening into darkness like bats released from a cave. Zephyr's face was pure fury. "They have guns, remember? Or is last night too dim a memory for you? They have always had guns. Not like those." Cor looked down at the slayer. Even mostly dismembered, it was still moving, arms grasping at thin air in slow motion, legs sawing in a stew of innards and black oil. Snarling at the thing, he let out a shout and then stabbed it into oblivion. The light was so bright he was blinded by the flash, his retinas revolting at the glare. But the readjustment came quickly, each blink clearing his vision further. He just needed more. He needed to find more, and he needed something else, too. "Get me a whore," he barked. Zephyr recoiled. "What? You heard me. Find me one. Bring her to the cottage. Human or vampire. It matters not. Just make sure she's paid enough to be willing." He expected questions. There were none. Zephyr merely inclined his head. "As you wish." Cor wheeled away, prepared to hunt and fight and kill, and before jogging off, he glared over his shoulder. "Blonde! I want a blonde, and she must have long hair. I know who to call." With a nod, Cor ran down the alley, his combats thundering over the rough pavement. Sniffing the breeze, his brain filtered through the smells of diesel fumes and cheap restaurants, and humans that were homeless and unbathed, and rotting fish in the river. His rage at himself sharpened every sense he had. "Hey, man, you looking for a taste?" Pulling his body up short, he turned around, but knew from the scent coming at him on the gusts that it was no human who stood in the shadows. The enemy he was looking for had found him, the lesser as yet unaware of who it was speaking to. "Aye," he said, "I would like a taste." "Foreign, motherfucker," the slayer said. "What do you want?" "What air do you have? I got the good stuff. Pure Colombian white powder H. Not that Mexican black tar." Cor did not allow the sales pitch to continue to a completion. With a vicious lunge, he leapt forward and swung his dagger in an arc, clipping the slayer right across the front of the face at eye level. Instantly, the undead brought up his hands, bending in half, howling in pain, and Cor took advantage of that, hauling back his right boot and spinning it around, kicking the skull like it was a soccer ball, sending the undead flying off its feet to the side. Leaping high into the air, he landed on the lesser, rolled it over, and trapped its hands over its head in one of his palms. The stench was rancid milk and fetid sweat, and that sweet smell triggered his kill reflex. The rage he had been unable to contain since Layla had left came out once more. Holstering his dagger, he curled up a fist with his dominant hand and drove it into the pale face of the lesser over and over and over again, until the features all but liquefied under the beating, bones crushing in, jaw hinging free. With each inhale, he drew his arm up. With every exhale, he slammed his fist down, his steady pace of respiration driving the impacts. Zephyr had better work fast. He needed to fuck his way out of this mood as well. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Layla's hands trembled as she held her phone in both palms. She had already read what had been sent to her, and not just once. In fact, she had been reading the words ever since she had been awoken at dusk to the sound of her cell vibrating on her bedside table. "Do not come to see me again. I shall not be ever at the cottage, nor the farmhouse again, nor consent to be in your presence. I am uninterested in anything you have to offer." Cor must have dictated it into his iPhone. He had never sent her anything via text before, and she had always suspected that he could not read or write. Of all the ways she had seen their relationship ending for them, of all the ways she could have imagined them parting, it was not like this. Not because she had ended up getting him naked and trying to force him to feed from her. "Hello?" She jumped, the phone flying out of her hands and landing on the short-napped carpet. As Quinn stepped over to pick the thing up, she panicked and scrambled off the bed to get there first. Or tried to scramble. With her belly, she couldn't get far very fast, and she caught her breath as his lean hand scooped up the cell phone. "Are you okay?" he said. "You look pale." "Don't look at it," she thought. "Don't look at the screen." "Oh, my God. Are you crying?" "No." She held out her hand. "I'm not." "Give me the phone. Give me—" Quinn came over to her and tilted her face up. "What's going on?" As his thumb brushed across her cheek, he put the goddamn fucking cell phone back where it had been, on the bedside, face down. "I knocked and no one answered," he said. "I got worried." With a shudder, she closed her eyes, her raw nerves still vibrating at the near miss. "Just reading a sad story online. Guess I'm more emotional than I thought." He sat down next to her. Lot of shit going on the last few days. Before she knew it, she burst into tears and leaned into his big chest. Circling her with his heavy arms, he held her gently and let her cry it all out. And the fact that he mistakenly assumed the tears were only because she was pregnant and having twins, and overly hormonal, made her cry even harder. She cried for the months and months of lying and deception. She cried for all the trips to that meadow, for her sneaking in and out of the house, for using the car Quinn had bought her to do it. And most of all, worst of all, she cried for a sense of loss so powerful it was as if someone had died before her, and there had been naught she could do to save them. Images of Cor bombarded her, from his attempt to make himself comely and see to it that he had been always clean, even fresh from fighting, to the way he looked in that shower, silhouetted as his body climaxed behind the curtain, to the defeat that had hung his head as he had stared into the fire like some vital part of him had been exposed and was bleeding him, weakening him, changing him. She tried to tell herself it was for the best. No more double life. No more falsity. No more hiding her phone or worrying about whether her whereabouts were discovered. No more Cor. "I'll call Doc Jane," Quinn said urgently as he went for the house phone. "What? No, I'm—" "How bad are your chest pains?" "What?" she said through the sniffles. "What are you—" He pointed to her sternum. Looking down, she found that she had grabbed onto the front of her flannel nightgown, the soft fabric bunching up under her tight fist. It was the origin of the tears, she thought. They were coming from her heart. "Honestly," she whispered, "I'm all right. I just had to get it out. I'm so sorry." Quinn's hand hovered over the receiver, and even when he finally retracted his arm, she was very clear that he was not convinced. "I think I need to eat something," she said. It was the farthest thing from the truth, but he immediately went into order mode, calling Fritz instead of the medical types, asking for all kinds of food. His worry about her well-being and his attentiveness only made her cry all over again. Dearest Virgin Scribe, she was in mourning, wasn't she? Chapter 46. Okay, so we get in this. Selina grabbed onto the hand that Trez offered her and stepped over the lip of the first capsule in a lineup of 6. The little pod-like constructions were set upon a pair of tracks, and had 2 seats side by side, with a bar that was raised over the shallow hood. After Trez joined her, A uniformed operator gave them a nod from a control panel at the far end of the platform. "It goes that way?" she asked, pointing ahead to a mountain rise. "We go up that?" Trez had to clear his throat. Twice. Yeah, we do." "Oh, my God, that's so high." Yeah, it is." She turned to him as the bar came down over the top of their legs. "Trez, seriously, you're going to hate this." There was a jerk, and then they were moving forward on the track. A little chick-chick-chick created as the wheels began to turn with increasing speed. "You, however, are going to love it," he said, kissing her. "You may want to hold on." As they began an ascent that was nearly vertical, her back pressed into the padded seat, and her hands gripped the cold metal bar. For a moment, she wished she'd taken the gloves that had been offered back at the house, but then she forgot all about the discomfort. Higher, 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 impossibly high. Craning over the side, she grinned. "Oh, my God, we're so high up." And they were only halfway to the top. The chick-chick-chick became very loud, and the jerking got stronger, until she felt as if someone were pushing at her shoulders. The breeze grew cooler and more brisk, too, her hair whipping off to the side, her parka challenged to keep the warmth of her torso intact. "The view is incredible," she breathed. It wasn't as high as they'd been the night before, but with no buffer between her and the expanse below, no panes of glass to insulate her from the drop, nothing but the track ahead and the ever-increasing distance to the ground, she felt as if she were soaring. And the park's lights were magnificent. Multicolored and flashing, they were everywhere she looked down below, marking the contours of the various rides, reflecting off the mirrors and the red and yellow and blue tops of the concession stands. "It's as if the sky has been inverted, and the stars are down here." "Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess we're at the top. Oh, yeah. Wow. Abruptly, they leveled off, and everything got quiet except for the wind that muffled in her ears, the ride becoming smooth and gentle as they rounded an easy corner. A quick glance at her mail, and she saw that despite his dark skin, he was pale as a ghost. She let go with one of her hands and covered his. "Trez, how about we stay on the ground after this, okay?" "Oh, no. It's fine. I'm tight. I'm good." Right. His jaw was set so hard she worried about his back teeth, and his neck was rigid above the collar of his black leather jacket. Matter of fact, the only thing that was moving on his entire body was his right knee. It was bouncing up and down, 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 and up and down. "Here we go," he muttered, like he was bracing himself for a body punch. She whipped her head forward just in time to see absolutely nothing in front of them. It was only open air, as if the track had fallen away. "Where does it—" Whoosh! All at once they were at breakneck speed, weightless and flying, pitching headlong down, down, down. Selena laughed like she was crazy, releasing her hold and throwing her arms up. "Yes!" So fast, the air ripping at her hair, slapping her in the face, pinning her against the seat. Then it was hard right, hard left, zoom, zoom, zoom. Up another giant rise when the chick-chick-chick came back, and then, "Oh, my God!" Trez hollered. Up and around, so that the whole world tilted and went upside down before righting itself again. And another looping over and done, and then one that veered them off to the side. It was like the ride home, only even more vivid and reckless and wonderful. "I could do this forever!" she screamed, as another sequence approached. "Forever!" Oh, Christ. Not again. 4 times, in a row. And Trez had been the one insisting. As their little cart of horrors came back to the platform once again, he was prepared to keep the torture up. Selena was ecstatic, and that made it all worth it. Even the intestinal loops in the middle of the roller coaster ride, which turned his own guts into a fizzy mess. "Let's do it one more time," he said, trying to fly the flag, even though at this point someone was going to have to surgically remove his hands from the bar. "No, I think we've had enough." "Are you kidding? I love this shit." "We're finished," she called out to the attendant. "I got your pictures," the human male said as he pulled a crank down and an engine that was out of sight came to a rambling halt. "They're just printing." "Okay, time to get out." "Yep." "Trez?" Prying his grip off the bar, he watched his metal savior rise up and clink into place overhead. "Yep, I'm coming. Right now. Here I go." As Selena got to her feet and balanced herself on the roll bar, he was ready to follow her out, walk her over to the attendant, get those pictures he'd been unaware that someone had been taking of them. Instead, he just sat there, breathing in a shallow pump. Come on, though. He wasn't a pussy. Forcing himself to try to stand up, he found that his legs were numb from mid-thigh down. But, on a messy stumble, he somehow managed to get out of the cart and onto the platform without completely embarrassing himself. Although the fact that Selena had to steady him was not exactly a vote of confidence in his verticality. "Oh, thank you," he heard her say to the attendant. Then she glanced at him. "Here, let's walk over to that bench and look at the pictures." Before he knew it, he was sitting on a stretch of wrought iron, hard and cold, and staring at photographs of Selena having a party and him looking like someone had his nuts in a vice. Meanwhile, her hand was stroking his back, riding over the leather of his jacket in a slow circle. "Here you go, ma'am." "Thank you so much." She held something out to him. "Why don't you take a quick drink?" He was too wrung out to throw out a, "It's all good." He just took whatever it was, put it to his mouth, and did what he was told. "Oh, that's good," he breathed, when he finally lowered the soda bottle. "Ginger ale. I learned about it from Doc Jane." About 10 minutes later, he was able to properly focus on what he was supposedly looking at. "You are so beautiful," he said, as he stared at the image of the two of them together. "I'm not sure about that, but I'll tell you one thing. That is the time of my life right there. How you feeling?" He rubbed his thumb over the picture of her face. "You are so alive. Look at you. Your eyes are amazing." One by one, he studied each of the photographs. They'd been taken during the big drop after the second ascent, where you went all but weightless, and the wind roared, and you were not entirely convinced shit was going to end well when you got to the bottom. He could practically feel the thrill coursing through Selena's body, the excitement, the pleasure, the vibrating force of life, transforming her into a contained lightning bolt of joy. On his side, he'd never seen himself look pale before, his dark skin pasty as shit, which was evidently possible. Who knew? "We should make a calendar of these," he announced. "One half of them, at any rate." "You look so much better now. Less green. You were kind of green." "I would go on that motherfucker 1,000,000 times more if that's what you wanted." She leaned in, turned his face toward her, and kissed him. "You know what you just proved?" "What? That even real males need air-sick bags sometimes?" "No." She kissed him again. "That somebody can say, 'I love you,' without speaking." His chest puffed up. He couldn't help it. "Check me out. A Casanova. Who'd have thought?" Finishing the ginger ale, he tossed the empty into the trash bin 5 feet away and put the pictures in the inside pocket of his jacket. Getting to his feet, He offered his arm. "How would you like a nutritionally deficient but totally satisfying meal? We're talking real chemicals and complete overprocessing. The kind of stuff humans traditionally enjoy in this setting and later get home and have to take Tums for." "Sounds delightful." She took hold of what he offered. "I look forward to whatever is served." Trez gave the attendant a wave, and then considered maybe throwing in a couple of bodybuilding poses just to get his guy card restamped. The concession stands were behind and to the right, and as they walked around the foot of that roller coaster, he glanced up, way up, at the metal scaffolding that held the track in the air. Man, he was glad he hadn't seen this view from the base before heading up there. The more he thought about it, the more his case of the vapors threatened a return, sweat breaking out on his palms and across his upper lip. But good news came in the form of the distraction of the hot dog stand that had been opened just for them. Stepping up to the counter, he held Selena tight to his side, catching her scent, as well as that of the shampoo and the soap she'd used before they'd left the house. A human female with a round body and a nice smile came over, putting aside her copy of People magazine. "What can I get you guys?" "Good heavens, so many choices," Selena said. The menu was all lit-up red panels with yellow lettering, offering the kinds of things that were guaranteed to taste great going down and cause trouble once they were in you. But like he'd told her, that was what antacids were for. "What are you having?" she asked him. "I'm going with the Coney Island special," he announced, "with a high-test Coke, extra ice." "You got it," the server said. "Ma'am, you know what you want?" Selena frowned. "I really want a hamburger, but am I missing out if I don't do the hot dog?" "You can have some of mine." "Great. I'd like a hamburger with cheese and some French fries." "No problem." The woman pointed at another section of the menu. "You want something on them?" "I'm sorry." "On your fries, like chili, cheese, jalapenos. The list is over here." As Selena considered round 2 of her options, Trez took the opportunity to study his queen's stunning profile. Those lips of hers were nearly irresistible, and the more he stared at them, the more the residual burn of all that adrenaline overload shifted from fight or flight to pure, undiluted lust. With a discreet move, he had to rearrange himself. He couldn't wait to get her home, get her naked. His eyes drifted down to her breasts. The Patagucci jacket she had on had obligingly customized itself to those curves he loved so much. "Trez?" "Huh?" "Do you have any money? I didn't think to bring human—" He cut her off. "You're not paying for nothing." Taking his wallet out, he said to the lady, "How much do I owe you?" "It's on the house." "Let me give you something, then." "Oh, that's okay. I know why you're—" Trez jumped in, putting 100 down on the Formica and sliding it forward. "Take it, for being so kind to us." The woman's eyes popped. "Are you sure?" "Positive." For one, he didn't want her to keep going and make Selena feel like some kind of charity case. For another, the human had come out on a cold night for only a couple of hours of work. Holidays were coming for her kind. No doubt she could use the extra cash. "Wow. Thanks." As the woman got to work on the food, he could feel Selena looking at him with respect. And didn't that make him go all puffed up again in the chestrel region? Talk about getting his guy card stamped. Fuck posing like Arnold. The way she stared up at him, he felt big as a mountain. A couple of minutes later, they were heading over to a picnic table painted a screaming blue color and sitting down side by side. The air was cold. The food was steaming hot. The sodas were frothy and sweet. Handling the overstuffed buns was tricky stuff, with both of them going tilted heads and mop-up napkins, but that was even its own sort of fun. And the conversation, when they could manage it, was about the taste and the spice and the tongue burning. The roller coaster ride. What they were going to do next. Whether they were going to have cotton candy or hot fudge sundaes for dessert. It was magnificently, beautifully, resonantly normal. And as he sat with his female, and maybe wiped off the corner of her mouth with his napkin, or shared his soda with her, or laughed when she said they'd better do the carousel next, because it was only 2 feet off the ground, he soaked in the memories until they permeated his mind, body, and soul with a glow he had never felt before. Just to be with her, doing nothing special, in the middle of an amusement park, was a miracle, a blessing beyond measure. Frowning, he realized that if it weren't for the reality lurking around the corner of this perfect moment, sneaking up behind them like some evil shadow, he might well be wasting this time with her by having half his brain worrying over the opening of shadows, or wondering what was going on at the sahib, or fixating on whatever happened to be tickling his ass with a feather at that point in time. He would have squandered this, as a rich male would let diamonds fall from his pockets simply because he had bowls of them back home. Rarity went hand in hand with reverence. "I could sit here forever," he said, as he swallowed his last bite. "This is my heaven." Selena glanced over and smiled. "Mine too." Chapter 47. Just before the first civilian arrived for their appointment with the king, Paradise presented a folder to her father with no small amount of pride. "I've reorganized the appointment sheet. I think you'll find it makes things easier for you and the king." Her father smiled as he opened the cover and saw the spreadsheet listing each civilian's name, family lineage, current issue, and any past concerns that Wrath had dealt with. "This is so helpful," he said, as he ran his forefinger down the columns. "I thought I could improve on the way it was done." He looked up. "You have." "What comes next?" She pulled the second of many sheets free. "Is a dossier for each subject that goes into greater detail." Abalone frowned as he reviewed her notes, and then riffled through the reports. "How did you find all this out?" "I have my sources." She grinned. "Okay, some of it comes off of people's Facebook pages, and other stuff is from friends of mine." "This is... I didn't know he'd been mated." Her father tilted the folder toward her. "Him?" "Last year. It was a low-key thing." Paradise dropped her voice, even though they were alone. "They say she was with Young." "Ah. So now he wants the mating validated." "She's about to give birth. If I were Wrath, I'd spare the poor male the indignity of asking too many questions about the due date and just give him the respect he wants to provide his young." "Trying to take your father's job?" Wrath's voice interjected. As the blind king himself appeared in the parlor's archway, Paradise jumped. "I didn't mean... Oh, no, The king smiled. "I'm impressed with your thinking. Keep up the good work, Paradise." With that, he and his blonde dog went across to the dining room. "I can't feel my feet," she mumbled. Her father embraced her. "You are exceeding any expectation I had for this." She pulled back and pushed her hair over her shoulder. "I like this. I really do." "You're making me quite proud." To hide her flush, she sat down behind the computer that she already felt was hers. "How are things at home with—" "Just fine. I am very well, although you are missed." "I could come back." No, it's best you stay here." He tucked the folder under his arm. "Did you and Peyton enjoy yourselves last evening?" "He left right after you did." Abalone frowned. "I hope you didn't quarrel." "He's got an antiquated way of looking at things." "He does come from a traditional family." She picked up one of the Mont Blanc pens she'd found in the desk. Tapping it on her palm, She pulled her navy blue skirt down further on her knees. Father—" "Yes?" Drawing in a deep breath, she pulled open the top side drawer and took out the application to the training center's program. "Father, would you ever let me do something like this?" As she handed the paperwork to him, and his eyes traced the wording, she hurried on, "I'm not saying I want to go into combat or anything. It's just, they're accepting females, and Fighting? This is to fight. I know, but see—" She reached up and pointed to a part in the preamble. "They're saying they can train females. Paradise." And his viewpoint was all pretty much summed up in the way he said her name. A combination of "be serious" and "don't break my heart." "You're not cut out for this," he said. "Because I'm a female, right?" She countered bitterly. "Which means desks and papers at the most, and only until I'm mated. This is war. Do you understand what that really is?" He jogged the application. "This is death waiting to happen. It's not a Hollywood movie or a romantic fantasy." She kicked up her chin. "I know that." "Do you? I'm not as sheltered as you think I am. The family you lost in the raids was my blood too, Father. Friends of mine died. I know what this is about. No, Paradise. I will not allow it." He leaned down and put the application in the trash. "This is not for you." Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode off, somehow managing to close the hidden panel doors in her face, even as the panels stayed in their pockets in the walls. Throw materialized about a half-mile from the house Abalone went to every night. The GPS locator Throw had put into the outer chest pocket of the male's camel-hair coat had worked like a dream, and one had to admire the wealthy neighborhood. Not bad. Not bad at all. Falling into a casual stroll, he checked out the houses as he zeroed in on the signal his cell phone was directing him to. Actually, the proper term for the residences would be mansions. These places were far too large to count as mere houses. Multi-storied, sprawling, set back from the road, they all had dramatic landscape lighting on their exteriors, as if the wealthy humans living inside couldn't bear to think their position would be ignored during the night hours. As he proceeded, he had to control his frustration. He missed the fighting more than he'd thought he would. In fact, the lack of bloodshed, of any variety, was a shocking dissatisfaction. When he had started with the band of bastards, he'd been horrified by the aggression and gore. After several centuries, however, the warfare had become what he thought of as normal. The stone manse that came next was an effeminate, mod-conned version of the medieval pile of rock the band of bastards had all lived in back in the old country, and he stopped in front of the sprawling expanse. Figures moved inside, crossing windows that were framed by heavy swaths of fabric as lights inside picked up glints of gold and silver on the walls. And abruptly, he wasn't thinking of Kor's former lair. He was recalling where he had come from, his true origin of privilege and wealth. In seeking revenge for his sister, he had sold himself to the devil. Now, on the far side of that bargain, he was poor and alone and without prospects. His only hearth was his ambition. At least there was plenty of fire in it to warm him over the coming winter months. Throw pressed on, the cold biting through the leather coat he wore, the one that was still stained with the kills he had wrought from nights ago. Before all had changed. The house that was his target turned out to be on the left, on the opposite side of the street. It was grand and historic, a white federal manse, with the bone structure of a true beauty, and the attended-to upkeep that only the very wealthy could bring to an old estate. No peeling paint for her, no scruffy bushes, no sagging roof lines or porches. Unlike with the others, there was no way to see inside. The drapes were all pulled and so heavy he could see no light through them. There were no cars in the driveway, but as he waited, taking cover behind a shrub, he caught sight of two individuals approaching the front door, even though they had not arrived at the property by any motorized conveyance. Because they were vampires who had dematerialized to the place. 10 minutes later, another visitor arrived. 15 minutes after that, 2 more. They were discreet, and not everyone used the front door, no doubt to avoid suspicion. Thoreau checked his phone, in spite of the fact that he knew he had the location correct. Yes, Abalone was in there. Keeping to the shadows, he stayed longer, not because he had any particular plans to infiltrate, but rather because he had yet to formulate them. His ambition, strong as it might be, was not as yet an engine in drive. He had recon to do, weaknesses to discover, strategies to define. A car turned the corner and came down the street. As it passed under the streetlight across the way, he saw that it was a Rolls-Royce, a dark one with a trademark pale hood. And here he was without a motor car. Indeed, his lack of prospects was a problem. How was he going to marshal any resources, he wondered? How was he to support himself whilst he built a coalition? The answer, when it came, was so obvious. It was as if destiny had spotlit a path through darkness for him. Yes, he thought, that was the way. A moment later, he returned to Abalone's most generous accommodations with a smile on his face. Chapter 48. In his hospital bed, Lucas was in and out of consciousness, waves of pain rolling through him, battering him senseless. When he simply could not take it any more, he fumbled around with the hand that still had fingers. Finding the call button, he pressed with his thumb until his hearing registered a beep. The door burst open, and Doc Jane came in. "Lucas? My leg," he moaned. "Hurts." She came over, checked machines, IVs, God only knew what. "I'll get you something for the infection," he babbled, turning his head from side to side. "My leg." He'd had this plan to waste away, but instead, this felt like he'd decided to kill himself by stepping into a fire pit feet first, leading with his bad ankle and calf. On a crazy surge of strength, he sat up and started pulling at the sheets. Doc Jane grasped his shoulders and tried to get him to flatten out, while at the same time, someone else entered the room. Quinn. It was his brother. "Lucas! Lucas! Stop!" That was Quinn, coming in close, trying to capture his hands and get him to lie back. It was not a fair fight. He was weak, so weak, and then he went on a ride, a sudden floating feeling replacing the burning sensation down below. Glancing to the side, he saw Doc Jane retracting a syringe from the clear plastic tubing that ran into his arm. Quinn's face appeared above his own, those mismatched eyes intense. "Lucas, relax. We got you." "My leg." The drug was working magic, soothing him, sure as if his body had been sunk into a warm bath. The pain was still there. He just didn't care as much about it. "It's getting worse," he heard himself say. "The infection. Thought I would be dead by now." Lucas. Something about his brother's affect registered, something about his tone of voice, and the tightness in his mouth and eyes. "What?" Lucas said. "What?" Quinn looked at Doc Jane like he was hoping for a proverbial airlift out of a danger zone. "Lucas," his brother said. "I had to save you." Save him? But that was the whole point of all this. He wanted out. "What?" "I told her she could take the leg. To save your life. Lucas fell silent. Surely he must have gotten that wrong. The proper translation of what had been spoken, misappropriated by the painkillers they'd just given him. It was the only option. We were losing you. "What did you do to me?" he said slowly. "What did you—" "Calm down." Lucas sat back up off the pillows, an indescribable horror draining the blood from his head. Looking down at his lower body, he found that the thin sheets revealed the contours of the thigh, knee, calf, and foot of his left leg, but only the thigh and knee of his right one. With a shout, he reached for what should have been there, jerking at the flat sheets, pulling at them as if they were somehow hiding what was in fact no longer there. "What did you do?" He turned on his brother, grabbing at his shirt, yanking, pulling with the set of fingers he had left. "What the fuck did you do?" "You were dying. Because I wanted to. How could you?" He batted at Quinn, ineffectual fist flying, his ruined hand slapping. Quinn did not defend himself. He just allowed the beating, such as it was, to happen. Not that there was much to the attack, and Lucas didn't last long. Energy soon spent, he collapsed back against the pillow, his hollow chest pumping up and down, blood running up his IV line, vision flaring in and out of clarity. And still the limb that wasn't there hurt. "Get out," he said numbly. "I don't want to see you again." Turning his face to the wall, he heard quiet conversation, and then the door opened and closed softly. "How is your pain level now?" Doc Jane asked. "Why does it hurt?" he mumbled. "You took it away." God, he was even more mangled now. Still more of who and what he had been was gone. "It's called phantom limb pain, but the sensation is very real. Did you take— Were you the one who cut it off?" "I was." "Then get out of here, too. I didn't consent to this. You were dying. I'm not listening. Get out." There was a pause, and he detested the way she looked down at him, all kind, concerned, caring. "In time, Lucas, when you feel better." He ripped his head around. "You denied me my death. You butchered my body without my permission. So you'll have to excuse me, but I'm completely uninterested in anything you have to say." The doctor closed her eyes briefly. "I'll send Elena in with some food. Don't bother. You've just delayed the inevitable. I intend to finish the job myself now." Lucas went for the IV that ran into his arm, pulling at it until the thing sprang loose, clear liquid and red blood going everywhere. People came through every door there was, racing in with panic, grabbing at him, talking loudly. He fought against them, writhing and shoving, struggling to stay upright because of his missing calf and foot. Someone must have given him another shot, because all of a sudden his body went lax. Even though his brain was ordering all kinds of movement, nothing was responding. As his eyes rolled around, he caught dim sight of Quinn standing in the doorway, his big, healthy, strong body blocking the way out. It might as well have been the door unto the Fade the male was in the way of. "I hate you!" Lucas screamed. "I hate you!" Back at the king's audience house, Rage was in the dining room, standing with his back to the shut doors, his arms crossed over his chest. Most of the Brotherhood was in the room, milling around with too much kinetic energy. Wrath was sitting in his armchair, his legs crossed ankle to knee, his dog's head in his lap. "He's late. That motherfucker is late." Rev nodded from where he was standing in front of the fire and fanning his hands out as if they were cold. "He'll be here. I got people to see." Hollywood checked his watch. You want me to go pick him up? I can throw a lasso on him and drag him here by his dick." The doorbell went off with a chime, and V opened one half of the drapes at the window across the way. "Speak of the dealer." "Let me go welcome him," Rage muttered as he slipped out. "He's not alone," V barked. "Neither am I." Closing the door, he went across to the parlor. "Paradise." As the girl looked up from the desk, he smiled at her. "I'ma shut your room up for a sec. Do me a favor and stay in here until I come get you." Her wide, pretty eyes got even wider. "Is everything okay?" "Yep, but I want you to hang here." "Okay, of course." He winked at her. "Good girl. And lock it up behind me, 'kay?" "Sure." Shutting her in, he waited until he heard the copper lock turn on her side, and then he went to the front door. Opening things up, he gave Assail the once-over. The guy was dressed right out of Butch's closet, everything tailored and matched, fitting like the shit had been drawn on his body. Behind him, a pair of identical thugs stood side by side. The fact that they were in loose-fitting black was duh. He could just imagine the firepower that was hiding under those coats. "Thought you were coming alone," he said. "Your king wanted to meet my crew. Here they are, my cousins." Rage leaned in. "That ain't your whole crew, is it? I can assure you, these are the only two I use." Rage stepped back and nodded for them to enter the foyer. "I gotta search you. We're fully armed. No shit." As the three filed in, Rage pointed to a huge silver tray on the table under a gilt mirror. "Drop 'em there, and make sure it's all your metal. I find something on you, it's going to put my panties in a wad." Clink, 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 clank, clank, rattle, rattle, rattle. Rage didn't want to be impressed, but he had to give them some credit. Good-looking guns, and a lot of sharp knives. "You first," he said to one of the twins. The other one stepped forward. "Do me. My brother's a little jumpy." "Excuse me? Did I miss the memo where you were put in charge, douchebag?" He motioned for Mr. Anstey to come forward and patted him down. "There now. You want a lollipop 'cause that was so hard? Now you, with the list of demands. Get over here." He discharged number 2, and then stepped over to Assail, who had been watching the show like a snake. "Nice cologne," Hollywood muttered, as he threw the guy's arms out and banged down a surprisingly muscled torso. "Where'd you get it? CVS?" "Are you always this rude?" Assail said in a bored tone. "You're the second person to ask me something like that in the last 48 hours. He kicked the guy's fancy Italian loafers wide. "You got a problem with me? File a claim with Human Resources." "How corporate of you." Rage straightened after he'd checked out that lower body. "FYI, Vicious, son of the Bloodletter, is our personnel contact. He prefers complaints that are made in person. Have fun with that." Done with the three of them, he walked over to the audience room's closed doors, knowing they would follow. Opening things wide, he stood to the side and glared at the SOBs as they filed in, one by one. "Assail," Wrath drawled. "We're meeting again." "And this time no bullets," the drug dealer replied. "Not yet," one of the brothers muttered. Assail's eyes traveled over the assembled masses. "Quite a bit of protection you have here." Wrath shrugged. "I had a choice of collecting them or Hummel figurines. It was a toss-up. To what do I owe the honor of a command appearance?" "Rev, do the deed, since you know what you're talking about." The Sin-Eater stepped away from the hearth and smiled like he was about to eat something. "We have reason to believe you're participating in the drug market in Caldwell." Assail didn't flinch. "I have never hid my business. Ever see this before?" When Rev tossed a packet into the air, Asael caught the thing and looked it over. Heroin. The symbol is yours, isn't it? Says who? Rage spoke up. We found a number of those on a slayer at a club that happened to be owned by a friend of ours. Wrath smiled coldly as he reached down to stroke his guide dog's blond coat. So you can see how this puts us all in an awkward sitch. You're using the enemy to disseminate product, aren't you? Again, Asael showed no reaction at all. If I am, what's the issue? You're funneling money into their pockets. And? So? Don't be fucking naive. How the fuck do you think they're going to spend it? Last night, Rage said, we got caught in some crossfire between the band of bastards and some slayers. Guess what the undead were squeezing off? AK-47s. It's the first major gunpowder we've seen in this city since the raids. Asael shrugged and put up his palms. How does this have anything to do with me? I'm a businessman. Wrath jacked forward in the chair. Your business is making it more dangerous for my boys. And that fucking cranks my shit, asshole. So your business is now mine. You have no right to stop me. If the three of you don't make it out of here alive, I think that'll be game over, don't you? On a oneer, every single brother in the room outed a dagger. Rage braced himself for an explosion of some sort, but Asael remained cool as a cucumber. He didn't fidget, didn't blink, didn't hem and haw. Maybe the motherfucker had no central nervous system. What did you think was going to happen? Wrath said. When I found out. Did you think I was just going to let this really big fucking conflict of interest ride? There was a long period of silence. Finally, Asael bowed his head. Fine. I'll stop selling to them. Wrath's nostrils flared as he tested the male's scent. A moment later he said, Good. Now get the fuck out of here. But know if I find any of that shit on even one slayer, I'm going to come after you and not for the conversation. Rage frowned, but as Wrath nodded to the exit, he opened the door and watched from the jamb as the three of them walked out, went for their potpourri of pistols and knives, and rectified their collective iron deficiency. Then they were out the door, and on the way off the property. He lied, Wrath said grimly. Knew it was too easy, Rage muttered. Why'd you let him go? I want you to follow him. Wrath nodded to Rage and V. The pair of you. If we kill Asael now, we can't find his supplier and make sure that the Lessening Society loses all access to product. Follow that motherfucker. Find out where he gets his shit, and then make it so the enemy doesn't have anything else to sell in Caldwell. The king shifted forward in his armchair. And then put a bullet through the chest of each one of those three. No problem, my lord. Rage glanced over at V, who nodded back. Consider it done.
Chapter 49.
Moving quickly, but not too quickly, Machen whispered along the empty hallways of the palace, heading for the queen's ritual chamber. From time to time, she passed guards, other maids, even a prime or two. None paid any attention to her, because she was hiding in the guise of her humble alter ego. If any had known who was beneath the pale blue robing, a great commotion would have ensued. Instead, when she came upon her destination, the guards standing to the left and right barely looked at her. They were exhausted at the end of their shifts, and that was why this was such very good timing. Clean up for the queen, she said with a dutiful bow. They opened the door for her, and she slipped inside. The sacred space was all black marble from floor to ceiling, and there was nothing to diminish the mind-bending effects of being surrounded by all that glossy noir. No rugs, no furniture, only a few inset cabinets in the corner where food was stashed and replenished. Illumination came from lamps that had open flames on wicks, the special oils being consumed, giving off a whitish-green flicker. She didn't look around. She had long since learned not to. There was something terrifying about the room, especially if you spent any appreciable time in it. The longer you sat within its confines, the more you began to lose your sense of orientation, until you weren't sure whether the four walls and everything below and above had disappeared and placed you in the midst of the great night sky, suspended without gravity, in another dimension that you were not sure would ever release you. She hated the room, but she'd been compelled to come here. Her mother, the Queen, sat in the center of it all, facing the north, black robes that had a sheen to them falling to the floor all around her, falling from her covered head, falling to become one with the marble, until it seemed as if the stone had gone liquid and was seeking to consume her. Her mother was stock still, not even breathing. She was in the thick of the morning meditation. This was good news. Machen padded over to the corner and opened the hatch on the cabinet without making a sound. None of the food that had been left there earlier had been touched. Another positive sign. In less than an hour, at midnight, the high priest, Ansley, would come filing in along with the chief astrologer, and rituals would be performed, fragments of meteorites being crushed and consumed in sacred teas as a way to commune with the stars that determined everything for the shadows. Then there would be a bloodletting and ritual sex, after which the Queen would be left again to drift away from the earth and find solace from her grief. Or grief was more apt. It was difficult to believe that female actually felt anything for those she birthed. Now assured that the ritual was in fact still progressing, Machen backed toward the door. Before she passed through it, she glanced at her mother. She had seen the female only at formal occasions all her life, when Machen had been brought out at court in full noble robing, rather as one would tease the display of a prized vase or work of art. Save for those viewings, which were for the benefit of the territory, she lived in sacred quarters that were surrounded by guards. She had never been visited by the female, who immediately after birthing her had given her into the care of specially trained staff in that suite of rooms that was a prison. Such was the life of the princess of the Sahib. She had found a way out, however, and had been drifting around the palace under the guise of a maid, a low priest, even an astrologer ever since. Machen slipped out and briskly walked away. Nothing like discovering Sex, her mother's favorite lover, having a tryst with two human females, whom he had evidently smuggled in, likely through the rear entrance. Machen hadn't meant to find out his secret, but she had discovered that there was a grate up high on the wall, and learned that, if she dematerialized into it, she could travel along the system of heating and air-conditioning ducts. For quite some time, it had been nothing but a game with which to pass the time, and she had learned nothing of note from her spying. That had changed one night, however, as she had, in her shadow form, looked down through one of the slats, and gotten her first and only sight of the mating act. Although, well, there had been a lot of body parts, so she wasn't sure what she had seen exactly. She must have made a sound or something, because Sex had frozen and looked up, meeting her eyes even while the humans kept moving and grinding against him. Sex had come to her cell immediately thereafter, and they had struck their little deal. In exchange for keeping what she had seen private, and no longer using the venting system, she was allowed to leave her quarters, provided she stayed within the palace and kept herself duly camouflaged. Sex's indiscretion could well have been the death of him. Shadows believed that mating was a sacred act, and the Queen would have been infuriated to know that certain body parts of hers had essentially been exposed to the body parts of humans by virtue of sex's exploits. That male was supposed to be hers and hers alone. Everyone knew this. And those human women? He might as well have had sheep in that bed of his. As Machen padded along, moving through the corridors, her stomach began doing flip-flops. As she had gained age, she had been granted some privacy, such that she could send all attendants away from her quarters, and she had exercised that privilege once again this evening. Before going to check that her mother was, in fact, in full mourning, she had told her servants to depart from her quarters, as she was exhausted from stress and desirous of some privacy as she exercised the rituals required of her. None had questioned her, and no one would be back until after dawn. It would be easy to use the great system and escape out into the world. Meet up with her betrothed's brother. And, well, she didn't know what. Stars above, was she really going to do this? She wasn't even exactly sure where the cabin he had spoken of was. No, this was foolhardy, stupid, reckless. An image of I Am standing naked before her cut off all thought. As her body began to warm from the inside out, she realized that, in spite of all her mind might be telling her, her flesh was going to drive her to him. She would go. Heaven help her, she was going to go. And deal with the consequences, whatever they may be, later. Chapter 50. Trez just needed to cop to shit. When it came to Storytown, he was only good at the kiddie rides. Stuff like the teacups and the dragon tail, which was a swoosh that didn't leave the ground and barely gave you a breeze in the face, and the effin' carousel with its elevator music and those hard-seated, impaled horses and unicorns going up and down. Speaking of poles and up and down, "You ready to go home?" he asked. Selena looked up at him. "I am. This has been so much fun." "I know, right? Best night of my life." She leaned into his body, giving him a squeeze. "That's not totally true, though. I thought you were going to lose it on the roller coaster." He stopped, pivoted her around, swept her hair back from her face. "I was with you, so it was perfect." The kiss was supposed to be one of those I'm making a point ones, a quick affirmation that he meant what he'd said. But he'd been wanting to get it on with her all night, and before he knew it, he had her flush against him, her breasts pushing into his chest, her hips locked in his palms, his tongue stroking hers. "You want to get out of here?" he growled again. "Yes," she said against his mouth. It was probably time anyway, he thought with a quick glance at his watch. Yup, 11:15. Even though his cock was in a hurry to get gone, he didn't want to miss the stroll back to where the car was parked. With his arm around her shoulders and their left-rights in step, they walked the paths that took them by all the rides they'd gone on, past the blue picnic table where they'd done the dog and burger, around the cotton candy concession where they'd gotten a big cone of Marge Simpson hair and torn off pieces to feed each other. "I didn't get you a stuffed animal," he said. "Buy me one?" "Oh, I don't need—" "No, win you one. At like a 6-gun shooting range." She sent him a look from under her lids. "I know how you can make it up to me. Remember eating that cotton candy?" "Yeah. Your tongue was very good at it." As all kinds of hallelujah images of her naked with her thighs wide hit him, he had to wonder if there wasn't a hotel on the way home. "God, I wish this were summer," he groaned. "Oh?" "I could push you into a dark corner and take those pants down." You could do that now, you know." He stopped. "It's too cold." "Is it?" She took his hands and pulled on them. "Look over here. There are no lights. It's sheltered." Sure enough, the visitors' center, which was lights-out closed because it was just them, was a star-shaped facility, multiple entrances jutting out from its central body, creating pockets of dense, private darkness. "No one will see," she whispered against his throat. Without any exterior lights, the juncture she drew him into was pitch black, and his sex hit the go button before his brain did. Turning her to face him, he kissed her hard and pressed her back against the painted siding, his hands sneaking into her parka and finding her breasts. Her nipples were tight, and he pinched at them through her bra and blouse, tweaking and then thumbing them as he eased his thigh in between her legs. "Fuck, I've wanted to do this all night," he said before taking her lips again. She was hot and fluid under his hands and against his body, ready, so fucking ready, so with him. He wanted to get her totally naked. There was something really frickin' hot about the idea of her like that and him fully clothed. Plus then he'd be able to get to her nipples with his mouth. It was way too cold for that action, however, and besides, he was down for a quickie in this hidden place, but he was not feeling the idea that anyone would see her in that state, all gloriously undone and hot as hell. The bonded male in him was liable to tear some poor Good Samaritan human apart with his fangs. Not the romantic end to the evening he was looking for. His hands went down to the waistband of her slacks, and it was a case of unclip, unzip, and down you go. They were boot-cut, thank fuck, and one side slid off from her shoe just like a dream. "Do you want my panties off?" she asked between heaving breaths. "No, I'm going to fuck you with them on." And he did. He grabbed her perfect ass and hopped her off the ground and around his waist. Reaching in from behind, he stroked at her, feeling how ready she was, how hot she was, how desperate she was. He wanted to spend all night there. Instead, he shoved the silk aside and, "Oh, God, Selena," he hissed. Slick and hot, tight and vital, the penetration rocked him and kept him standing at the same time. As he began to move, he held on to her ass and rocked her back and forth. Her hair was in his face, her scent was in his nose. She was an overwhelming tide that made him want to drown. Faster, harder. She came first, and he loved that, her rhythmic grips juicing him even further. And then he jumped on the one roller coaster he was willing to ride for infinity, his cock kicking inside of her, the orgasm bringing them soul close. When it was over, he panted against her until he worried he was crushing her. "I'm sorry." She went for his mouth, sucking his lower lip in and nipping at it. More. Instantly, he was ready to go again. But even as his hips started to pump, he had to stop. "Home," he grunted. "We need to do this at home." "Still concerned about the cold?" she drawled, running a fang down his jaw to his jugular. "And here I am, feeling so hot." Trez moaned and wobbled in his boots. "I'm greedy. I want more access to you than I can get here." Her laugh was like a caress over his bare flesh. "Then by all means, take me to your bed." It was treacherous getting her fully back into those slacks, particularly as he bent down to the ground and went eye to eye with her sex. Gritting his teeth, he somehow managed to get her dressed and have him restuffed into his fly without going caveman on her. And then it was a case of nonchalantly strolling out of the shadows, all nothing doing, as he pulled her back in close to his side. "That was so amazing," she whispered. "I can still feel you inside of me." Trez started to walk funny. It was either that or break something you couldn't put a cast on. By the time they made it to the car, he was calculating the exact ETA for his bedroom, assuming he was going 150 miles an hour. Hey, it was a Porsche, right? Opening her door for her, he sat her down and closed her in, and then all but wide receivered it around to the driver's side. The second his ass hit that bucket seat, he fired up the engine. "Oh, cold!" she shouted. The heater had been going when he'd shut things down, and now that powerful blower was kicking out Arctic everything. They both reached forward, slapping at various buttons and knobs. Music exploded out of the Burmeister sound system, thanks to the Sirius dial. And before he could turn the stuff off, DJ Khalid's "Hold You Down" came on. "Wait," he said. "No, leave it on." Getting out, he hopped around to her side again, opened the door, and offered her his hand. "Dance with me." "What?" "Dance with me, my queen." Sweeping her out of her seat, he led her to the front of the Porsche, into the headlights, pulling her close. Together they moved, bodies shifting, fingers intertwining, the beat transforming the parking place and the wide-open amusement park into a private dance hall. "Forever," he murmured against her. "I'll hold you down." Trez curled his head onto her shoulder so that his much larger body was all around her, encompassing her, protecting and loving her. Together, they danced in and out of the headlights. Up in the security tower, I.M. watched his brother take Selena back out of the car and bring her around to the front grille. There was no knowing what song was playing, and it wasn't like it mattered. Just watching the two of them come together and move as one, shifting to the music, holding each other close, was enough. I.M. found himself having to brush at both of his eyes to clear them. It was too damned hard to look at. Turning away, he paced around the tight space and thought of how much Trez would hate being so high up in the air. Nothing but the wide-angle view and the drop to the ground to focus on. The male had always hated heights, to the point where it had been a miracle to get him to agree to a place on the 18th floor of the Commodore. He was staring at the roller coaster when, a few minutes later, his phone let off a wiggle in the pocket of his leather jacket. He took the thing out. "Time to go," was all the text said. Almost immediately, a second one came in from his brother. "Thank you so much." Trez never spelled out words in text, so he must have really meant it. I.M. hesitated with his response. Then he sent, "Glad to help. We'll see you home." He went to put the thing back into his jacket when he hesitated. "Then I'ma go to check on things." It was a text he'd sent 1,000,000 times over the last couple of years, and in fact he meant it. He was going to see about the restaurant and the clubs, how they were functioning, if anyone needed anything. That was exactly what he needed to do next, and exactly what would keep him from going to that damn cabin. Time to head out. With no one else around to play witness, he was free to dematerialize down to where he'd parked the BMW X5 that he and his brother had been sharing. A moment later, the Porsche was released through the side gate, and he followed the leader at a discreet distance across the 2-acre empty parking lot, as did many, in a conventional ambulance. The entire way back to the Brotherhood compound, I.M. had that picture of his brother and Selena in his mind, the pair of them dancing in the headlights, like a pair of teenagers. Too bad they were in a John Green novel. How many more nights did they have, he wondered. Shit. He felt morbid thinking like that. But there was a clock running here. With every hour that passed, it was more likely, instead of less, that Selena was going to collapse again. And then what the fuck was he going to do with his brother? Jesus Christ. Trez was going to be unmanageable. With happy thoughts like that running through his head, he lost track of time. And before he was aware of having covered any distance at all, they were mounting the mist-covered rise up to the mansion, Manny having broken off to head in the back way with the ambulance. Hopefully, Selena was never going to know the precautions they were taking on her behalf. It would have been a buzzkill. How could it not be? Was careful to keep his distance as the last turn before the mansion approached, giving Trez time to get her inside. When he finally did pull into the courtyard, he went around the fountain and parked next to Rage's GTO, which wasn't going to be out there much longer. The brother always moved it into the garage during the winter months. Manny's Porsche was at the base of the stairs, its top up, its key no doubt making its way back to the doctor so he could bring it to the training center's underground lot, too. Shut the BMW off, got out and locked it, even though he didn't need to, and stalled out. Staring up at the sky, he watched the breath leaving his mouth drift off and disappear. That image of Trez and Selena dancing was like a dog with its fangs in his gray matter, the memory refusing to budge. And not, he was ashamed to admit, because he was thinking of everything his brother was in danger of losing, or because he was stressing about how to peel that sad bastard off the pavement when things came to a bad conclusion. Instead, he was wondering— Shit. He was wondering what that felt like. To hold a female close to your body. Have her scent in your nose, and your hands on her shoulders, her waist, her hips. He wanted to know what it was like to turn her face up to yours and— Okay, he needed to pull back from all that. Because none of it was happening for him. Not now. Not in a half hour if he went to that cabin. Not in a week or a month or a year from now. As if on cue, a cold breeze came barreling by. Like the universe wanted to underscore all the cold and lonely he had going on. The sound of the vestibule's outside door opening snapped him to attention. He liked Manny, but he didn't need the guy coming out to play musical cars and finding him. It wasn't the good doctor. Trez was coming out of the house, jogging down the stone steps, heading across the courtyard. Shit. Put his hand on his phone in case he needed to call whoever the fuck. Hey, is she all— He didn't get the right out. His brother wrapped him up in a bear hug. Thank you so much for tonight. At first, didn't know how to respond. He and his brother weren't huggers. I was so glad you were there. It meant everything to me. Had to clear his throat. Trez just squeezed harder. Cautiously, put his arms around Trez. The movement felt all weird, but when he finally embraced the guy in return, he felt his brother shudder. I'm sorry, man, he said in his head. I don't want any of this for you. The cold wind continued to blow, and after a long moment, they stepped back. Trez had ditched his jacket and he shoved his hands into the pockets of his slacks. I got your text. I feel bad that I've just dumped everything on you. It's okay. It's not. Trez, you need to be with her and take care of your female. That's the most important thing. The rest of it is just conversation. Those dark eyes focused on something above Iam's left shoulder. Or maybe whatever it was above his ear. I seriously do not know why you're out here wasting time with me, Iam muttered. I want more for you than this. I happen to like my job at Sal's just fine. His brother's stare locked on his. That is not what I'm talking about, and you know it. Iam joined the club with the fist-in-the-pocket routine. Enough with the talk. Go to your female. Trez was a hard-headed son of a bitch, capable of tremendous acts of hell no, but I am, as usual, got through to him. The male turned around, but made it only halfway to the mansion's entrance before he stopped and looked over his shoulder. "Don't waste all your life on me, okay?" Trez shook his head. "I'm not worth it, and you're worth more than that." I am rolled his eyes. "Stop thinking. Start walking again. Ask yourself what's going to be left for you after I'm gone. If you're honest, I don't think you're going to like the answer any more than I do. And spare me the everything's going to be fines. Neither one of us is that naive. Why are you distracting yourself with this? Seriously, Trez. It's not a distraction. It's the kind of shit that eats you alive when you love someone." On that note, Trez kept going, heading up the stone steps and disappearing through the vestibule's door. I am closed his eyes and sagged against the SUV. He didn't need that little monologue of his brother's in his head right now. He really didn't.
Chapter 51. Selena's hands were stiff. Standing at the counter in the Brotherhood's kitchen, she tried to open a can of Coke and found that her fingers refused to grip the tab right. Instead of pulling the metal lip free, they skipped over the top. As all kinds of warnings went off in her head, she reined in the panic and reminded herself that she'd spent 3 hours in the cold without any gloves on. Making a couple of loose fists, she blew into them, then shook her arms, cracked her knuckles, tried not to start looking for other problems elsewhere in her body. People who had her disease could still get minor league frostbite. She faced off at the can again, her heart pounding as she watched from a great distance while she approached the pop-top once more. She viewed her hands and fingers with dispassion, as if they were attached to someone else's wrists, moved by someone else's brain. Crack. Fizz. She exhaled and had to steady herself on the granite. "You okay?" Covering up the relief, she smiled as Trez came in from the dining room. "Just getting some soda. I'm thirsty." "How's your stomach?" "Very well. How's yours?" As he came up to her, she had the sense that he was hiding something from her as well. And it was a shock to discover that in spite of her big living the truth speech, after she'd come out of the latest arrest, she wanted him to keep his secret, just like she wanted to keep hers. They'd had such a wonderful night. The last thing she needed was to ruin it with heavy conversation that would just expose problems that couldn't be solved, and questions that weren't going to be answered until it was too late. "Tom's just fine." She forced another smile. "Would you like to head upstairs?" "That'd be great." Picking up her soda, she took the palm he offered her and went out with him through the dining room and into the foyer. The house was essentially empty, the brothers off working. Rath seeing civilians, Beth and Marissa and Mary at Safe Place, Bella babysitting, L.W. and Nala up in the new nursery suite, the Doggin attending to their duties. All of this was going to continue, she thought, when she was gone. All of the doors opening and shutting, menus planned and consumed, people living their lives. Dearest Virgin Scribe, she wanted to stay with them. She didn't want to go on to what might well be absolute nothingness, an utter unplugging of who she was and what mattered to her and how she thought and felt. Gone. Nothing left. She had been trained, no, programmed, really, to believe in the afterlife, and serve the mother of the race, and adhere to traditions she had neither established herself nor volunteered for. And she had done all of that without question. Coming to the end of her life, she wished she had asked and challenged and had a voice. So much wasted time. As she started up the stairs with Trez, she found herself wondering why. If there was a fade and people continued up there, why had the scribe virgin demanded that everything on earth be recorded in the sanctuary?
Why all of those volumes and volumes of lives lived? If, after death, the people still existed only in a different form. You had to preserve only that which could be lost. Her heart started to pound, a sudden terror taking hold. "Oh, shit," Trez breathed. Clearly he'd read her mind. "I don't know what I'm thinking. It's probably just nonsense." He threw out his free hand for the banister and weaved. "Trez, what's wrong?" "Shit. Fuck." He looked over at her, but his eyes were unfocused. "Can you help me to the room? I can't see." "Dearest Virgin Scribe, let me get Doc Jane." No, it's just a migraine." He steadied himself with help from her. "I don't have a lot of time. I have to get upstairs to a dark room and lie down." "Let me call Doc Jane." "No. As you remember, I've gotten these all my life. I know what's coming. It's going to be hell for 8 hours, but it can't really hurt me." Selena tried to take as much of his weight as she could while they hobbled up to the second-story landing, and then crossed over to the door to the 3rd floor. His big body moved slowly, and at some point, he just gave up on his vision entirely, those eyes of his shutting. Somehow, she got him up to his room and down on the bed. "Dark is going to help," he said, putting his forearm over his face. "And could you bring a waste paper basket over?" Hustling around, she turned off all the lights except the one in the bathroom and made sure there was a receptacle right next to his head. "Do you want me to take your clothes off?" "Okay. Yeah." It was not exactly the experience she'd been banking on, but then again, her mood had gotten ruined even before this. And as she did the deed, she was oh so careful with him, helping him with his jacket, then shucking his boots and socks, and doing away with his slacks. "I'ma keep the shirt on. I just don't have the energy for it." He captured her hand and tugged her into a sit by his lap. "Not the way I'd planned on ending tonight." She kissed his palm. "What else can I do for you?" "Just let me lie here for the next 6 to 8 hours. And don't worry. Like I said, all of this, from the headache to the nausea, is normal. Unfortunately." "What causes this?" "Stress." "Do you want me to call I am?" "Shit, no. He has too much on his plate already. Actually, I think he's why I got it." "Is there something wrong with him?" As Trez fell silent, she wanted to press, but he was ill. "You don't have to go," he said. "I don't want to disturb you." "You won't." He rubbed her hand with his own, and his lips, which were the only part of his face showing, broke into a smile. "I love your hands. I've told you that, right? They're so smooth and soft. Long fingers." As she stayed with him and he ran his fingertips from the inside of her wrist to the base of her fingers, she felt her panic melt away. Nothing felt strange in those joints anymore, so it definitely had been the cold. A little later he let out a soft moan, his mouth flattening, his body tensing up, and then he began to swallow. "I need you to go," he mumbled. "I'm sorry. I don't want you to see this." "Are you sure?" "Please. Now." It was the last thing she wanted to do, but she got to her feet. "I'm in the house, okay? I'm not leaving. Call me if you—" He jerked over onto his side and reached for the bucket. Pausing over the thing, he opened his eyes and pegged her with a frazzled stare. "You need to leave now." "I love you," she said, rushing for the door. "I wish I could help." She wasn't sure he'd even heard her as she slipped out, and just as she shut the door, the sounds of him retching made her wince. For a split second, she thought she might camp out in the hall beyond his room. But then, as she debated where she was going to sit on the floor, She realized that she couldn't get her grip off the doorknob. Her palm had frozen on the brass. "Of course I am not quitting. Don't be daft." As Assail addressed his cousins in the kitchen of his glass house, he was in a vicious mood, and sinking even deeper into anger upon Eric's inquiry. "But the king has no right to interfere in matters of commerce flowing to humans." He conveniently avoided thinking or commenting upon the conflict of interest issue. "And I have no intention of complying with that order of his. So how do we proceed?" "He will have us followed. That is what I would do were I he. I want the two of you to go activate the warning to my colleague. We'll suspend operations briefly and reconnoiter." "Aye." After the pair of them left, he stayed in his kitchen so that whatever brothers had been stationed around his house would have him in plain view. Taking out his vial of cocaine, he discovered it was, once again, nearly empty, but at least there was enough to tide him over. When he finished partaking, he went into his study on the other side of his home. It, too, had glass windows, and he turned on the desk lamp so that they could keep a good eye on him. Sitting down, he looked at the piles of papers he'd made. Investment accounts, brokerage accounts, monies in the U.S. and abroad. Growing, growing, growing. The fortune at his disposal had turned another corner about a month ago. The laundered money from the Caymans transferred into more legal accounts in the UK and Switzerland. So much, and all of it accumulating interest, dividends, and appreciation. When he had started in the business of drug dealing, shortly after he had come to America from the old country about a year ago, he had already been doing very well for himself, even by his standards. Now, there was double that amount in his various accounts. Picking up a random sheaf of papers, he looked at his month-end report. The daily one in his computer was even more recent. In spite of his largesse, the idea that wrath was getting in the way of his pursuits infuriated him to his marrow, just not for a reason he would admit to anyone. Without this, he had nothing. What had started as an extension of his European business had grown into his raison d'être, the sole purpose he had in his life, the only drive that got him out of bed in the evening and dressed and out the door. To be fair, he'd always enjoyed making money. But ever since last winter. Cursing, he leaned back in his leather chair and put his head in his hand. Then, without looking, he reached into the inner pocket of his suit jacket and took out his phone. He had memorized Sola's number long ago, but he hadn't called it. Not since she had left here to get out of exactly the kind of criminal life he was leading. Going into his phone, he went to the numerical dial pad. As he had so many times before, he punched in the sequence of 10 numbers, one after another, his fingertip finding and following the pattern he knew by heart. No, he hadn't called her, but on a regular basis he did this. 10 numbers that were anything but random to him, punched into his phone, and cleared away without him having hit send. If the king took his livelihood away, then he was going to have fucking nothing to do but stew in the fact that the one woman he wanted was utterly unobtainable. Woman, not female. She was human, not vampire. Hell, she didn't even know that vampires existed. And therein lay the catch. Even if he broke out of the drug dealing, it wasn't like he could go down to Miami, show up on her doorstep and be all like, "Hey, let's pick up where we were." Not going to happen. Because sooner or later, his species was going to come out, and then where were they going to be? For some reason, the stillness and silence of his glass house sank in, reminding him exactly how alone he was, and would be if he stopped his drugging. Hell, his cousins were not going to be content with sitting around and mourning a female they were not in love with. He would lose them too. God, he was rather pathetic, wasn't he? More to the point, what was he going to do? With the cocaine sizzling in his veins, his brain made a sudden A plus B equals C calculation that was based on a totally preposterous idea, which, nonetheless, offered him a rather stunning solution to all this. Straightening in his seat, he frowned and looked around the room, his eyes going on a wander as his brain picked apart the plan. When he could find no fault, he cleared Sola's digits from the screen of his phone and dialed Eric. When he got voicemail, he figured they were probably still dematerialized. A second later, his phone rang and he answered, not bothering with a greeting. "Have you left a symbol for him yet?" Eric's reply was muffled by the wind down by the river. "We've just arrived. Wait for him. Do not reveal yourself." Assail continued to give instructions, and at the end of it all, Eric's response was perfect. "As you wish." Assail ended the call and sank back into the chair. Taking a deep breath, he cursed. This was going to be a lot of work, but it was the only solution he seemed to have. Plus, the fact that this would consume him for the appreciable future was exactly what he wanted. And if it didn't work, well, then he'd be dead, and he wouldn't care about anything anymore. Not even the woman he longed for with every inch of his body and all of his black, misbegotten heart. Her mother had gotten it right with that name of hers. Marisol had indeed stolen his soul. Chapter 52. I had not intended for Trez's words to sink in any more than the cold breeze had when they'd been standing in the courtyard. He had planned to go inside, eat something fast, and forget that whole interaction had occurred. Go about his night. Head over to the clubs and the restaurant. Push papers. Take control. Make some decisions that were concrete and solid. Instead, he was stuck in the foyer, staring up at the 3-story high ceiling that had been painted by some great artist. The subject matter was, he supposed, inspirational. Heroes on venerable steeds, fighting in the clouds, heavenly warriors who were brave and strong and on the side of the righteous. But all that glory wasn't why he'd gone into pause mode. Trez's destiny was a house of cards, a delicate, tricky thing that had to be managed all of both their lives. Every move took had to be careful, deliberate, and calculated with the goal of survival. His brothers. He was a centuries-old virgin because of it. Hell, he hadn't even looked at a female, ever. Whether Trez had been banging them in the clubs, or throwing porn up on the TV, or talking about what he'd done all over his desk, in the back of his car, outside in the fucking parking lot, had never had any interest in any of it. He'd been a flatline motherfucker. Mother-not-fucker, as it were. And yeah, he'd tried on the whole gay thing for size, wondering if maybe he was attracted to men and males. Nope. It had gotten to the point where, if it weren't for the fact that he washed them every night, he'd have wondered whether or not he had any balls. Ask yourself what's going to be left for you after I'm gone. If you're honest, I don't think you're going to like the answer any more than I do. Without being aware of having come to a decision, turned on his heel and went out through the vestibule. On the front stoop of the massive gray mansion, he stood in the wind, and then took flight. On the journey to his destination, flashes of the past battered at him, Trez escaping from the palace, being held until he promised to bring the mail back, which had been the last thing he'd actually intended on doing. The mad hunt. The cabin on Black Snake Mountain. As resumed his form, he had a moment of straight-up nausea as he took in the ragged, weathered structure with its rough vertical siding and its cedar shingles, and that rock chimney which extruded from the roofline like a bad tooth. It was exactly the same. Not even kind of the same, with different windows or shrubbery growing or trees that had fallen or overgrown. No, for a split second, he wasn't sure whether this was years ago or right now. Shaking himself, he walked to the front door. The hinges creaked as he opened things up, and at least he was better prepared for what he saw. Precisely the same. From the placement of the no-frills furniture, to the old fire smell, to the drafts that wheedled their way through the walls. He closed the door behind him and walked around, his boots making the rough-cut floorboards clap and groan. Over by the river rock hearth, he found a generous supply of wood. Guessed the last hunters who had used the place had been good little helpers and ready to pay shit forward. His hands shook as he laid logs on the andirons and shoved pine needles underneath. Taking out the lighter he kept on him thanks to having worked with a lot of temperamental gas cooktops, he lit things, fanned them, got the flames up and rolling. He told himself it was a waste of time and heat. She wasn't going to come. There was no way she was going to come. He was just going to hang here for a half hour or so, play witness to his brain sinking into some dark, dangerous territory, and then put out the fire and head back to Caldy. The clubs. He would go to the clubs first, and then— The sound of that creaky door opening made him stiffen. Machen's scent flooded the interior. Cranking his head around, he lifted his eyes. There, in the doorway, she stood in the flesh, her robes flapping in the cold wind rushing in from behind her. She was both a ghost and soul-shatteringly vital. And as he looked at her, he knew exactly why they had both come. Chapter 53. Selena took the long underground tunnel to the training center slowly. It was a case of one foot after the other, from the base of the short stairs that led into the subterranean passageway to the door that opened into the office closet. Every time she had to enter a passcode or push her way through a jam, she waited for the reconsideration to hit her, the turnaround to happen, the back upstairs to be made manifest. Instead, she ended up not just emerging into Tor's workspace, but going through its glass door and coming out into the concrete corridor beyond. The clinic was about 30 yards down, that collection of doors coming after all kinds of alternate destinations presented themselves. Weight rooms, gyms, locker rooms. Her feet didn't stop at any of those. No, they took her right to the one place she had resolved never to return to voluntarily. Her knock was quiet, an opportunity for a no reply, either because nobody was there, score, or they were busy helping someone else, sad but a relief too, or so engrossed in work they didn't hear her, which was like leaving a voicemail for someone you didn't really want to speak with anyway. Doc Jane opened up, and did a, "Whoa, hey," recoil. "Selena, hi." She lifted her palm up lamely. "Hi." There was a pause, and then the doctor said, "Is this a social thing, or do you need— You're probably pretty busy, right?" "Actually, after having been slammed for about 3 days straight, I've just been catching up on medical records." The female eased back. "Come on in if you like." Selena braced herself, stepped over the threshold, tried desperately not to look at that exam table. Meanwhile, Doc Jane went over and sat down on a rolling stool, folding her white coat around herself and crossing her legs. The scrubs she had on underneath were blue. Her Crocs were red. Her eyes were forest green and grave. Selena started to walk around, but everywhere she looked, All she saw were glass-fronted stainless steel cabinets with torture instruments in them. Rattled, she eyed the door to the corridor, which was shutting slowly, silently on its own, like the lid of a coffin. "Hey," Doc Jane said. "I was just going to stretch my legs. You want to join me for a couple of laps around the gym?" "Oh, God, yes. Thank you." The pair of them went out together, heading down past a number of doors and many, many yards of corridor. When they got to their destination, Doc Jane opened the heavy steel panel and turned on the caged ceiling lights. "I know it's weird, but I love this place," Jane said. "The wood with that beautiful honey-yellow color, and everything smells like floor cleaner, which is kinda nuts because I hate chemicals in the air on things." As the doctor started them walking around the far edge of the basketball courts, Selena was pretty sure that the pace was kept slow on purpose. They'd made it down the short side, under the hoop, and through the left turn to head along the bleachers before Selena said anything. "I think—" Tears came to her eyes, and she realized she was terrified. "We have all the time you need," Doc Jane said softly. Selena wiped under both eyes. "I'm afraid to talk about it. Like, if I do— Are you having some symptoms?" She couldn't speak, but found herself nodding. "I think— yes." Doc Jane made an "mm-hmm" sound. "Do you want to tell me what they are?" Selena put out her hand, the one that had gotten frozen on the doorknob, and flared her fingers wide. As she flexed things open and closed, her mind went on a wild ride of, are they worse? Are they better? Are they the same? "Your hands?" When all she did was nod again, Doc Jane asked, "Anywhere else?" At least this time she could shake her head. "Do you remember," the doctor said, "when an attack came before, whether or not you had any prodromals?" "What does that mean? Any sort of advance warning?" Selena brushed at her eyes again and wiped her hands on the pants Trez had taken off her body no more than a half-hour before. With a surge of agony, she wanted to go back to that moment, back to the time before her disease had started talking again. "I don't know. I don't remember ever noticing anything. But before, I used to ignore it as much as I could. I didn't want to think about it." She glanced over at the doctor. "I'm sorry that I didn't come back down to see you. You know, after I—" Doc Jane batted at the air. "God, girl, don't worry about it. There are no hard and fast rules, and you have to do what feels right. People need to direct their own lives. Is there anything we can do for me? Anything we should do?" The healer took her time in answering. "I'm going to be straight with you, okay?" Ah, yes. Nothing was available. "I'd appreciate it. For the last 48 hours, there have been a lot of people searching for solutions. Manny's reached out to his human contacts. I've talked with Havers. Rev headed up to the Sympath territory, and I got a text from I Am saying that he went to the Sahib." "Nothing?" "Havers is only aware of patients who struggle with localized episodes, like arthritis flare-ups that hit hands or knees, hips or shoulders. Nothing with the systemic symptoms as severe as you present with. He treats the patients with anti-inflammatories and painkillers. Even though he's tried some human drugs, he hasn't had any breakthroughs of note when it comes to prevention or cure. And neither the Sympaths nor the Shadows have any familiarity with the issue. Management. That was the best she could hope for." "Can you tell me how much time I have?" Doc Jane shook her head. "I can check your inflammatory markers, but I don't really have anything to compare them to, and the attacks come on fast, from what I understand. That suggests a sudden surge, like an earthquake." They kept going around the gym, heading down, 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 to the distant end, where there was a door marked Equipment Room and PT. "I guess we should go back and check my... you know." Selena circled the air next to her with her hand. "Inflammation things." "We can if you want. I think the important thing is that you do whatever makes you feel supported and calmer." "Okay. All right." A moment later, she felt Doc Jane take her hand and squeeze, and as she looked over, she was shocked to see the emotion on the healer's face. Such stark sadness, a pain that went deep. Selena tugged the other female to a halt. "This is not your fault." Those forest green eyes went around the cavernous expanse of the gym, not landing anywhere. I want to help. I want to give you the rest of the many, many years you're due. I want you to live, and the fact that I can't find a solution... I'm so sorry, Selena. I'm so sorry. And I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep trying, looking." It seemed like the most natural thing in the world to put her arms around the woman and hold on. "I'm so sorry," Doc Jane choked out. Later, Selena would realize it was the first of her goodbyes. Machen had struggled to find the cabin. Black Snake Mountain was easy enough. East side of the peak was also not a problem, and the scent of the fire should have been simple, because even when she was in molecular form, her sense of smell was strong, and there was nothing clearer than smoke on a fall night. Even so, it had been difficult. She had traveled through the air, searching. She had been on the verge of turning around and going back, an aching sadness taking hold within her. But then that smoke had come upon the breeze, and she had crisscrossed over its trail, tracking the strength of the scent, zeroing in on its source. And there was the cabin he had spoken of. She had shadowed up to the thing, staying in her energy form, shooting over the scruffy ground, going around the small, simple structure, reassuring herself that it was, in fact, him and him alone. Taking form, she approached the door and knocked. When he didn't answer, she opened the way in. He was by the fire, crouched down, tending to the flames. Instantly, his big body rose to a stand, the flickering light behind him creating an aura. As she stepped inside, the wind caught the door and flipped it closed, the slam making her jump. "It's cold in here," he said roughly. "I'm trying to get it warmer." Seeing him was enough to make her completely unaware of her surroundings. She could have been in a desert, on the ocean, off to the polar ice caps, and nothing would have registered. "Come closer." He beckoned her with his hand, to the fire. Her body obeyed him without hesitation, although it was to him she went, not the flames. And as she stepped beside him, he moved back as if he didn't want to crowd her. "Let me get you something to sit on." Before she could tell him not to bother himself, he went over to a bedding platform and pulled the soft pad off the top along with some rough blankets. With sure hands, he arranged everything and then once again moved away. The sex rolling off of him was irresistible. As cool as he was trying to be, as respectful as he was being, she could sense the need in him. And yes, she realized, this was indeed why she had risked so much to come here. She wanted him, too. Even though it was going to create a crisis, even though it was irresponsible, even though it made no sense. She had followed the rules all her life, but there was no responsibility or duty that was even half as captivating as he was, and her time for what relative freedom she had was running out. Lowering herself onto the bedding, she crossed her legs under her heavy robing. "Please, sit with me?" "You sure you want me to?" He loomed over her, his dark face absorbing that playful light. "Yes," she breathed.
He lowered himself to his knees, his heavy-lidded eyes moving over the robing that covered her from crown of head to sole of foot. "Will you let me see you?" he said in a deep voice. Machen swallowed hard. Then she lifted her hands to the mesh that covered her face, but it was to hold the masking in place. "I am afraid." "Of what?" What if he didn't like what he saw? "I already know you're beautiful," he said, as if he read her mind. "How?" He touched the center of his large chest. "I see you in here. I know you in here. You are very beautiful to me, no matter what you look like." Acutely aware of everything that she hadn't told him about herself, she whispered, "We do not know each other." "Does that matter to you?" "No. Me neither." He frowned and looked into the fire. "The last couple of nights, with everything going on with my brother, it's been an eye-opener. I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get on with living, instead of keep going in this neutral zone nightmare, waiting for the axe to fall." "Is your brother... is he going to come back to the territory ever?" "They say he refuses his duty, even though the Queen has decreed after the morning—" She had to stop. The anxiety was too great. She was supposed to come unto her mate untouched. That was not going to happen. But what could the Anointed One do to her? They were both being forced into the mating, and tradition dictated that he was essentially her property. A protest from him would be like a chair making an argument against being sat upon. I shook his head. After Trez loses Selena, all bets are off. And frankly, that princess, she isn't going to want what's left of him. Not unless she's into necrophilia. He's going to be dead, whether he's walking or in a grave. Machen hung her head. She had never not known about the mating that awaited her. It had been part of her rearing, the expectation that the Anointed One was destined by the stars to be her impregnating mate, and that with him, through him, she would ensure her mother's bloodline continued to rule over the Sahib. Preordained, written in the sacred stars. She had accepted what was her due the same way she had accepted everything about her life, from her station to her loneliness to the perennial sense that she was missing out on so much through no fault or choice of her own. She cleared her throat. "I would imagine that the princess would let him go, if she could. She would not want anyone to suffer, most especially one who had lost a female of worth." "Do you know her?" "I have attended her." "What's she like?" Before she could answer, he put up his hand. "Actually, I don't need to know." "I think she would say that she is as trapped as your brother. I think she is in a jail of destiny, too." He rubbed his face. "That actually makes me hate her less. I guess I never thought about what it's been like for her. She was told of her destiny just as he was. She has not chosen any of this." I gave a short laugh. "Maybe they can tell the Queen to go screw. If both of them refuse to play the game, it could be all over. Not that it's going to save my brother from losing his love." "But the stars have revealed their destinies." That dark stare swung back to her. "Do you believe that? I mean, do you actually think that the alignment of a bunch of disinterested planets a million light-years away should be used as a map for people's lives? I don't." "It has been the way for generations," she said in a hollow voice. "Doesn't make it right. In fact, that makes it even more offensive. Think of how much has been ruined." Machen's chest got tight as he spoke out loud things that she had been thinking about. Ever since she had learned many years ago that the male she was to mate had found his fate so distasteful
that he had escaped the territory under threat of death and upon punishment of expulsion. "Enough with this talk," he said. "It isn't what we came here for, is it?" Her eyes shifted to his under her mesh. "No, it is not." His stare went to her robing, as if in his mind he was getting her naked already. Her heart started to hammer again, her palms growing sweaty. "I must have you know that I am not." "Neither have I." She recoiled. She couldn't help it. He was just so masculine, so beautiful of form, so— "Change your mind?" he clipped out. "Not sexy, is it?" "How is that possible?" she blurted. "You're so fearsome." There was a pause, and then without warning, he threw back his head and laughed. The sound was so unexpected and captivating, she nearly pulled back in surprise again. When he leveled his eyes on her once more, he smiled for the first time, and he took her breath away. "That is the nicest compliment I have ever received." She felt herself break into a smile under the mesh, but then, as he grew serious once more, she did too. There would be no going back, she thought. If she didn't leave now, before he took her hood off, she was not going to go until the deed was done. Machen's hands lifted to her masking, her decision made. Gripping the bottom of the mesh, she began to raise it. Anxiety made her heart skip beats, but she didn't slow. She didn't stop. Planets should not rule the choices of the quick or the legacies of the dead, she thought, as the cooler air hit her throat, her jaw, her mouth. She was choosing this. She was choosing him. Chapter 54. I felt like he was suspended in time as Machen's face was revealed inch by inch. Her lips were full and deep red, her skin smooth and slightly darker than his, her cheeks wide and high. He stopped being able to form a thought as her eyes were uncovered. Deeply set and with heavy lashes, they were a brilliant peridot green. But then again, she was in high emotion, and that was a sign of it, something that the stares of shadows did. Maybe his were that way too. And then there was her hair, tightly waved. It flowed from the crown of her head and covered her shoulders and beyond. It was so long that he couldn't see where it ended. She was, quite simply, the most extraordinary thing he had ever seen. She was both exotic, because he had been living among humans for so long and had missed the features of his people, and completely normal, because her beauty and her coloring were so much like his own. "It is a crime to keep you covered," he breathed. The blush that ran up from her throat made his fangs descend, and his hands curled from the need to touch her. "In truth," she whispered, "on my blood." As if his regard gave her courage, she put the mesh aside, and continued with her uncovering, releasing the simple brass clasp at her collarbone, and letting the first layer of robes fall from her shoulders. She was delicately built, but she was all female, and as much as he tried not to linger on what her body looked like, his eyes refused to go anywhere else. That flickering pulse at the side of her neck was an invitation to bite. The swell of her breasts was an entreaty to touch. The scent of her sex was a call to be answered. I swallowed the curse that wanted to escape from his mouth. She was too much, too beautiful, too alive. His heart was pounding, and his cock was hard as marble behind his fly. He wished he'd had a drink before he'd come here. Or 6. "You're hungry," she whispered. " 'Yes. Would you care to take my—'
He couldn't believe where she was going with that. Your vein? If you should care for it? Oh, fuck him. Yes. I would beg for such. There is no need for that. He expected her to offer him her wrist, but as she lifted her chin and exposed her throat, he was rendered really fucking stupid. Knew he should ask if she was sure, press her to think this through. This was going to move very fast if he struck her with his fangs. Instead, he groaned, "Please tell me your name." "It is Machen. I told you. That is the only name I feel is mine." He ground his molars. "Machen, you need to know. I don't think I can stop if I get in there." "I know. That is why I want you at my throat. No going back." His eyes rolled, and his torso swayed. "But don't you have a father back home? Someone who will care that you're—" He knew the standards were different for members of the servant class. Females were not expected to be virgins, as they were required to be of service in whatever way was demanded of them. But still. "Are you certain of this?" he said. His erection was screaming for him to shut the fuck up, but his conscience was even stronger than that roaring drive. "I am." Those peridot eyes of hers were steady, strong, certain. Time to stop talking. Went for her, lunging forward, grabbing onto the nape of her neck, bending her backward, holding her in his arms and putting his mouth to her flesh. He had never taken from a female this way, and he didn't immediately strike. He was overcome by the scent of her, by the soft skin under his lips as he extended his tongue and licked up her vein. He intended to nuzzle at her further, but as her hands took hold of his shoulders and she arched into him, he couldn't wait any longer. He hissed and penetrated her skin. At the bite, she cried out, but instead of pushing him away, she pulled him even closer. Her blood was a blast in his mouth, tasting of dark wine and promising an intoxication that started to take hold the instant he swallowed. Sucking at her, he swept his hand down her body, finding the curve of her waist and the flare of her hip. He took more as his pelvis pushed forward, seeking that vital juncture of hers that was still under folds of fabric. Dizzy and hyper-focused at the same time, he laid her out flat and straddled her body, as a wild animal might protect its prey. But he wanted to give to her as well. Moving one of his arms up, he put his wrist over her mouth, rubbing at her lips. Taking the cue, she struck as well, taking his vein as he took hers, completing a circle that exploded the heat between them. Before he knew what he was doing, he went to work on her robes, pulling up, higher and higher, the hem, the folds, the weight. Her thighs were smooth and supple, and they opened for him, giving him access to what he wanted most. No panties. Shadows didn't wear them. When he swept his hand over her sex, she moaned and pulled harder on what he was providing her, and he wanted her to drain him dry, but not the other way around. Forcing himself to release her vein, he licked the puncture wounds closed, and then found himself drawing his lips downward, crossing over the graceful wing of her collarbone. Heading for her breasts, he gripped the top of her robing with his fangs and ripped it apart, the fabric giving way until— "Oh, sweet Jesus," he gasped. Her breasts were high and tight and tipped with little nipples that he didn't spend a lot of time looking at. No, he went for them with his mouth, worshipping them while she continued to take from his wrist. And still, he wanted more of her. Just as he was getting greedy to head lower, even though he had no idea what he was doing, she released his vein and freed him up. Without giving her a chance to seal where she had struck, he reared up over her and took both sides of what he had begun to tear in his hands. Rip!
With that, the underrobing was in two halves, and she was naked before him. Writhing dark skin was bathed in firelight, and her body was marked with smudges of his red blood, and didn't that make him want to put other things of his on her? So that all would know she was his. Dimly, in the back of his addled brain, he was astounded that the stories he had heard and assumed were fiction, those tales of males being around a given female and bonding instantly, were in fact totally and absolutely true. He had seen her face but moments ago, and now he had gone down the wormhole, lost and found by turns, overwhelmed and starved for more at the same time. "Mine," he growled. Bared to her lover's eyes, Machen had expected to feel self-conscious or embarrassed. Only her female bathers had ever seen what I was looking at. Instead, she kicked the robing free from her hands and brought her palms up to cup her breasts. "Yours," she heard herself say. Then she moved down and touched her exposed sex. "Yours." His upper lip curled back, and he let out a growl that was both reverent and a little evil. Then he took off his coat, his shirt, his shoes and pants. Firelight moved over his skin, casting shadows under the cuts of muscle that ribbed his arms, his chest, his abdomen. His arousal was enormous. It was all so out of control, this extraordinary series of events, and the culmination was yet to come. What next? She wondered. She had been nominally instructed in sex in preparation for her mating, the healer giving her an anatomical overview of how things were going to go, and there had been what she had seen of sex and those humans. But neither of those awkward exchanges had done anything to explain how electric it was going to be, how much she was going to want the joining, how desperate she would feel. Planting his hands on either side of her, suspended himself above her body and slowly brought his lips to hers. The contact was feather-light and fleeting, leaving her wanting more, but then he gradually laid himself on top of her, his weight impossibly erotic, his hard contours cutting into her, his hard sex brushing at her core. She began to arch under him, sawing her legs, searching for something, although she did not know what. "I got you," he said. "I'll take care of it." But he didn't. He just kissed her and made it all worse, leisurely licking at her mouth, rocking against her breasts, her inner thighs, all without joining them. "Why do you wait?" she moaned. "I need to make sure you're ready, or it's going to hurt." Her eyes flipped open. "There will be no pain, will there? How much do you, know about?" Her mouth started moving, and she supposed she was speaking, and he was nodding, saying something in return, but she had no idea what was being said on either side. Except then his hand was moving down, going between them, brushing at her sex, delving in. The pleasure he brought out of her was like the firelight, hot and all over her body, taking her to some different consciousness. Then there was a pressure at her core, but nothing painful, just a pushing, a gentle pushing that made her give way internally. When his hand reappeared by her side, she realized it was his arousal going into her, not his fingers. Shifting her hips to accommodate him further, she was aware of a pinching shock, a barrier breaking away. And then the joining was so deep, she felt as though he had entered her all over her body. Good. So good. She reveled in how close he was, their skin-to-skin contact warming her inside and out, a lifetime of hands-off treatment wiped away. And then he began to move. Slow at first, with growing momentum. She was transported along with him to a rising, shimmering pleasure. Sweeping her hands down his surging back, She loved the power of him, and the knowledge that this particular male was the one who had been the first within her body. And then a dam broke, and everything became so much more vivid, a cresting rush pushing her up against that body of his. Her mouth opened, and she cried out, but not in pain. He shouted as well, and there was a pulsing inside her core. But that was not the end. He didn't stop. He just kept going, pumping against her, in her, over her. The healer had not told her it would be this good. Not at all. Chapter 55. He came into her life wearing a Syracuse ball cap and blue jeans that had holes in them. Paradise was at her desk, making entries in the system, fielding inquiries on email, settling visitors in the chairs, when yet another cold breeze shot through the parlor. By now, she was used to the shafts of frigid air. There was one every time the front door opened and shut as a new arrival came in. So she didn't actually look up until she sensed a large presence at her desk. As she lifted her eyes, she had her professional smile in place, but promptly lost the expression. Standing in front of her was a male about 6 feet 7 inches tall, with shoulders as wide as a doorway, and a jaw that was straight as an arrow. He had some kind of windbreaker on, even though it was cold enough for a proper coat, and no gloves. And then there was the orange ball cap and those jeans. "May I help you?" she asked. The brim of that hat was so low, she couldn't see his eyes, but she could feel the impact of them. "I'm here about the training program." His voice was very deep and surprisingly quiet. Given his physical size, she would have expected something much louder. "The training program?" "For the Black Dagger Brotherhood soldiers." "Oh, yes, I know, but it's not here, at this house." As he looked around, she tried to catch sight of his eyes. "I know," he said. "I need an application, and I thought there might be one here." "There was an email that went out. Would you like me to forward it to you?" He glanced around again, shoved his hands into the pockets of those jeans. "Do you have an application that's printed out?" "I can just send you the whole thing right now. What's your email address?" As he seemed to focus on the wall behind her head, she decided that his hair was dark and very short. "I don't have an email address," he said softly. Paradise blinked. "Hotmail is free." "It's okay," the male said, taking a step back. "I'll find another way to get one." "Wait." She opened up the desk drawer. "Here, take mine. This one." He hesitated, reached a long arm over, accepted what she had previously taken out of the wastepaper basket. "Thanks." He glanced down and frowned. At least, she thought he was frowning. "This one is already filled in at the top?" As he passed it back to her, she cursed, "Sorry, let me print you out a fresh one." Clicking through with her mouse, she signed into her email, got Peyton the jerks forward, opened the attachment, hit print. As the machine behind the desk woke up and started whirring, the male put the application down on her desk. "You're going into the program?" Great. Like she needed to get the lecture from a complete stranger. She snatched the paperwork back. "Females are allowed to join, you know. It's in the email. We can join. I think you should. Even if you choose not to fight, I think females should be trained. You don't know when or under what circumstances you might have to protect yourself. It's only logical." Paradise just stared up at him. She cleared her throat. "I happen to agree with you." As the printer fell quiet, she pivoted in her chair and took the warm pages off the top of the HP. There was no real need to paperclip, staple or otherwise tie them together, but she made work out of pulling open another drawer and rifling around for something from Office Max. "You can bring them back here," she said, when she handed them over. "Once you've filled them out. I can give them to the brothers." He folded the application once and put it inside his thin windbreaker. "Thank you." And then he took his ball cap off and bowed to her. As he straightened, she got a better look at him, and file that under OMG. Make that OMFG. His eyes were a perfect sky blue, deeply set, with dark brows and lashes. His face was hollow-cheeked, because he was a little too lean, but that just set off the masculine bone structure, and his mouth was... If he'd gotten her attention before, he pretty much knocked her on her ass now. Thank God for her chair. "What's your name?" she blurted as he turned away. He put his ball cap back on. "Craig." She got to her feet and stuck out her hand. "I'm Paradise. Well, you probably know that already because you read the thing I'd filled in." "Great," she was babbling. "Nice to meet you, Craig," she prompted when he made no move toward her. He nodded once, and then walked out, leaving her palm hanging there in the breeze. Flushing, she sat back down, and realized that, about 5 people had witnessed that whole exchange, and were now busy thumbing through issues of People and Time magazine, trying to look busy. One of the older males even picked up an entire Caldwell Courier-Journal and put it up to his face. Well, she could play at the pretend-to-be-busy thing, too. Making all kinds of tapping noises on her keyboard, she tried to camo the full-body fluster she had going on. She'd never seen him before. Like, ever. So maybe he had just come over from the old country, except what were the chances of that? The vast majority of the population had been in and around Caldwell for how long? Plus no accent. So he must be, well, a stranger, obviously. But he had to be a member of the aristocracy if he'd heard about the training program, right? Glancing over at the archway he'd come through, she found herself wishing he would hand-deliver that application back. Who was he? Paradise? She jumped, and focused on her father, who'd come out of nowhere. Yes? Realizing her voice sounded too close to normal and she was supposed to still be angry at him, she cleared her throat. What may I do for you? Like he was simply another person she was taking care of. I just wanted to inquire how you were doing. His affect was nothing aggressive. Instead, he seemed so worried. Damn it. She wanted to keep being angry at him. She sighed. I'm fine, Father. You're doing such a marvelous job. Truly. Everything is running so smoothly. The king is so pleased. I am so proud. See, this was just like him. It was impossible to be pissy when you were confronted by this earnest, his version of an apology stuff. May I bring you something to eat or drink? You're not a doggin, Father. Perhaps you need a break? No. She rolled her eyes, got to her feet, walked around to him. You drive me nuts. She gave him a hug because that was what he was looking for. Then she stepped back. Oster, son of Sanye, is next. As she indicated the gentle male in question, and the civilian got to his feet, her father gave her hand a squeeze and then reassumed his official duties. Following his example, she sat down again, looked at the computer in front of her, and still felt caged. But what was she going to do? Even though he technically couldn't stop her, she was of age, and there had been no specification on the application that a female had to get a male elder to approve the submission. She nonetheless found herself paralyzed. It was hard to rebel against your parents when there was only one left, and he was all you had in this world. Selena hated pretty much everything about the exam. The blood draw, the X-ray process, and she felt bad about that. It wasn't that Doc Jane was anything less than perfectly gentle and very kind, but to be in one of those hospital Johnnies, getting poked and prodded, twisted and pictured, was like having the countdown to some kind of detonation happen right in front of you. Plus, she hated the fake lemon antiseptic they had to use on everything, and the fact that she was cold even after they put a blanket over her legs. And then there was that bright light hanging over her head. Mostly, though, it wasn't the external environment that was hard to put up with. It was the internal screaming that she found she had to hold in through force of will. "Okay, I think that's our last X-ray," Doc Jane said from over by the desk. On the computer screen, a ghostly image of Selena's knee was front and center, but she refused to look at it. She had to stay lying down until Doc Jane came back over and moved the X-ray arm out of the way. And as she sat up, the doctor took the plate from underneath her leg and put it aside. "So, what now?" Selena asked. She was numb. She was cold. She was sweaty. But mostly she was feeling stiff, and not just in her hands. "Let me take a good look at the X-rays with Manny, and then we'll come talk to you." Selena shifted her legs off and looked over the lip of the table at her feet. She flexed one and then the other, her brain going into a tailspin of better, worse, the same. "When?" she said roughly. "Why don't we meet around dawn? Trez could come down here with you if you like." The crash came from outside of the room, and both of them looked to the door across the way. When the sound repeated itself, Doc Jane raced over, and so did Selena. After all, she wasn't frozen stiff yet, and it seemed like a good time to remind herself of that fact. The pair of them rushed out into the corridor and listened. The training center was otherwise silent, what with the brothers getting their workouts in the field and there being, fortunately, no one with injuries in the clinic rooms. The clatter came again, and they took off, heading 2 doors down. Doc Jane opened things wide. The healer had to duck as something came flying out of the room. A tray. It was a meal tray, and it skipped along the concrete floor like the thing was really glad to be free of there, and looking to put a little extra distance in. Inside, Lucas was out of control on the bed. Half of him appeared to be tied down, but one hand and arm were free and he was using them to destroy anything he could reach. He'd knocked over some monitoring equipment along with his IV pole, did the same duty with the rolling table that had some sort of meal on it, and was now reaching for the back of the headboard like he wanted to tear the bed apart. "Lucas," Doc Jane said with admirable calmness. "What's going—" "Fuck you!" Selena recoiled. She had been here to feed Quinn's brother over the last several months, and he'd always been nothing short of a gentle male. "Lucas! Fuck this!" He gave up on the headboard and grabbed onto the side table, shoving it so hard the thing went down, its drawers exploding out like that was its way to bleed. "Fuck you!" Doc Jane backed out and muttered, "I've got to go get a sedative. Don't go in there." As the doctor took off at a run, Selena stayed in the doorway. "What are you looking at?" he screamed at her. "What the fuck do you want?" There was a red stain on the bed. The sheeting, on one side, a little more than halfway down, was stained. He was bleeding. From some kind of wound. "Your leg," she breathed, well aware of the infection that had been plaguing him. "Be careful of your leg." "I wanted to die," he spat. "I was trying to die." His face was a twisted facsimile of the features she knew well. His too white skin stretched nearly to the breaking point over a bone structure that had no doubt been enviable before he'd been tortured by the Lessening Society. "They took my fucking leg to save me." He pulled the sheets off. "To save me!" The stump was wrapped carefully in layers of surgical gauze. but underneath wasn't doing well. Blood was seeping out everywhere. He started to claw for what was left, and that was when she had to get involved. Marching across the room, she grabbed his flailing hands and pinned them to the bed by his head. Lucas went wild, screaming, twisting, cursing at her. All she did was shake her head and let him exhaust himself, which didn't take long at all. When he stopped fighting, she said, "You are so lucky, so damned lucky." That shut him up, probably in a way that a direct confrontation wouldn't have. "What?" he stammered. "I'm dying," she said plainly, "and if someone could take part of my leg to save me, so I could stay here to be with the person I love, I'd do it in a heartbeat. So yeah, I think you're very lucky." He was still breathing hard, but the tension in his body left him. "Dying? 'Fraid so." She released her hold and stepped back. "Don't waste this time you have. I know you're hurting, and I don't doubt you're angry at where you are, but personally, I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat." Doc Jane came back, and stopped when she saw that the place wasn't on fire or something. "I'm going to go get dressed," Selena said as she headed for the door. "I'm cold in this gown. Do you need help cleaning up?" Doc Jane looked back and forth between them, clearly wondering what had been said or done to turn things around. No. Let me take care of it." "Okay." Selena nodded at the doctor and then glanced back at Lucas. "Take care of yourself." She could feel his eyes on her as she stepped out into the corridor, could feel them still as she went back to change. When she re-entered the tunnel, she began to get paranoid that she'd have an attack halfway back to the main house and get stuck, dying under the fluorescent lights. Or maybe if it happened on the stairwell up to the foyer. Or... Okay, she'd better stop this. She had enough to worry about without looking for more trouble. Chapter 56. He couldn't stop looking at her. As I Am lay naked in front of the dying fire, his body was entwined with Machen's, their legs one among another, their hips still locked together, their sexes close, but no longer joined. She had her head on her folded arm. His was propped up. "I want to see you again," he whispered. He wanted to tell her how much he needed more of this special time, this complete break from all the shit he couldn't shift and couldn't make a difference with back in Caldwell. In coming here, it was as if he had briefly stepped to the side, changed his track, taken a breather. It wasn't a permanent relocation, and he didn't want it to be. There was no way he was abandoning his brother. But it was enough to give him a second wind. "It is hard for me to get away." She kissed his fingertips. "I have only a few more days when it will be this easy. After the morning, it will be more difficult." "Tomorrow night, then. Midnight." Machen nodded. "I will be here." He glanced around at the decrepit cabin. "No. Come to Caldwell. Meet me in town." As she hesitated, he said, "I have a place there. It's private. No one will know, and I can make you more comfortable." He wanted her in a bed, in the shower, maybe on the kitchen counter. In order to persuade her, I Am dipped down and took her mouth, stroking her lips with his own, licking his way inside. "Follow the signal of my blood, and you'll find me." The sound she made in the back of her throat was all about surrender, and before he knew it, he was rolling her onto her back and mounting her again. The fact that they had actually had sex was so monumental that he couldn't think about it while he was with her now. It was just too huge a milestone. Guiding himself in, he groaned and ducked his head into her neck. With great arching surges, he rode her, finding that rhythm, driving harder and harder. His body knew exactly what to do, and it was a shock, as he orgasmed, to find that he was glad he had waited for this one particular female. It was also crazy to think that a part of him was starting to plan a way to get her free of the Sahib. So now he had two on that list. Her nails bit into his back, and her thighs squeezed around his hips as she found her own release, the subtle milking on him, kicking off another sharp spear of pleasure as he came again. Afterward, he collapsed against her. "Sorry," he mumbled, trying to find the strength to do anything but breathe. "Heavy." "No, I like the weight." She stroked over his skin. "You feel as powerful as you are." "I don't want to go." "Neither do I." Eventually, he was in no-choice land. For one, the fire had died and it was getting cold. But more importantly, he didn't want her to get in trouble for missing her duties. At least, he didn't have to worry about her and the approaching dawn. He'd be psychotic. Pushing free of her, he slipped out of her sex and realized, shit, she was covered in his scent. "What's wrong?" she asked, those peridot eyes staring up at him. "We should wash you." But the damn cabin had no running water. "Next time, we do this in Caldwell." "I'll be careful. There is a hot spring on the edge of the territory. I can wash there." "What about your robing?" As he handed the load of fabric to her, he cursed. The shit was wrinkled, ripped, smudged with dust. Damn it. He should have hung her things up. What the hell had he been thinking? Getting to his feet, he helped her get dressed, arranging the underrobe, clipping the top layer with that brass fastener, shaking out her hood and mesh. "Let me do this," he said, as he went to cover her hair and face up. He hated masking her, his stomach rolling, his mouth going dry. It made the fact that he was sending her back to the territory unprotected all the more stark. And then he took a step back and looked at what had been so pressed and pristine when she had arrived, and was now a hot mess. He kind of felt as though he'd taken something that was not his to own, and ruined her in the process. "I should go back with you," he said. "Make sure you—" "That will be harder for me. I shall be all right. I've become quite facile at hiding myself after all these years." And then there was nothing much else to say, no combination of words that could be spoken that would make him feel better about any of this. With a curse, I.M. took her arm and escorted her to the door. "Be careful. That is a dangerous place." "I will." When she went to bow to him, he stopped her. "No, don't do that. We're equal, you and I." For a moment, she just stared at him. He could feel it through the mesh that hid her eyes. "We are not," she said. "Sadly, we are not." With that, she was out the door and gone before he could stop her. And as the cold air racked his naked body, he hurt all over. But it wasn't physical. After pulling his clothes back on, he went to check that the fire was totally extinguished, and then he left the cabin. As he closed things up and stepped away, he thought it was completely bizarre how so much of his life had happened in this one random place. Finding his brother, meeting Rev, now tonight. Dematerializing, he returned in a scramble to the Brotherhood mansion, resuming form in the courtyard. As he stared up at the great stone manse, with its Gothic gargoyles perched on turrets, and its diamond-paned windows, and all the shadows that lurked in the corners, he realized he was testing it out for security and defensible position. So yeah, he was thinking of bringing Machen here. Except, what kind of life would she have? He was still all up in his head about Trez and Selena, and what was going to happen if the only way to keep his brother free from the Sahib Was the pair of them disappearing around the globe, never to light in one place for any length of time again? Was she going to be into that life of a fugitive? And what if the Sahib found her with them? She'd be dead faster than a breath. And yet he wanted her. To distraction. Another no-win situation. Just what he needed. Rage's ass was numb. Then again, he had been sitting on a rock, staring through the forest into a sale's glass house for how long? Hours. And all the guy had been doing was masturbating a bunch of paperwork on his desk. At least that drug dealer had a nice chair to sit in. Rage checked his watch. Dawn was going to come sooner rather than later. Running out of time here, people. Just as he was about to front and center his phone and find out how V was doing tracking the dealer's two cousins, the brother materialized next to him, and the Range Rover the pair of dealers had left in came down the peninsula's drive to the house. "Where'd they go?" Rage asked. "Downtown. They went to this boathouse down on the river. No one showed up to meet them as far as I saw. It's entirely possible one of them dematerialized out of there for a short period of time and went somewhere else. I don't fucking know." As V rubbed his eyes like they were full of sand, Rage asked, "My brother, when was the last time you slept?" V dropped his arm and got thought up, like he was solving pi to 1,000 decimals. It was, it was... Rage glanced back at the garage door, which was trundling shut. "They're in for the day. Let's ghost." "What did Assail do? Other than a lot of blow?" "He didn't leave then." "Nope. Other than playing with his papers and making 2 phone calls that lasted no longer than 30 seconds apiece, he had his thumb up his ass." He clapped V on the shoulder. "We'll get him tomorrow night." V was still cursing as they took off and traveled home through the cold night air. As they arrived at the courtyard in front of the mansion, they found I.M. staring up at the house's facade like he was expecting Godzilla to clubfoot it over the roof and do a clean sweep with that barbed tail. "Hey, man, you okay?" Rage asked. I.M. jumped. "Oh, shit." As the wind changed direction and carried the male scent over, Rage popped his brows. The shadow was covered with the smell of a female, and not as in store-bought perfume. Oh, shit was right. In all the time they'd known the guy, I.M. had never paid any particular attention to the females. Or the males. Personally, Rage had always thought the poor bastard was suffering from Fury syndrome, a condition whereupon one brother was so fucked up that the other fell into a black hole trying to save him. Unfortunately, it didn't look like Trez was going to come out of his tailspin any time soon. But clearly, I.M. had done something for himself. By doing someone else. Good for him, Rage thought. About time the male had a break. "So," V drawled as he lit up a hand-rolled, "how was your night, Shadow?" Clearly, he'd noticed the scent too. "Fine," I.M. said. "Mm-hmm." V exhaled. "Do anything in particular?" "No. You?" "Nada," Rage replied as the 3 of them started for the vestibule. "Business as usual." Actually, the night with Assail had been straight-up frustrating. But more than that, he'd kept waiting for word from his Mary about the female who'd been taken to Havers in a coma. Nothing. He'd heard nothing. Was she alive? Dead? God damn. He'd met that Maman only once, on the horrific night when they'd rescued her and her young from that abusive male. But the situation was bothering his Mary, weighing on her, and that meant it was really on his radar, too. Plus, his Shellen hadn't been home now in 2 nights, and he was beginning to get desperate. Cell phones were no substitute for contact, Not the kind he needed from her, at any rate. As they filed into the vestibule, Rage put his puss into the security camera's lens. A second later, the lock was thrown and they went into the foyer. Last meal was getting its groove on. Doggin busy bringing food into the dining room, people gathering in the archway, more members of the household coming down the stairs. I.M. looked like he was ready to bolt, his eyes locking on the red carpet that ran up the stairs to the second floor, as if, in his mind, he was already halfway to his bedroom, out of sight. No doubt fast on his way to the shower. Even though he'd just looked at his phone and the thing was on vibrate, Rage took his cell out again and rechecked to see if he'd missed anything. Lassiter came out of the billiards room, his blonde and black hair braided into a thick rope that came down over his pecs. He had a Yoo-hoo box in one hand and a sleeve of Starburst in the other, and enough gold on him to give his body a carat weight of its own. "Anyone else catch Real Housewives of New Jersey?" People turned and stared at the guy. "How are you still a guest in this house?" someone asked. "Haven't you left yet?" "I'll call him a cab," somebody else muttered. "Or maybe we can just airmail him off the mountain." "I got a potato launcher," Butch said. "Small bore, but we can force him into the thing." "Oh, I ain't leaving." Lassiter smiled. "Come on, like I'd miss all this great free food and cable? Wait a minute." Those strange-colored, glittering eyes narrowed on I.M., and then he shouted, "Holy shit! You got laid!" In the frozen silence that followed, Rage smacked himself in the head. "Angel, your tact meter is even more broken than mine, buddy." Chapter 57. "So what's on your mind, First Advisor?" Abalone bowed as Wrath addressed him. "Thank you, my lord." Stepping into the audience room, he closed the sliding door behind him. "Thank you very much." "Must be serious for you to shut us in together," the king murmured. "My lord," he cleared his throat, "I seek always to serve you. In all ways." Stipulated. So what's doing? Not for the first time, Abalone wished he could see the male's eyes. Then again, maybe it was better that those wraparounds hid so much. He preferred having proper control over his colon. The presences of Fury and Zadist registered, as did the reality of the time. They had no more than 5 or 10 minutes left before they would have to return Wrath to the compound. But this couldn't wait. "My lord, I appreciate your allowing Paradise to stay here. It is most generous of you. But you want her back home with you, and you don't like Throw being there." Abalone closed his eyes. "Yes, my lord. She is... The separation is more difficult than I anticipated. And please know it is not that I feel she is unsafe here. She is probably more safe—" "I put you in a really shitty situation, didn't I?" Wrath cut in. "It's not fair to ask you to play babysitter for some asshole like that at the expense of your own personal life. I apologize." Abalone blinked. Of all the ways he had thought this would go, Wrath expressing regret had not been even close to the list. "My lord, please, I am the one failing you." "You want us to help you get him out?" Fury spoke up. "Rage would volunteer for that in a heartbeat." "My lord, you are so—" Wrath ignored him and focused on the fighters. "So what's our plan here? Are you two going over there with him now and doing the evac?" Zadist's eyes changed from yellow to black. "Let's do it." Wait. Abalone put his palms out. "I shall speak with him." Wrath shook his head. "Not alone, you won't. You're too valuable to me. Tell Paradise to stay here one more night, while we get the coast clear." And that was how, some 10 minutes later, he ended up dematerializing to his home flanked by a pair of the king's personal guards. As he reformed in front of his tutor's heavy front door, he looked at the glowing windows and wondered where Thro was, what he was doing, what he was finding. The staff had said the male had slept around the clock that first night, and that was not likely to happen 2 times in a row. Accordingly, Abalone had taken care to lock a whole lot of doors before he'd left, and there were plenty of doggone with watchful eyes around. Squaring his shoulders, he glanced over at the brothers who stood on either side of him, like a set of Sun Tzu's bookends. "I should like to be the one to speak with him." Fury nodded. "It's your house. You should do the disinviting." Abalone opened the copper lock with his key, and he felt none of his usual comfort upon crossing the threshold. No easing as his beloved butler came forth from the parlor to take his coat. "Master," the Doggin said, bowing deeply, "may I serve your guests as well for last meal? They shall not be staying. Where is Thro, may I ask?" "He has been in his bedroom. I have been checking. The door has been closed, and he has not come down even for meals. The one time I knocked, early in the evening, he replied that he was resting." Abalone did not hesitate. He took to the stairs, keeping the copper key in his hand. When he reached the top, he continued forward, passing doors until he got to the second-best guest room. It had seemed an undeserved honor to put the male in the best guest room, even if Thro was none the wiser. "Thro," Abalone said sharply, "a word, if I may." When there was no answer, he rapped on the closed panels with his knuckles. The door opened of its own volition, revealing a dimly lit interior. He was about to lean in when a heavy hand landed on his shoulder and held him back. "Allow my brother," Fury said gently. "You do not know what you will find." Z walked in with a gun down by his thigh. A moment later, after those heavy footfalls traveled around the room, he said, "Clear." Abalone rushed forth. Indeed, the room was vacated. The bed had even been made. There was no sign that anyone had been there, except for the slightly open window across the way. Verily, one of the multi-paned panels with their steel mesh overlays had been cracked and left ajar. He was not a prisoner here, Abalone said as he went over and reclosed the thing. Why escape? The more important question, Fury said, was how can we be sure he's actually gone? This is a big house. Lots of hiding places. Maybe this will explain things. Z went over to the desk in the corner and held up a sealed envelope. It's got your name on it. The brother brought the thing over and handed it to Abalone. With shaking hands, Abalone opened the back flap and took out the single sheet of paper that had been folded twice. The stationery was his own, with an engraving of a line drawing of the house at the top. Dearest Abalone, son of Abalone, forgive me for not relating my thanks to you in person. Your hospitality has been much appreciated and very generous. In recognition of the difficult position my presence must undoubtedly place upon you, I am going to seek refuge with another. I very much anticipate our paths crossing once again, cousin mine. Until then, thank you once more for opening your home to me, and until then, I remain your blooded relation, Thro. What does it say? Fury asked. As the automatic shutters began to come down for the day, Abalone handed the letter over. Nothing of consequence. I agree. I need to search the house, but I fear that shall take too long for you to safely return to your compound. Then we'll stay the day with you, Fury said, as his eyes traveled over the script. But until we know you and your staff are all right, we're going nowhere. Abalone exhaled. Blessed am I for your presence. Z laughed tightly. You think we want to go back and tell Wrath you got your throat slit because we didn't do our job? Not the kind of report I want to make to the king. Fury gave the letter back and put his hand on Abalone's shoulder once again. And let us do the dirty work. It's safer for everyone that way. Where's your bedroom? Down that way. Come on. We'll take you there and then get your staff secured. After that, we're going to fine-tooth comb this house until we know there's nothing but that letter left behind. Abalone found himself nodding. Thank you, sires. Thank you so very much. I am most pleased that you called upon me, and I am sorry that I kept you waiting. Throw smiled at the female addressing him and indicated the comfortable sofa he'd been sitting on since he arrived on her property. It has been no hardship. I've been warm and dry. Already, you have been as gracious as any hostess could possibly be. The aristocratic female smiled, flashing teeth that were as white as the diamonds at her throat, her wrists, upon her fingers and earlobes. Standing just inside the modest caretaker's residence on her huge estate, she looked like a model who had walked into the wrong photo shoot. My mate is unwell, she said gravely. I had to attend to him. Dressed as she was in a skin-tight leopard print cocktail dress, one had to wonder exactly what kind of needs her elderly Helren had. Hardly the sort of thing a Shellin would wear to tuck an older gentlemale into bed. More likely, Throw thought, she had dressed to meet him. Yes, I recall he was ailing, he said smoothly. I'm very sorry. It grieves me so. How could it not? I shall be a widow soon. As he nodded in solemn sympathy, he deliberately allowed his eyes to drift down from her black straight hair to her dainty feet. The last time he'd seen her, it had been here, but there had been far fewer clothes involved, for both of them, as well as his fellow bastards. She had been lying before the hearth, and he and the soldiers had swarmed over her naked flesh, feeding, fucking. That had been about a month ago, only the most recent of the sessions that had been ongoing for the previous year at regular intervals. Is it only you, then, tonight? She asked in a husky way. Yes, and I must have you know that I am afraid we have parted ways, Cor and myself. I'm getting out of the fighting. Are you? She purred. And where are you staying? I am between residences at this moment. Really? Indeed. She came forward, crossing the shallow room to stand within arm's reach of him. Dawn is coming soon. He sent his stare down her body again. Is it? Well, then I shall have to go. So soon, she pouted. 'Tis only safe. Idly, he trailed his fingertips up her hip, across her lower belly, down to the juncture of her thighs. Pressing in through the dress, he gave her cleft a little stroke. So I'm afraid I must end things here. Perhaps you and I may come to an arrangement, she said. Oh, he said. My Helren is far older than I. He is my true love, of course. Of course. But because of his advancing age, there are certain needs of mine that he is not capable of fulfilling regularly. I believe you are familiar with my abilities in that regard. The female smiled in a feral fashion. Yes, I am. And it would seem only fair that, were you to offer me room and board, you be compensated in a manner which you deem appropriate. The female put one of her stiletto-clad feet on the arm of the sofa and lifted the hem of her dress up to her waist, exposing her bare sex to him. Perhaps you shall refresh my memory as to your talents first. Throw purred in the back of his throat and leaned into her, extending his tongue, licking his way into her slit. As her hips tilted toward him and her head fell back, he sucked at her clit, and then stopped, sat back. I have one problem. Yes, she grunted, pulling her head back to level. Can I stay here at this cottage? Not if the band of bastards are going to pay you homage. Surely, on an estate as large as this, there must be other accommodations available? She frowned. You are of the Blurmy bloodline, are you not? I am, through my Mamon's people. You are a distant relation of my Helrins, then, and it would therefore be rude of us not to offer you shelter. Of course, if you are going to be in the main house, we shall have to purchase you clothing. Thro smiled at her. It was just so perfect. After all, she and her mate had supported the political coup against Wrath, and there was no way they were rejoicing the king's subsequent disbanding of the council. He had his inn, as well as his base of operations. That would be most acceptable, he said, slipping his hands around her hips and drawing her back to his mouth. Against her sex, he murmured, Now, allow me to demonstrate my affection for your generous nature. Chapter 58. I work alone, the whore was saying as she went over to her clothes. I don't have a pimp. If you want me again, you know where to find me. Cor stared across the cottage's living area, watching the female dress with an efficiency that was only a second slower than the speed of sound. The blonde departed without any goodbye, her duty having been discharged, his payment of $2,000 having been accepted. As the door shut behind her, he shifted his eyes to the dying fire. He had paid to fuck her any way and anywhere he wanted, and he had done so, repeatedly. He had also taken from her vein, for which the second 1,000 had been recompense. Thanks to his keen hearing, he heard her outside, walking through the leaves, and then her voice drifted through the thin walls of the structure that he had bought for another. Yeah, I'm leaving now. Yeah, he was ugly, but he fucks like an animal. That was the last he heard, so she must have dematerialized. His body was naked as he sat on the floor before the hearth, knees up, elbows plugged in, arms dangling. The sweat was cooling on his skin. His fangs still descended from the feeding, his sex flaccid and shrunken and red from the beating it had taken. The scent of everything he had done lingered in the air, every draw-in through his nose a reminder of what his body had wrought, and with whom. Hanging his head, he rubbed at his too long hair, numbly thinking that he should get it cut. Images played through his mind of him getting that female on all fours and mounting her like a dog. His balls had slapped against her sex as he took her in the ass, and he had come so many times. He had left her dripping. He had tried to make it as dirty as possible, and he had even kissed the female. Everywhere. He had wanted to stain his very skin with the experience, change his body, alter his mind, wipe the slate clean. Instead, as he sat on the hard floor by himself, he found that he had done the opposite. Layla was the only thing he thought of now, her lovely, shy face, those pale green eyes, so smart and kind, that body of which he had had only hints. The session with the whore had merely served to dim him down, such that the illumination offered by the one he loved burned all the brighter for the contrast. As a strategy, this had been a total failure. So he would have to find another. Or try this again. Yes, he would try again with another, or the same, or 3 or 4. Money was scarce, but Balthazar and Zephyr were so seductive, Cor was quite sure they could successfully advocate on his behalf. And then there was always alcohol to help him. And fighting, which could be an excellent energy drain. What he would not do was give in to the nearly choking urge to phone Layla and hear her voice, and beg her to see him in spite of what he had told her. That would only be a further death for him. The bloodletter had taught him that part of strength was the elimination of weakness, and over time, with repeated exposure to that chosen, his emotions had castrated him. He was making choices and finding distractions in things that compromised the integrity of his warrior self. And somehow she had figured it all out and called him on his truth. Her knowledge of all he sacrificed for her had been the wake-up call, and only a fool did not abide by that kind of trailhead. He needed to alter this destination she had become for him. Turn away from that untenable situation with her, proceed with alacrity back to the clarity he had once possessed. Because what was their future? Further clandestine meetings here? Such that eventually a brother followed her due to some infinitesimal slip-up she made, or some suspicion she was unaware of garnering for herself? His soldiers and he needed a safe place to rest and recharge during the daylight hours, and he could not compromise that. What had he been thinking? Bringing her here? He and his bastards had not the money to move once again so soon, the lease on the property being a burden upon their meager coffers, now that Thro had departed. At least Cor sensed he could trust her. She had had 9 months to give up the location of the meadow they had always met at, and he still knew where the Brotherhood compound was. It was a mutual détente. If she divulged this place, she had to know his next move would be to marshal a full-scale attack on the Brotherhood's sacred mansion, where, if the gossip was true, the king's firstborn slept in his crib. No, she would say nothing. Bing! The sound of his phone going off cranked his head around. The cellular device was on the floor by the door, in the tangle of his pants. Jumping across the space, his hands were sloppy as they clawed through the folds, fought against the pocket's hold, got the glass-fronted plate out. He had heard nothing back from her concerning the message he had voice-recorded into a text. Entering a 4-digit touch pattern on the number pad, he unlocked the device and went into the text messages. His illiteracy was so pervasive, he had to use a text-to-audio translator application in order to receive communications from his soldiers and from her. But he knew enough to see that whatever had been received was not from the Chosen. He put the phone away without listening to whatever it was. The fact that he stalled out and stood there at the front door as if he were lost pissed him off. He could not, he would not, allow this castration to continue. There had been many things in his life that had been more destructive than leaving a female who had not been his to begin with. His mother had been disgusted at his appearance and abandoned him because of his hair-lip. He had endured unimaginable, sustained abuse at the Bloodletters camp. And then there were the centuries of depravity in this war, his unhinged hatred of the world defining him, driving him. This issue with Layla was not going to break him. Forcing his feet forward, he went into the bathroom and turned the shower on. The blood the whore had given him was providing him with a physical strength he had not felt since— No, he couldn't think of Layla anymore. He had to shut her out, shut his emotions down. It was like a death, he told himself, and Fates knew he was all too familiar with and accomplished in that most definitive currency. Stepping under the cold spray, he picked up the soap to begin to wash his skin. But then he stopped himself. No, he needed to keep the stank on his flesh. The purpose of this shower was solely to wake him out of the post-feeding lethargy that was fuzzing up his brain. After this, he was going to go address his soldiers. It was time to refocus and renew their efforts in the war, and resume the natural course of his life. Chapter 59. Trez replugged into the world on a buzzy, trippy high that was the only arguably positive thing about having a migraine. Following the great storm of pain and nausea, there was always a floaty post-agony period when you were so fucking grateful not to have an invisible axe buried in half your gray matter anymore, that you just wanted to hug the world. Opening his eyes, he blinked a couple of times and looked at the open door to the bathroom. Where was... Are you awake? At the sound of Selena's voice behind him, he shoved his torso up off the mattress and cranked around. Hey. She was over on the chaise longue, reading from a Kindle, the glow from the screen casting her features in soft light. How are you feeling? She put the thing aside and came over. Better. Kinda. Now he was worried about her again. How are you? Had anything changed while he'd been out of it? How long had he... No, nothing's changed. And you've been out for about 8 hours. Ah, so he'd spoken all that. He took her hand and tried to be subtle about the way he tested how she gripped his palm back, how she sat down on the mattress beside him. Is there any particular reason you won't look me in the eye? He asked. Are you hungry? No, especially not when you're dodging that question. He was being way too direct, but social pleasantries and bullshitting were not his core competencies on a good night. I, went to see Doc Jane. Now his blood ran cold as ice. Why? I just wanted to check in with her. And? She did some tests and... At that point, his hearing punched its time card and went on break. I'm sorry. Say that again? Maybe if she repeated the words, things would somehow sink in through the alarm bells that were DEFCON 1-ing it in his skull. When we're ready to see her... Trez sat all the way up, rubbed his face, looked over at her, while she stared at the carpet. Go down to the clinic, you mean? And meet with them both. Manny will be there too. Okay. Yeah. He glanced at the bathroom. I need a shower first. There's no hurry. Right. That was not how he felt at all. Pushing himself around her, he got off the bed and padded into the loo, where he turned on the water, used the toilet, and got under the spray. Fast hands with the shampoo and the soap, and he didn't bother shaving. Out, drying off, heading back into the bedroom with a towel around his waist. She was still sitting where she had been. As he passed by at a near run to the walk-in closet, her hand snapped out and grabbed onto his wrist. When she finally looked up at him, her stare was rock-steady, but intense enough to burn a hole through the back of his head, and for some reason the combination terrified him. I need to talk to you first, she said. Closing his eyes briefly, Trez sank down to his knees in front of her, and in the back of his mind he thought, No, I don't want to hear it. Whatever this is, I don't want... Her hands, those beautiful hands, reached up to his face and traced his brows, his cheeks, his jaw. As one of her thumbs brushed over his lower lip, he kissed it. Lucas lost it tonight. Trez frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry. What? Down at the clinic. He just lost it. They took part of his leg to save him. I think he's going to live, but he isn't happy about it. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Even though it was cruel, all he could think was, so what? He wanted to die. He was so angry that they didn't let him. What does this have to do with us? He screamed in his head. Who gives a shit? I don't want to go, she said. I don't want to leave you. On some level, I don't even know how to... I mean, when my time comes, I literally can't imagine it. Trez swallowed through a throat that was tight as a vice. Before he could respond, she whispered, I'm terrified. Oh, my queen. About you. As Trez recoiled, 'cause that was the last thing he expected her to say, she cupped his face. Seeing that anger in Lucas, that hatred for the world and everybody in it, I'm worried that after I go, that's where you're going to be. Forcing himself to be calm, he said, Listen, don't lie to me or yourself. Whatever you say here, it has to be honest. Well, didn't that shut him up good? Having you be that angry scares me more than anything that's going to happen to my body or my soul. Whether there's life eternal or nothing at all at the end, what I'm really concerned about is you. Her eyes bored into his. I want you to promise me. I want you to swear on your heart and mine that you'll keep going, that you'll stay here with I Am and the brothers and let them take care of you, that you won't let the grief destroy you. I can't. I won't be able to help you, so you're going to have to let them be there for you. Selena, first of all, you're not going anywhere. My hands are beginning to feel stiff. My feet and ankles, too. I don't think we have a lot of time left, Trez. As Selena spoke, she smoothed Trez's eyebrows when they threatened to clench up tight. She had practiced the words for hours in her head, trying to find the right combination so he wouldn't reject the message. This was very important. She had to say these things, and he had to hear them. It is going to be so much harder on me to go through this if I'm worried about you. She could feel the emotions coursing through him, and wasn't surprised as his black eyes flashed brilliant green in his dark face, and she wished like hell she could spare him this, but she couldn't. I need you to swear to me, she said, here and now, that you won't close yourself off from the world, that you'll— Trez burst up to his feet and walked around, hands on his hips, head down, like he was trying to get some control over himself. Trez, I want you to keep living after I'm gone. As he started shaking his head, she cut in, because that is the only thing that's going to make any of this okay for me. He threw his hands up. All right, fine. I'll keep living. Now, can I get dressed so we can go down to the clinic? Trez, don't lie to me. He stopped and pivoted toward her, his magnificent body full of tension, the muscles in his thighs and his shoulders twitching under his smooth, hairless skin. What do you want me to say? That you'll let people help you. You're going to need it. I would need it if you— And I will. Fine. I'll even see Mary. I'll wear a fucking sign around my chest that reads, Processing grief, for fuck's sake. Happy? Now can we fucking stop talking about this? As he barked at her, she closed her eyes in exhaustion. Trez, you say you can't imagine leaving me, right? Well, I can't even think about it. I don't think about it. I refuse to even construct in my mind— He jabbed his forefinger into his head— a reality where you're not here. So not only can I not project what the fuck I'm going to feel like, but I sure as hell can't swear to a hypothetical. You'd better start thinking about it, she said roughly. You'd better begin to prepare. I'm telling you right now that the end game is coming. He seemed to deflate in front of her, even as he stayed his same height and weight. Don't talk like that. And I want you to find another female, sometime far off in the future. I want you to— At this, her voice cracked from a pain so great she could have sworn it was going to leave a bloodstain in the center of her shirt. I don't want you to spend another 900 years sleeping alone. As she fell silent, the devastation in him was so great, he stumbled backward, and all but fell into the chaise longue. I thought you loved me, he said in a voice that didn't sound like his. I do, with all my— He rubbed his sternum. Then what's this all about? Why do you want me to go and find some other female? Trez, listen to me. But he was gone, having retreated to somewhere in his head that she couldn't reach. Trez, I do love you, and that's the point. Then why would you ever tell me you want me to be with anyone but you? His eyes were crushed as they swung around to her. Why would you want that? Ever? It's a violation of everything I thought we felt for each other. Trez, I've bonded with you. You know this. Why would you ever tell a bonded male that he has to go out and have sex with someone else? You're missing the point. Shit. It wasn't supposed to go like this. He was supposed to give her his vow, and take her permission to heart so that, 1,000,000 years from now, when he'd moved on from her and everything they'd meant to each other wasn't so raw, he wouldn't feel guilty about finding someone else to be happy with. It was the right thing for her to do. Maybe you should just go, he said in a dull voice. What? He brushed at his eyes. Just leave. Just get out of here. He nodded at the door. I was prepared to go through absolutely anything with you, but not this. You don't want my love. That's fine. I get it. This has been a crazy couple of nights for you, and high emotion has a way of contaminating everything and making things seem more important than they really are. But you can't be here with me anymore. She shook her head, like maybe that would help make his words make sense. What are you talking about? I don't blame you. Doc Jane told you I saved your life, so there's a lot of gratitude you must be feeling. That can be confused for love. I get it. Wait, what? I don't understand what you're saying. But I can't be around you. You say you don't want me to destroy myself? Fine. Then a good place to start is with you leaving now. A weird flickering panic made her nape tighten up. Trez, you haven't listened to what I've been saying. You're taking this in a completely different direction, a wrong one. I love you. Don't say that, he snapped at her. Don't you say that to me. I'll say anything I like, she snapped back. It's your hearing that I'd be worried about if I were you. Oh, my ears are working fine, sweetheart. I just had the female I love and worship more than anything in the entire world tell me she wants me to go out and fuck someone else. Maybe before you die, you should write Hallmark and suggest that shit for a Valentine's Day card. It's really fucking romantic. Now she was the one springing to her feet. I don't want that. I don't want any of this. Her voice rose to a hysterical level, but she couldn't help it. Do you think I'm happy about saying these things? Thinking these things? I have God only knows how many nights left, and I've wasted this one sitting on that fucking chair right there, staring at some bullshit book I haven't been reading, imagining you hanging yourself in a bathroom after I die, or getting drunk and running your car into a tree, or going on another fucking spree that lasts not a decade, but a century. She circled a finger next to her head. These thoughts, I don't want them. You think I want to tell you this? Jesus Christ, Trez, I love you. I don't want you to ever be with another female, like ever. I want you to sit in a corner and mourn me until you die. I don't want you to see the sun or the moon, or enjoy another meal, or have a good day's sleep. I want to haunt you for the rest of your life until everywhere you go and anyone you talk to, all you can see is the ghost of me, because then I know you won't forget me. He put his hands out. Selena, you want to know what death is? I'll tell you what it is. Death is the living forgetting you. What you smell like and look like. What your voice sounds like. How you laugh. Even if there is an afterlife. My death is going to be you going on without me, until you can't remember what color my eyes are, or how long my hair is. It turned out she was the one who went Lucas. Suddenly, her vision went all white, and she had no control over the way she lunged for the nearest lamp, yanked it off its side table, and hurled it across the room at the bank of windows, throwing the thing so hard its silk shade went flying and hit the chandelier hanging in the middle of the ceiling. Cue the shattering. Everything broke, glass splintering into shimmers that went everywhere, such that Trez had to lift his arm to protect his eyes. She burst into tears. "I don't want you to go on without me." As her soul split in half, he jumped up and came over. When he tried to hug her, she flailed at him, beat him with her fists. "You're going to find someone else," she moaned. "You're going to fall in love with someone else, and she's going to be able to give you young and hold you when you have daymares and make you dinner." The tears came so hard and heavy, she couldn't take a breath. "And she's going to be better than me, because she's going to—" Selena collapsed against him. "She's going to be lucky enough to be alive." Trez held her to his heart and stroked her back. There it was. The truth was out. The evil she had been trying to package and pretty bow up, revealed because she had wanted to be a female of worth instead of the pathetic, clingy curse she actually was. And yet, he was still with her, standing soul to soul, flesh to flesh, undaunted, utterly determined to love her through it all. Eventually, she became aware of the beat of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. So steady and strong. Taking a shuddering breath, she eased back. As he brushed under her eyes with his thumbs, she said hoarsely, "Wow, that went well, huh?" Chapter 60. As Selena spoke up, Trez broke out a laugh, and she smiled. They were both total hot messes, her face swollen and beet red from the screaming and the crying, his forearm bleeding from the glass that had hit him, their bodies shaky as they stood together. "Did you practice all that?" he asked, brushing her hair back. "Oh, yeah, for, like, hours." He led her over to the bed and sat them both down, before they fell over onto the broken glass that littered the carpet. "And in your head, how did it go?" Selena leaned to the side for the Kleenex box next to the alarm clock. She offered him a tissue, and then took one for herself. After they'd both blown their noses, she took another deep breath. "It went so well. You were touched at my magnanimity, humbled by the purity of my love, and when I got teary, it was all Sleepless in Seattle dewy, not like this." As she indicated her face, he tilted her to him and kissed her. "You're even more beautiful to me than ever." She rolled her eyes. "Come on, get real. I just told you I want you to be celibate for the rest of your life. And nothing could possibly make me happier. Trez, be real. That is a total bitch move on my part." "Do you think I'd be any different?" He shrugged. "Man, if I were to die, I wouldn't want you to look at another male. Forget being naked with him." He couldn't hide the recoil of disgust as he tried that nightmare on for size. "Oh, shit. Nope. No way." "Uh-huh." "Really?" "Straight 100. Serious." As she looked down at the rug, the most beautiful smile hit her face. Man, it felt good to be on the same page. But then her expression faded. They were quiet for an awfully long time, and he had a feeling he knew where she'd gone in her head. "Life can be very long," she said, as if she were imagining the time he had before him, and how things could change. Yes, it can. He felt as though they had lived 3 lifetimes in the last 2 nights. But my memory is stronger than time. When it comes to you, my memory will be the immortal part of me. If it does come to pass, she cleared her throat, if you do find someone, I want you to know, I would never hold that against you. I love you too much to blame you for that. Not going to happen. Selena snapped free another tissue, but she didn't use it. She just folded the fragile square in half, and then halved it again, and a third time. I don't want you frozen in a cemetery of your own making, she said finally. That's, I guess, the point I'm trying to make. My big fear about being trapped in my body forever, locked in, I fear that for you in your grief, too. Yes, sure, there is a part of me that wants you to duck your head and let the years pass you by, but an even bigger part of me doesn't want that kind of prison for you. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you ever feel bad, at some point, because something happens and you think it's funny, or you do eat a meal you enjoy, or if there's a movie you want to see, or you're happy about a present somebody gives you, just please know I love you in that moment. Maybe you could even pretend that they're gifts from me from the other side. She smiled sadly. A kiss from me to you. Oh, shit. Now he felt like losing it again. Can you promise me that, Trez? That you'll let the good things in, even after I'm gone? She ran her fingers down his face. Even if those things happen because there's another female by your side? The only thing worse than me dying is both of us going away, in spite of the fact that that big, strong heart of yours continues to beat in your chest. He closed his eyes. I don't want to think about this. Neither do I. In the silence that followed, he was once again confronted by the reality that there was nothing to fight. No one to scream at. Nobody he could stab with a dagger to stop any of this. You want to go down to Doc Jane's now? He said. I'd rather you answer the question. Trez gathered up her hands in his own. If it will give you peace of mind, then yes, fine. I promise that. Okay. He couldn't actually say it. I'll keep going. Relief loosened up her face, her shoulders, her entire body. Thank you. That really helps. You won't ever know how much that really helps me right now. He kissed her softly, and then got up and went into the closet. He had no clue what he put on himself, but he covered up the naughty bits and even remembered to put on deodorant. When he came out, his stomach felt like it had been dredged. You ready to go to the clinic? She glanced around the room as if searching for something. Or maybe she just wanted to put off the inevitable a little longer. I'm so sorry about your window, she blurted. That's okay. The shutter is still in place, so that'll cut the breeze and the cold. And the lamp. Like I care. She nodded and stood up. She was wearing black skinny jeans and a loose white blouse, and he was struck by how good she looked in normal clothes, not all that chosen formality. And it was funny. Her language was loosening up too, becoming more vernacular. Goddamn, he thought. He would really love to have had children with her. The trip down to the clinic felt endless, and Selena wasn't sure whether that was a bad or a good thing. On the one hand, she was ready to have the news just so she could deal with whatever it was. On the other, she would have been content to live in the no-no zone a little longer. Trez held her hand all the way to the training center, not letting her go even when he put the various passcodes in or when they had to go one after the other through the supply closet. Walking down the corridor to Doc Jane's, she thought about all the doors they could have entered instead of the one they were destined for. As they came to the examination room, she looked up at him. "I couldn't do this without you." He leaned down and brushed her mouth with his. "The good news is that you won't have to." Together, they entered the clinical space. Instantly, Selena had trouble breathing. That chemical scent and all the shiny getting to her once again. And the choking sensation got worse as Doc Jane and Manny straightened from the computer screen over at the desk and put on identical, professional smiles. "Bad news, huh?" she said. As both doctors started to prevaricate, she cut them off. "Please, respect me and my time enough not to waste words trying to sugarcoat all this. Tell me what my body told you." "We see some change in the joints." Doc Jane stepped back. "Everywhere we x-rayed." Well, didn't that take the starch out of her? Even though she had expected that very answer. The two doctors were taking turns explaining things, and Trez was nodding like he was tracking the conversation. She, however, was focused on the computer screen's side-by-side comparison of two images, one that had been taken after the last episode had happened, and the other that had been taken hours ago. Separated by mere 2 days, the joints now had a gray haze in the spaces between the bones. "It's as if it is kindling," Doc Jane said. "Maybe your body is holding it at bay?" "For how long?" Trez asked. "We have no idea." Manny reached forward and adjusted and readjusted the contrast of the monitor, as if searching for something. "We would like to suggest that you come in for more imaging every 6 hours for the next day. That way we can see if things are continuing to change." "Are you in pain right now?" Doc Jane asked. "No." "Because we can give you relief if you need it." Trez spoke up. "Are there any medications we can try?" Dearest Virgin Scribe, her brain seemed to have shut down. "Well, we've talked it over." Manny glanced at Jane. "And we're stuck." Doc Jane took the lead. "One of the things we've been considering is anti-inflammatories. Oral steroids would be problematic, because they suppress the immune system, and it's unclear to what extent an episode is being held off precisely by your body's own defenses." "Your white blood cell count is very high," Manny cut in, "so there's definitely something happening right now. And steroid injections into the joints, even if we stuck with only the largest ones in your body, would be but a partial solution." Jane drew a hand through her short hair. "It would seem logical to start you on some NSAIDs. Think prescription-strength Motrin." "Not a lot of negative side effects," Manny chimed in. "They would ease any pain up to a point, but also work as anti-inflammatories that wouldn't affect your immune system." Selena closed her eyes and wished she could be anywhere else. Wished that she could be anyone else. To think that the entire compound was filled with people who had no fear of whether they were going to wake up at dusk. It wasn't that she begrudged them that blessing. Not at all. She just wanted to be a member of that club. More conversation happened, but her brain had left the clinic and the clinical discussion. Instead, it was back up in Trez's bedroom, reliving the knockdown drag-out that had ultimately brought them even closer. Trez was right. They had lived a lifetime over these last 48 hours. "You think?" he said to her. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "So what do you think? Would you like to try the pills?" When she stayed silent, he leaned down. "You okay? You need some time?" "I need to make you dinner," she blurted, then shook herself. "I'm sorry, yes, Sure, I'll try whatever you want to give me. But after I get the pills, I want to make you dinner after sundown, at the great camp, with no one else around.
Trez smiled a little. Okay. You want to plan tonight's date? You got it, my queen. She took a deep breath and nodded at the doctors.
That is what I want to do. And then I want to go for my boat ride.
Both of the healers said all the right, caring things, reaching out and touching her hands, her shoulders, and she really appreciated the contact. It made her feel as if she weren't some machine they were fixing from a distance, but someone they loved and cared about. A few minutes later, an orange bottle with a white lid was pressed into her palm, and instructions she didn't track were given. More nodding, more thanking. Then she and Trez were leaving. She waited until the door shut behind them.
Did any of that register for you? Like what I'm supposed to do with these?
The pills inside rattled against the plastic as she looked down.
Oh, there's a label.
I remember everything, he said, putting his arm around her shoulders. Come on. He led her back to the office, back out through the closet, back into the damp-smelling, went-on-forever tunnel. Can I tell you something? She glanced up at him.
Of course. And I promise I won't throw any more lamps. Well, not like there are any around at the moment, but still.
You can throw anything you want. He stopped and turned her to face him, brushing her hair back. You are the bravest person I know. She laughed in a burst.
Okay. Stop humoring the dead person, all right? I'm serious. And don't say that. You live with the Brotherhood. They are the bravest people in the race.
No, he whispered. As he stared down at her, the admiration on his face was simply stunning. But it was all wrong.
Trez, I'm terrified about everything.
She held up the pills.
I'm scared to take these. I'm scared to go to sleep.
You're very brave.
I'm scared to cook you dinner.
She held up her forefinger.
And FYI, you should be too. I can't even make toast, which is bread, in a toaster. How hard is that? And yet I have burned up loaves of the stuff.
He shook his head. Courage doesn't mean you aren't scared. He dropped his mouth to hers and kissed her. God, I love you so much. I love you so deeply. I love you forever. Putting her arms around him, she held on hard, and maybe wiped some tears on his shirt.
Fine. You think I'm brave. Well, you're the most romantic male I've ever known, seen, or heard about.
Now he was laughing, and the deep rumble sounded so good against her ear.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Right.
Melding her body to his, she said,
There is nothing more romantic on the planet than loving someone with your full heart, even though you know they're leaving.
He went still. How else could a male love a female of worth like you but wholly, completely, and without a single regret? As they stood there in that tunnel, halfway from the compound and halfway to the main house, she thought it was apt that what was on either side of them seemed to go off into infinity. They had but this middle point of the here and now, and they had to make it count.
I don't need to mate you in a ceremony, she said.
No?
We're living the vows right now.
So you're saying you won't mate me?
Are you asking?
She teased. You want me to one-knee it? Sinking down to the floor, he took her hands.
Selena, will you be my Shellen? My one and only? I don't have a ring, but we can go get you one. It's what the humans do. Plus, I don't know, I kind of want to buy you something expensive. Her first instinct was the one she had been trained to have, a demure deferral of the attention, the fuss, the pleasure. But, in the words of her male, fuck that. I would love that. I would love everything. A ceremony, a ring, a party, the whole thing. Opening her heart wide, she let the love in. Everything. That's my queen, he murmured. That's what I'm talking about. And that was how she ended up, engaged. As she bent down to kiss him, it seemed utterly bizarre that the pair of them kept ricocheting back and forth between such incredibly opposite emotions. But this situation seemed to amplify the highs and lows, funneling feelings and experiences through a bullhorn until everything was too big to contain. So, a ring? She said against his mouth. Yup, a ring. He ran his hands around the back of her thighs and stroked up and down. And maybe a little some you can't get at a store. And what might that be? She drawled. Oh, you know, I'll just have to show you upstairs. Chapter 61. Yeah, I heard you arguing during the day. As I spoke, he glanced into the mirror over his bathroom sink. His brother was standing behind him, in the doorway to his bedroom, and the guy was dressed in all black, looking like he was right out of a magazine, clearly ready to take his female out again for the night. Sounded heavy, I tacked on. It was bad for a little while. Trez came in and sat down on the lip of the jacuzzi, but we got through it. I asked her to mate me. Congratulations. Thanks. Picking up the can of Barbasol, I hit the go button and then patted down his cheeks and chin. How's she doing? Okay. I knew the male was lying. The tells were all over the place, but mostly in the way his brother didn't meet his eyes. What's on your mind, Trez? Trez cracked his knuckles one by one. She doesn't want her remains to be like where her sisters are up there. He pointed to the ceiling, but meant the heavens above. So, you know, when the time comes, I'm thinking of disposing of... As that deep voice cracked and couldn't keep going, I forgot about his razor and went over, tightening the towel that was around his waist and sitting down beside his brother. Shit. Trez rubbed his face. Yeah, that about covers it. Anyway, I'm thinking I'll build a pyre for her. Rev's people do that. That way she'll be... He cleared his throat. She'll be free. She wants to be free at the end. You know. I shook his head. I hate this for you. Me too. Guess I was born under the wrong star in a major way. What can I do? Nothing. Just listen to me and forgive me if I say the wrong thing or get pissy. The stress is fucking crazy. They sat side by side in silence. Because sometimes that was all you could do for someone you loved. There were paths that had to be walked alone, and that just sucked. He wanted to ask how long, but that was the question of the hour, the one that nobody could answer. Are you going to have a ceremony? I asked. I don't think she wants that. I'm not sure what the Chosen do for funerals. I was talking about the mating. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Trez slapped his knees and got to his feet. I gotta head out. I'm going to take her out tonight and get her a ring. I want to put a star from the heavens on her finger. Then she's going to cook me dinner up north at Rev's. Sounds good. I looked at the guy. Listen, this is none of my business. Everything is your business. You're my blooded brother. Does Selena know about what's doing with the Sahib? About your situation with the princess? Trez shrugged. I told her, a while ago, but I'm not thinking about all that right now. God, they were down to only a couple of nights left in the mourning period, and then, one nightmare at a time, I thought. His brother was right. Listen, I said, I'm just a phone call away. You need anything, you hit me. Thanks, my man. They clapped palms, and Trez offered a dead smile. You look like Santa Claus. On that note, his brother left. I sat there for a while, the uneven rim of the tub and the marble ledge making his butt feel like someone was hitting it with a 2x4 over and over again. It was the saddest commentary that Trez was more focused on the funeral than the mating ceremony. For a moment, he considered canceling his own date, or whatever it was with Machen. But he could just as easily wait by the phone in her company. Naked company. As he stood up and went to the sinks, he grabbed his Gillette 800-bladed whatever and started de-santing himself. The guilt that he felt about heading off for a couple of hours of sex while his brother was suffering like this was enough to make him want to throw up. His entire life had been in service to the male, and thinking of himself and what he wanted for his own shit was like exercising a limb that had been in a cast for decades. It seemed uncomfortable, unsure, unlikely to sustain weight. But he felt kind of like Trez did, as if there was a limited time to enjoy what he had before everything changed, and not for the better. Trez might not want to think about it, but his time for reckoning with the Sahib was going to come whether he acknowledged it or not. Their parents had been stripped of their station and their ill-gotten gains for essentially selling Trez to the Queen. There were no other levers to pull on that front. Even if their mother and father were tortured and killed, which had been brought up 9 months ago, it had been no motivator for Trez or himself. And the Sahib must have realized that, because that was the last either of them had heard of that line of threats. Impossible to get emotional about two people who had allowed you to be jailed your entire life, just so they could rise to be primaries at court. One thing he knew for certain: as the time for the ritual mating came due, the Queen was going to take things to a higher level, which meant both he and Trez were going to have to watch their backs. Probably a good idea to encourage any dating scenarios to stick close to home, or, preferably, in the compound itself. Shit. Trez was going to hate that. As Trez let out a purr, Selena pivoted around in the closet. He had materialized behind her, his arms crossed over his chest, his body tilted against the jamb. "Well, hello," she said. "I love what you're wearing." "I don't have anything on." "Exactly." He came forward, turning her to face him and drawing her closer. "Gimme." His kiss was forceful, his hips thrusting into her, his arousal a very good indicator that they were in danger of being late. She laughed and pushed at his solid chest. "Aren't we supposed to be at the jeweler's in a half hour?" "Who cares?" As if she were going to say no. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she let herself get loose, or as loose as she could become. Even with the pills that she'd taken 2 doses of, her joints were aching all over, her body's battle reaching the point where her mind was being brought into the fight, the sensations no longer a figment of paranoia, but an actual, dogged drag. The good news? The lust she felt was so loud and pervasive it overrode everything else. Trez picked her up and carried her back to the bed. Laying her out flat, he kissed her deeply, his hands caressing her breasts and thumbing at her nipples, his pelvis pushing and retreating. When she was writhing underneath his weight, he broke off from her lips and began a slow descent down her body, lingering to lick and suck, heading for her sex. She called out his name as contact was made, spreading herself wide for him, drinking in the sensations of his wet mouth on her core. The orgasm was a beautiful series of contractions, pleasure vibrating through her, filling her out on the inside. And all the while, he watched her, his eyes looking up from where he was, his hands cupping her breasts. She was expecting him to stop so that she had time to dress. No. He kept going, licking up to the top of her sex, lolling his tongue around, giving her every opportunity to see what he was doing to her, showing off as he flicked at her, his pink flesh moving quickly. Punching at the pillows, she stretched herself against the heat and the thrill of it. And still he continued. Somewhere in the back of her mind, it registered that he was doing this not just to pleasure her, but to bank the memories in his mind. His eyes never left her, his peridot stare capturing her face, her throat, her breasts, her belly. "Trez," she moaned, arching up. When he finally released her core, he reared over her body and all but ripped off his clothes. As his shirt went fluttering to the floor and his pants retreated with no concern at all as he yanked them off, she smiled. She was so ready for him. He brought her knees up with his dark hands, bending her legs and moving them out to the sides gently, and then he gripped his erection and brought the head of it to the center of her need. Stroking her, he went up and down, glossing himself as he stared at where the two of them were about to be joined. Pressing inside, he retreated and came at her again, his palm doing the work more than his hips. And each time he popped free, he bit down on his lower lip, his fangs compressing the flesh that had worshipped her. For some reason, she thought about all her training as an eros. She had been prepared to do her duty, had even been curious about the act, but these experiences with him, the choice to have him, the joy at giving herself not out of some trained obligation, but because she loved him and only him, was so much grander and more glorious than anything her station might have prepared her for. Eventually, his control snapped and he groaned, sinking into her to the hilt. Propping himself up on his hands, he moved above her, his eyes traveling around her face until he dropped his head and kissed her. Soon, his pumping became hard and fast, and she stretched her arms out, stroking his lower back, his buttocks, his hips. As he started to climax, she fell still and felt him orgasm. It went on for the longest time, his gasping breath, his groans, the sound of her name being wrenched from him, as if his soul were being torn apart. And still his hips moved, and his sex stroked, and then once again she was coming along with him. When he collapsed on top of her, she wrapped her arms around him. He was so big, she could barely make it up onto his back, much less have her hands meet at his spine. He was panting into her hair, into her throat. "I love you so much," was all he said. Chapter 62. Machen sneaked into the ritual chamber and checked on her mother before she tried to leave the palace once again. The queen was still sitting in her mourning pose, her robes now red after having been changed by staff from those she had had on the night before. All appeared well for another escape. Tiptoeing across the marble, she headed for the cupboard in the corner, opening the door and— "Did you think I would not know it was you?" came the words in the shadow dialect. Machen froze. "You have fooled them all, but not me. I know my own flesh." Shutting the cupboard door, Machen fell into the posture of greeting, placing both hands on her shoulders so her arms crossed over her chest, and then lowering herself to her knees and prostrating her torso. "My queen." I have allowed you your freedom around the palace. Thank you, my queen, she said to the marble floor. Do not abuse my good nature. I shall not, my queen. I believe you already have. My devotion, as my service, is to you and you alone. I can have another of you if I wish. You are as replaceable as anything else in this world of mine. Never forget that I am the sun around which this galaxy spins, and I can alter your destiny with the blink of an eye. Her mother's head turned toward her, the red robing twisting around as if she were some kind of evil creature. And then Ansley, the high priest, and the chief astrologer stepped into the room from a hidden door across the way. Beneath her robes, Machen began to shake, and for self-preservation, she blocked her mind by repeating the word Machen over and over again in her head. If her mother or those two advisers got into her thoughts and recent memories, she feared not only for her own life, but for I.Am's. How had her mother known? I shall excuse myself and go worship, Your Holiness, she said, as she would have if she were but a servant. You do that, and you might contemplate the fragility of life whilst you are in your state of reverence. Machen ran out of the sacred room and escaped through the halls to her own cell. As she closed herself in, she was breathing hard, her lungs burning, her hands shaking as she tore the hood from her head. She had been spared, she realized, only because her mother found the appearance of propriety more valuable than punishing a daughter who had gone on a wander. If it got out that the princess had been compromised by interacting with commoners, or even primaries, it would not reflect well on the queen. For a moment, Machen contemplated staying in her rooms, but she wasn't going to get many other nights like this. The mourning was ending soon, with a sahib-wide ceremony where the primaries and the general population would join in the queen's up until now private pain. After that, especially given that her mother was aware of her forays around the palace and the fact that she was to be mated, leaving the territory was going to become impossible. Likely, she would find it difficult to even leave her suite of rooms. She had to see I.Am, especially if it was one last time. Extinguishing the lighting overhead, she took off the jewelry at her throat and upon her wrists, and left it on her bedding platform. As with the prior night, she had informed her staff she needed privacy and would summon them at her leisure. So she had some time. Closing her eyes, she spirited away, finding the ventilation shafts and using them to gain access to the great outdoors. She was not unfamiliar with where Caldwell was. She had seen maps, but the reality of finding the city and locating one particular housing unit within it struck her as craziness. Except then she homed in on the echo of her own self, her own blood. It was so much louder than she'd expected, a veritable beacon that led her into the dense buildings of the metropolis. Those high spires of glass and steel that were as a man-made forest amid a landscape of asphalt and brick and restricted greenery. Following the signal, she found herself zeroing in on a certain terrace among many others on one of the taller constructions, and upon her arrival, she did not reassume her form. She remained as a shadow, pooling on a shallow porch-like function before a wall of glass. Inside the living space beyond, I.Am looked up as if instantaneously aware of her presence. Coming forth, he opened one of the massive panes by sliding it off to the side. "You came," he said. Rising up from a loose collection of molecules, she became corporeal. It was only then that the frigid breeze from off the river down below penetrated her robes, flipping them to and fro as it chilled her to the bone. "Inside," he told her. "Let's get you warm." She didn't know what to say as she stepped over the threshold, and the gusts were extinguished as he closed them in together. "What's wrong?" he asked. How he could read her so well with her mesh in place, She did not know. And indeed, she had to tell him her truth. Even though it was going to spoil everything between them. How could it not? She had seduced him, and he had been the one to take her first, not his brother. She was also the female who, by his own admission, he had hated for so long, the reason for the ruination of his brother's life. Machen? She studied him for the longest time, trying to find the words. How did she start? And why had she wasted the daylight hours fantasizing about him, when she should have been preparing to reveal herself? She needed a moment further to think. "There is not," she said, keeping her voice level as she started to walk around. "How lovely this is." At least the latter was not a lie. Everything was honey gold upon the floors and white everywhere else. The furniture understated in the great open space, the view expansive and spectacular. "Are you hungry?" he asked her, from very close. Jumping, she looked over her shoulder. He was looming behind her, his body seemingly poised for something. For sex. But no, she told herself. They needed to talk. She had to reveal herself to him. Otherwise the passion, on his side, was a disingenuous manipulation of which she was guilty. "Are you—" he growled softly as he stepped in against her body. "Hungry?" Beneath her headdress, she licked her lips. His hips rolled against her robing, what was no doubt a very hard, very thick erection pushing into the fabric that separated their bodies. There would be time afterward, she told herself. She would tell him afterward. The guilt was strong. The lust was stronger. "I am," she breathed, "but not for food." As if he read her mind, the lighting which rained down from the ceiling went out, effectively eclipsing them from any external viewers. "I'm going to take that off," he gritted, as if he hated her hood. Abruptly, she was freer to breathe, see, smell. The purr that percolated up out of his chest was that of an animal, but his hands were not harsh as he reached for her overrobe. Up and off her head the weight went, and then the lighter sheath beneath disappeared, and she was naked before him. His hands worshipped her as he ran them over her shoulders and down to her breasts. Bringing them together and up, he tasted one nipple and then the other, lapping, sucking, and oh, it was too good. Her legs went loose, and as if sensing this, he swung her up off her feet and carried her out of the light and airy room, down a hallway, and into a bedroom with a large raised mattress platform that proved to be as soft as a cloud. "This is how I wanted it last night," he said, as he laid her out. There was a light on in some small room, perhaps one with water facilities, and thanks to the dim illumination, she could revel in the obsessional nature of his expression. He regarded her with such rapt focus, she felt beautiful without his having to utter a word to that effect. His broad palms swept down her legs. "I want to know all of you." "I offer my body to you," she said hoarsely. "Do as you wish with me." Rage was halfway across the Hudson River, heading for the other side of Caldwell in his GTO, when that feeling of being suffocated and light-headed hit him like a ton of bricks. Swallowing a shot of bile, he cracked his window and turned off the heater. Didn't help. About a mile later, he nearly pulled off to the side of the road. Get it together, asswipe. Fucking pussy. What the hell was his problem? He was uninjured, looking forward to cracking the case with a sale and his mirror-image cousins, and on the way to see his beloved Shellin in his very favorite car. Life was as good as it could get. He just needed to get a grip. On that note, he tightened his hold on the steering wheel and started tapping his free shit-kicker, the one that was not on the gas. So close now. He was so close. Maybe he just needed to hold his Mary for a little bit. Haver's clinic had been moved to this new state-of-the-art location, and Rage had been to visit only a couple of times. Once when he'd gotten an abdominal wound that wasn't going to wait to head all the way back to the Brotherhood compound. Another when Mary had needed a pickup after attending to a female and her young son. Maybe a third time. He couldn't remember. When he finally got to the turnoff, he cursed at the breathlessness. At the rate he was going to need treatment. Maybe he had a virus. Vampires didn't get human ones, or cancer, thank God, but they could get taken down by colds and flu that affected members of the species. Yeah, that was probably it. Had to be. As the GTO's headlights finally splashed across a dull, unassuming little concrete block structure, he felt the whatever it was ease off a bit, which was a welcome surprise. At least he wouldn't have to see his Mary with him looking all wall-eyed weird. Getting out, he went around to the trunk and sprang the deep purple panel. The sight of Mary's duffel bag, which he himself had packed, brought back the symptoms. His head swam and his palms got sweaty, like he was standing in the cold wind with nothing but leathers and a muscle shirt on. Enough with this bull crap. He picked up the handles and lifted the bag out, then reshut things. You've got to get your shit together. Approaching the low-slung building, he went into a nothing-special anteroom and checked in. A moment later, the elevator came up its shaft and opened for him. Like a lot of things that had to operate in the daylight by necessity, Havers's newest facility was completely subterranean. The upper part nothing but a prop to weed out valid visitors from potential problems, like humans, slayers. Down into the earth, out into the waiting room. As he emerged into the reception area, he wondered how he was going to find her. Oh, God, you're here. His Mary came at him like she was being chased, and as she jumped into his arms, he dropped the damn bag, closed his eyes and held her so hard, it was a wonder she could still breathe. But, like she said, oh, God. Her scent, her feel, her body, the way her arms wrapped around his neck and squeezed the ever-loving shit out of him. It was all like water in a desert, filling him up, soaking him with a nourishment that he had sorely missed, giving him back his strength and power. I've missed you so much, she said in his ear. So much. Not wanting to put her down, he bent and picked up her bag, then carried her and the duffel full of clothes to the far corner, away from the eyes of the receptionist, which were focused on them like the female was writing romantic dialogue in her head. Whatever. He wasn't going to get pissy about it, but he didn't exactly want to broadcast his reunion to the world either. Settling his Mary in his lap, he ran his hands down her arms and then went in for a kiss, fusing his mouth with hers as a way to solidify the reconnection. He didn't trust himself, though, so he broke shit off fast. Too much lip to lip and he was liable to mount her in public. Oh, hey, Havers, how you doing? His Mary smiled and ran her fingers through his hair. I feel like I haven't seen you in a year. Me too, only it was a decade on my end. Yeah. So what if he was a panting dog for her? Fuck yeah. Are you okay? She asked. No, I'm wasting away to normal. I haven't eaten, I can't sleep, and I feel like someone has put itching powder in my jockstrap. She laughed. That bad? Geez, I shouldn't feel complimented, should I? Leaning in, he said softly, and I've got carpal tunnel in my left wrist. From doing what? She drawled. What do you think? He nuzzled at her neck, nipped her vein. I've had to do something to keep busy in our mated bed, and the shower, and once in the pantry. In the pantry? Downstairs? We had baby new potatoes for last meal. They reminded me of you naked. More of that laughter, and he closed his eyes, letting the joy resonate in his hollow skull. How is that possible? She asked. They look like breasts. They do not. I didn't say they looked like good breasts. He kissed down to her collarbone. Or your breasts, which, parenthetically, are the most perfect ones I will ever see. In my life, or my afterlife, or whatever comes after that. You're that desperate that you're triggered by carbohydrates? Aren't they a starch? And I jerked off twice in the pantry, actually. Because after I took care of things the first time, I realized I was standing next to the canned peaches. He surreptitiously inched his hand up her thigh. And you can imagine what that got me thinking about. Oh, yeah, he thought, as her scent changed, her arousal supercharging the air around them. Abruptly, he eased back. Hey, you got a minute? She cleared her throat like she was trying to refocus. Yes, sure. Is there anything wrong? I just have to show you something out in my car. You took the GTO? I had to bring your stuff, so I figured I'd take it for a drive. How nice. Getting to her feet, she stretched in a way that made him want to palm her breasts. Actually, I'd love to get some real air for a second. I could use the break. As they went past reception, he put the duffel on the counter. Okay if we leave this here for about 10 minutes? As the receptionist nodded, it appeared that something had gotten the better of her voice, and her sense of balance apparently, because as she went to sit back down, she nearly yard-sailed it by falling off the side of her chair. Over at the elevators, Mary whispered, I think she likes you. Who? The receptionist. Leaning down, he said back, She might as well be a vacuum cleaner for all I care. And I mean that with all due respect. As the doors opened, that small, secret smile on his Mary's face was a gift from God, as far as he was concerned. Up, up, up they went. And then they were outside, and he was sheltering her with his body as he put his arm around her and led her over to the GTO. By some stroke of complete luck, he'd parked the car in a darkened patch, away from the security lights, and that was just perfect. Opening the driver's side door, he put the seat forward and indicated the way into the back. Mary frowned, but bent down and shuffled into the back seat. As he joined her, he shut them in, and was really glad the glass had been recently tinted. What is it? She asked. What's going on? Taking her hand, he put it on his rigid arousal. This. Rage! She laughed some more. You brought me out here just to... He started kissing her mouth and putting his hand around her waist. Outcome engineer. You knew it when you mated me. As she kissed him back, he and his beast were all about the thank fuck, and he moved fast, because he didn't want them to get caught. Not because he had anything against sex in semi-public places, but rather because he didn't want to have to tear the throat out of some innocent son of a bitch who had come for a Band-Aid and ended up with an eyeful or an earful of what they were doing. Talk about your boo-boos. He got her loose pants off one of her legs and her in his lap before pulling a flyaway in front of his hips. And then it was go time. When he thrust up hard, Mary let out a curse, as her head bonked into the roof of the car. Oh, shit, sorry, he groaned. Like I care, she said, taking his mouth with her own. I need you so badly. Chapter 63. Trez pulled Manny's Porsche up in front of Marcus Reinhardt's jewelry store. The oldest jeweler in town. The place had been featured in things like the New York Times and even the Robb Report for its extensive inventory. And by extensive, that was carat weight. Glancing over at Selena, he said, You ready? I have never had a ring of my own. Really? She shook her head. There were jewels in the treasury. She stopped. Are jewels in the treasury, but as chosen, we were unadorned except for our pearl, and that was not really ours. Unlatching his door, he said over his shoulder, Yet another pity as far as I'm concerned. But he was going to rectify that tonight. Walking in front, he opened her door, and as her beautiful hand extended, he caught hold and gave in to the urge to bend down and kiss the back of it. Then he pulled her carefully to her feet and offered her his elbow. As she took it, he had a feeling that both of them were ignoring how the gesture was not just that of a polite gentlemale, but something that was needed. She wasn't walking as well as she had been. Before they got to the door, the iron-barred thing opened wide. "Mr. Latimer, greetings." The man was dressed in a formal suit and had a neat head of hair and a precisely cropped beard. Along with his patrician accent, and the fact that he had a 3-point pocket square, he was pretty much central casting for what you'd blue sky as a guy who specializes in 6- to 7-figure engagement rings. "Thanks for opening things up for us," Trez said as they shook hands. "This is my fiancée, Selena." "My pleasure, madam." "Okay. You had to approve of that bow." Inside, everything was set up for a private showing, and Trez suddenly felt really fucking good about all this. The cases with their fillings of precious gems twinkled under the special lights, as if they were applauding Selena's and his arrival. Champagne was cooling in a silver bucket, and a pair of crystal flutes had been set out. "May I offer you some Veuve Clicquot?" they were asked. "I think I'm good," he said. "Selena?" She tilted up her chin, as if she were determined to enjoy herself. "I would like some, please." "Make that 2, Trez amended. "Pop, fizz, pour and hand over." He clinked their glasses. "Let's do this." Mr. Reinhardt took them into a private room that had a video camera mounted in the corner on the ceiling. "Mr. Perlmutter gave me your specifications, and I took the liberty of preparing you a tray for consideration." And out came the ice. In black velvet slots. Diamond rings sat up like good little children, panting to get picked to answer a question. Selena's inhale was like a pat on the back for him. "See anything you like?" Trez asked. She tried on every single one, putting the rings on any finger that fit and turning her wrist this way and that under the light. The coup de grace was her sliding on all of them, her 10 fingers stacked with about 20 spectacular baubles. "How much money is all that?" he asked idly, as he sipped his champagne. "Several million," Mr. Reinhardt said. At that, Selena blanched and put her hands down. "What?" "Several million," the jeweler repeated. "How much are these things?" she demanded, and then, when informed what the square on her pinky was worth, she exclaimed, "Dearest virgin scribe!" There was an awkward moment as Trez wished he'd STFU'd. "Selena, I'm not thinking about the price." "You should be." She started taking the rings off at a furious pace. "I haven't spent a lot of time on this side, but I've learned a thing or two about human money." "Will you give us a moment?" Trez said smoothly. "And you can take these away if you're worried about the security." "Your credentials have been well verified, Mr. Latimer." The man got to his polished shoes. "Take your time." The second the door closed behind the man, Selena turned to him. "Trez, I don't want you spending this kind of money on me." "Why not?" "It's a waste. I'm not going to wear the thing for centuries." He exhaled like someone had kicked him in the chest. "Yeah. Wow. You're really missing the point here if you think I'm looking for some kind of time value on the cash." He gathered her hands. I want to do you right. I just want this experience with you, okay? This time, right here. He motioned around the desk. This is our infinity. It's happening right here, right now. So let's get you the biggest fucking ring in this place and a pair of earrings to match. Let's just say, fuck you to dying. All right? She blinked fast. Oh, Trez. He picked up one of the rings she had thrown back on the velvet tray and put it over the nail of her ring finger. Come on. Say it with me. Say what? Fuck you, death. Trez, don't be ridiculous. Hey, on the outside chance the Grim Reaper is listening, I think he needs to know how much we hate his ass. Come on, my queen. Say it with me. Fuck you, death. She put her free hand up to hide an off-kilter smile. You're crazy. Tell me something I don't know, and stop ducking this. Fuck you, death. When she just mumbled the words, he shook his head. Nope. Louder. Fuck you, death. Selena started to laugh. This isn't funny. Couldn't agree more. He smiled and nodded at her, still poised with the ring at the top of her finger. All together, like he can hear you. Fuck you, death, she hollered. Then she smiled broadly. Fuck you, death. He slid the ring home and sat back, staring at the sparkler. You know, I really like that one, actually. Selena peered over her hand and regarded the grape-size, pear-shaped rock. Oh, boy, it's so big. That's what she said. As they both started to laugh, he pulled her in by the back of the neck and kissed her. You want to keep trying on some more? She shook her head. No, this is perfect. I want this one. Putting her beautiful hand out, she did that thing females did with rings, pursing her lips and smiling to herself. God, I love you, he thought. You perfect, perfect female of worth. Are you sure it's not too expensive? She said. No matter the cost. He kissed her again. It's yours. I got naked really damn fast. As soon as he was birthday suit ready, he wanted to go down on Machen. Even though he had no idea what to do to a female below the waist, he was 300 ready to find the hell out. Didn't happen. The wrench in the works was when he got within range of her, his sex brushing up against hers as he positioned himself on top. That was pretty much it. I need you, he groaned, as she ran her hands up his back and down his sides. Then take me. Forced himself to stop. Are you okay, though? After last night? God, he couldn't get enough of her almond-shaped eyes, and that black curling hair of hers all over the white pillowcase, and her resplendent skin. She was a constant revelation, one that shocked in a good way every time he looked at her. I am well, she said, and I am of strength, thanks to your generous vein. He really loved her accent, the dialect that was spoken in the territory, tinting her English with the sounds of home. No, not home, he reminded himself. Caldwell was home. Reaching between them, he angled his cock and drove in slowly with his hips, wanting to make sure he didn't force anything. In response, her nails bit into his skin, and she arched up, her breasts all tight tips. His hips took over, driving in and out, the friction going to his head like he'd been drinking all night. Harder, faster, until she came, jerking up against him, straining under him, one of her hands slapping down on the bed and twisting the duvet up hard. He just kept going, coming over and over again, and then he pulled out of her and stroked himself, orgasming over her sex, her belly, her breasts. Even as he was all in with what he was doing, a part of him refused to recognize the significance. He wasn't marking this female. Nope, he wasn't. Because if he was marking her, if this was anything more than just an intense session with a female he happened to be really fucking attracted to, then it could put him in a very difficult situation, especially as his brother was going to refuse to return and do his duty at the territory. And was then going to have to go on the lam to avoid an axe falling on the head of the only blood relation who mattered to him. But again, he told himself as he collapsed against her naked body, he wasn't marking anything like that. Nope, not at all. Chapter 64. They held hands all the way home. As Trez drove the Porsche back to the compound, he kept contact with his queen, thumbing her palm, playing with her new ring, bringing her hand up for a kiss. "Everyone has been so kind," she murmured, her head back against the seat rest, the flaring lights from the street lamps at the highway junctions giving him blue-tinted hints of her face. Yeah, good people. He thought of his brother. Rage. Revenge. He'd even gotten a text from Tor, who had walked a different version of this path. And then there was Doc Jane, Manny, Elena. All of them trying so hard to help, she said. Yeah. Doc Jane and Manny have been working around the clock, attempting to find solutions. Yeah. He kissed her hand again. They have. And revenge went up to his people. He did. And went to the territory. Trez ripped his head around. What? She turned her head to him, her eyes half-lidded and sleepy. Went to the shadows. Abruptly she frowned. Ow! You're hurting me. Shaking himself, he let up on his grip. Sorry. What did you say? As she repeated it for a third frickin' time, his heart started to pound. Keeping his voice deliberately calm, he asked, Do you know when he went? No. Doc Jane just mentioned it when I went to see her. You were having your migraine. Trez, what's wrong? Nothing. He brought up her hand for yet another kiss. Nothing at all. The rest of the trip home was a Sybil experience. One part of him connected with Selena, the other half hunting down and screaming in the male's face something along the lines of, What the fuck were you thinking, you asshat motherfucker, putting yourself in danger like that? Or something to that effect. Changed before we go up there. I'm sorry? He took the right-hander that led up the mountain. What did you say? I'd like to get changed. This cooking thing is going to get messy. You could do it naked. I'm just saying, cleanup would be a breeze, because I could take you directly into the shower. Plus I could lick off cake batter if it landed, anywhere. She laughed. Might be cold. Then I could keep my hands on you the whole time. I won't get any cooking done. Don't underestimate the power of takeout. He leaned in and kissed her shoulder. But that's fine. Whatever you want. When the great gray mansion came into view, he parked the car in front of the steps as Manny requested, and then went around to open his female's door. As she reached her hand out, the diamond caught the light from the house's security lamps and flashed a rainbow. I love it so much, she said. Good. That was the plan. Once inside, he took Selena up to their bedroom. Fritz and the doggin had moved clothes into his closet for her, and he had to admit he loved all her shit mixed in with his. Thank God she needed to change, he thought, as he acted as nonchalant as he could. So listen, I'm just going to go next door, he said, keeping his voice level. For a second. You know, to check on I am. All right, she said, smiling. The instant he was out of her sight, he bared his fangs and ditched the all-cool act. At his brother's door, he didn't bother to knock. He just whipped the thing open. I am, he barked, even though he doubted the guy was there. Not waiting for an answer, he took out his phone and hit the guy up. 1 ring, 2 rings. Yeah, Trez. What's wrong? What the fuck were you thinking? There was a pause. Excuse me? You went to the fucking territory? He tried to keep his voice down. Are you out of your fucking mind? Trez, what the fuck are you doing? I am not discussing this with you over the phone. Then get your fucking ass home now. He hung up and marched around. Then, snapping himself out of it, he masked up and went back to his room. Hey, Selena? Yes, she said from the closet. I've got to hang here for a little bit. Not long. If you want, you can head on up and I'll be there quick. He knew in the back of his mind that he wasn't thinking right. She shouldn't be alone, but he was seeing red. His brain locked on his brother's idiot move. Sticking her head out, she smiled and said something that didn't sink in. Going by her nod, though, she was going to leave. He went over and kissed her, and then shut himself into I.Am's bedroom. It felt like it was an hour until his brother showed up, but it was probably 5 or 10 minutes. And as the guy walked into the room, a strange scent on him dimly registered. It was female. But whatever. What the hell, I.Am? He demanded. Like I don't have enough problems? You need to back off. I went there because I wanted to see if there was any record of the arrest in the healing journals. It was just a trip in and out. How? Who did you make a deal with? Myself. Bullshit. Trez, no offense, but why are you wasting time with this? I got out. Was it sex? Did you use sex? When I.Am didn't reply, he threw up his hands. Oh, come on. Are you kidding? Calm down. Calm down. You don't think that it might be seriously fucking nuts for you to turn yourself over to the Queen's executioner? Who I've spent the last 9 months buying off with a supply of prostitutes? That doesn't strike you as irresponsible, considering they want me to go back there? You know what? I'm not doing this with you. I'm not— The fuck you're not! You exposed us both going there. They could have used you as leverage. They didn't. To get me back there, to service that fucking princess. You told me I had till the end of the mourning period. That's only 3 days, and I've got shit I need to deal with here. I don't need you wild-carding. Trez, I know you're caught up with Selena. I get it. But you're out of line here. Out of line? What if they kept you? What if Ansley had come to me and been all like, I got your brother. Time for your mating? Did you think for even a second what kind of position that would put me in? Either you and a life of imprisoned fucking for me, or not being here for Selena at the end of her life? What the fuck? For some reason, I.Am's abrupt change in affect registered. The male had frozen in place and was staring over Trez's shoulder, his expression instantly going blank. Trez clamped his mouth shut and closed his lids. Even before he turned around, he knew what he was going to find in the doorway to the bedroom. Yup. Selena had opened the way in and was standing between the jambs, pale as a ghost. "You're to be mated?" she said in a thin voice. "In 3 days?" I.Am cursed under his breath. Just exactly how this didn't need to come out. And worse, as Selena came forward, her gait was off, like her knees or maybe her hips were giving her bother. "What are you—" She stopped in front of Trez. "Are you going to mate that female in 3 days?" Time to go, I am thought. This was definitely something the two of them— "No," Selena said as he went to head by her. "Stay." Like she wanted him available to fill things in if she felt her mail wasn't being straight with her. "What's going on?" she demanded. Even though Trez had been ripshit only moments before, the guy looked as composed as an inanimate object. "It's not important." "That's not what I just heard. And before you accuse me of eavesdropping, the two of you were yelling so loudly I could hear it next door." Trez rubbed his short-cropped hair and walked around. "Selena, are you going to be mated? This doesn't affect us." "It most certainly does." When there was a tight silence, I decided, fuck it. He was sold by our parents when we were infants to the queen of the territory, as a mate for the heir to the throne. It was decreed by his astrological chart. He's done everything possible to escape from it, and the reason he's pissed at me is because I'm his Achilles heel. He's just freaking out at a close call, probably because the real thing he's worried about is you, and he can't do anything about that. As they both looked at him, he shrugged. "Whatever. I've been watching Dr. Phil with Lass downstairs when I can't sleep." "Is this true?" Selena asked. "Yeah." Trez went over and sat on the bed. "I didn't talk to you about it because, honestly, like he said, no matter what they do in 3 days, I'm not going to mate some female I don't know and don't care about, and give her the second in line for the throne. It's just not going to happen. And that's true whether or not you're in my life, and whether or not you live 100 more days or 1,000 more years." He clapped his hands together as if he were closing a door. "And that's that." Selena was quiet for a time. "You should have told me." "I don't like to think about it." I rolled his eyes. "Truth." "And, Selena, I'm serious. I'm not going to do it in 72 hours or 7 million. Trez glanced over. "Did you see our parents while you were there?" I shook his head. "I was only in the palace, in a cell. And they've lost their station, so they were on the other side of those walls. I sure as shit didn't look them up. They're dead to me. I couldn't give a fuck about them." "Me too." Trez looked back at Selena. "This is my life here. Here is my life. These people, this place, my businesses, you most of all. I'm not going to let anyone take it away from me. Especially not because some astrologist looked at the stars in the heavens and decided they meant something." Selena wrapped her arms around herself. "I really wish you'd told me." "I would have if it meant anything to me." "And these businesses, do you still sell females through them?" I stared at the door, started inching his way to it. "They sell themselves," Trez countered. "I give them a venue to do so, but they are in charge of themselves. They choose who, how much, how often. My job is to keep them safe." "While you earn money off of them?" "They pay the club, not me." "But you own the club." Trez said sharply. "I want you to stay." He closed his eyes. "That's not what I'm thinking." "No," Selena spoke up. "If he has nothing to hide, let him say it in front of an audience." Great. Just what he was looking for. A job as mediator. Not. And Machen was still at the condo. "Actually, I really do have to go." I glanced back and forth between the two of them. "I've never been in a relationship before, so I don't have any advice for the pair of you. But, Selena, I think you should be aware of 2 things. One, his entire life has been defined by rebelling against the Sahib and our parents. And two, he has not been with a single female since he got with you last year. He has been faithful to you even when you two weren't together. So don't crucify him because you think that the human women who work for him are somehow with him. I'm out." He didn't give them a chance to reel him back into their drama. He had enough of his own. He'd left Machen buck-ass naked in his bed, and he was worried she was going to take off without his getting back. Rushing down to the foyer, he bolted through the vestibule, broke out into the night, and dematerialized to the Commodore. As he assumed form on the terrace, he yanked back the glass door and rushed across to the corridor that led to the bedrooms. "Machen!" he called out. Just as he rounded the door to his bedroom, she said, "Yes?" He took a deep breath as he saw her reclining against the pillows, her bare shoulders emerging from the cover of the duvet. "Oh, thank fuck," he said. "Are you all right?" She sat up. "I am?" Kicking off his shoes, he didn't answer her. He couldn't. There was too much to say about things he couldn't change and hated. Instead, he pulled back the sheets and got in fully clothed. Her body was warm and naked and yielding as he brought them heart to heart. As her arms came around him and she stroked the back of his head, he shuddered and realized that in all the years he'd had on the planet, this was the first time he'd had somewhere to go when he felt like the world was a shitty place and time was nothing more than torture to be endured. It was so much better than even the sex. This moment where he sought and was given haven, it made him understand why the brothers lit up every time their shellins came into the room, and why those males would lay down their lives for those females. "Thank you," he heard himself say. "For what?" Machen whispered. "Being here." "Is Selena unwell?" she asked, because he'd told her why he'd needed to go. "Not acutely so, but she and my brother got into it." "Why?" "There's nothing like your fiancé finding out you're betrothed to another while she's dying. That is just such an awesome conversation to have." Machen stilled. "This has to end." "The shit with Trez and that fucking princess? I agree. If you come up with any bright ideas, let me know," he said starkly. Chapter 65. It was very easy to escape from his own house. Assail simply cracked the window on the upper floor and departed his premises with all the fuss and circumstance of a draft escaping into the night. He had been tracking the movements of the brothers in his woods with his night vision cameras, the huge shapes of the males moving like T-Rexes through his property, their presences sticking to the trees. Following the sun's disappearance, he had kept the illusion blinds in place, effectively preserving the daytime, vacant appearance of his interior. It would give the brothers something to do as they contemplated the where and when of his and his cousin's nocturnal reappearance above ground, which would not be until he had completed a specific endeavor. With alacrity, he traveled to the east, to a prearranged location at an abandoned strip mall approximately 5 miles outside of the downtown area. The Hertz rental car was parked grill out against the rear wall of a building that had a faded Bluebell's Birthday Boutique, deliveries only sign, hanging cockeyed from above a paint-chipped reinforced door. Eric put the driver's side window down as Assail reformed. "Are you driving?" "Yes, I am." As his cousin got out and Assail assumed the male's place behind the wheel, Evil spoke up from the back seat. "What do you want us to do?" "Nothing." He put the engine in gear and headed off, moving swiftly, but obeying all traffic laws. He'd gone but a couple of miles when the cocaine that he'd taken about 2 hours earlier began to wear off in earnest. But he was not going to reload.
He needed to be focused enough to dematerialize if need be. He took the three of them and the pedestrian Ford Taurus through the sprawling suburbs and out farther from the metro hub, into the farmland that formed a skirting around the Adirondack Mountains. As he went along, the roads became narrower, the yellow line in the middle and the white lines at the shoulders growing so faint the headlights failed to pick them out. And still he continued onward, no one behind him, no cars or trucks coming toward him. Some miles later, he arrived at the dairy farm he was looking for. Like Bluebell's birthday boutique, it too was abandoned, and the sedan bumped along as he transitioned off the asphalt onto a dirt lane that went out into the overgrown fields. Crossing through the bramble and cornstalk tangle, he drove all the way to the forest's edge and found shelter among the birch trees and maples that retained few of their leaves. With quick circles of the wheel, he turned the rental around so they were facing out and waited, leaving the car running. He hated that the headlights remained aglow, but there was naught to be done about that. The brother's presence had made taking his Range Rover impossible. "He's late," Eric said a little later. "He'll be here." There was too much at stake for the four lesser not to show. "He shall not fail us." And sure enough, moments later, a dark shape came forward through the field, following their path. No running lights. So he knew it was the one for whom they were waiting. "You know where to go," he said softly, as he cracked one of the back windows an inch. Just like that, the cousins dematerialized out of the back seat, and the four lesser arrived, coming to a stop. As usual, Assail and his business associate put both their windows down at the same time. "Where's your Range Rover, vampire?" "In the shop." "Be fucking real. Have you been trailed?" "In a manner of speaking." The Slayer frowned, his dark brows falling down over his dark eyes. For a moment, Assail mourned the old country, where you knew the bastards, not just from their stench, but because they had been in the lessening society long enough for their coloring to pale out. Not in the New World. No, here in the disposable culture of American humans, the undead did not last long enough to have their pigments fade. "ATF?" the Slayer demanded. "Or CPD?" As if during his years as a human he had often found inconvenience from those two organizations. "By the Black Dagger Brotherhood, and the Blind King, Wrath." The undead threw his head back and laughed. "Whatever, my man. That's on you." "No. I'm afraid that shall be on you, mate." Without warning, Assail lunged out of his window and stabbed the Slayer in the eye, using the dagger he had discreetly placed upon his thigh. As the four lesser screamed, Assail wrenched the blade free and slashed across the front of the throat. Gurgling sounds and copious amounts of black blood filled the interior of the Slayer's SUV, and Assail was forced to awkwardly extract his upper body or be drenched in the mess. Eric rematerialized with his cousin and made quick work of searching the vehicle, as Assail looked around, ensuring that there were still no witnesses. As the Slayer choked and clawed at the second mouth that had been made in his neck, Eric emerged with 3 AKs and many rounds of ammunition. Without conversation, the weapons and lead were placed in the trunk of the Taurus, and the cousins opened both rear doors and got back into that vehicle. Assail reached through the window and pulled one of the four lesser's arms out. Finding an unstained section of sleeve, he wiped off his dagger, reholstered the thing, and extracted a serrated hunting knife from his belt. Quick work to sever the head completely. He left the body where it was, behind the wheel of the SUV, its hands and feet as yet moving, the right hand even flopping up and gripping the wheel. Going to be rather difficult to drive, considering there was no brain and no vision to direct things. No, he had the CPU by the hair. Walking around to the front passenger's side door, he opened things up and placed the still blinking, still mobile head into the cardboard Amazon.com box that had been lined with hefty bags. Then he went across and got back behind the wheel of the Taurus. Before the interior lights extinguished themselves, he peered over the lip of the box and met the rolling, shocked eyes. "You were a fine partner," Assail murmured. "Such a shame we must needs part association." With that, he put the sedan in drive and headed off. Chapter 66. Trez let himself fall back on his brother's bed, his arms flopping out to the sides, his eyes focusing on the ceiling above. God damn it, that frickin' curse of his was never going to stop haunting him. Here he was, trying to do right by the one female who had ever mattered to him, and that sahib shit was, as ever, a noose around his neck. "You have been without a female?" Selena asked. "Since—" He lifted his head and stared across the empty bedroom at her. "Why would I have been with one? Ever since I had you? Nobody's been of interest." There was a long pause. "Really?" "Really." She put her hands to her face. "That is—" She shook her head. "Pretty fantastic, actually." Pushing against the mattress, he sat up on his elbows and regarded her. "Do you remember what you said? After you— well, you know, when we were down in the clinic the first time? That you were worried you were just another obsession for me to sink into?" "Yes." "Well, if you are, I sank into you before we even hooked up. You probably don't remember this, but—" He shook his head. "I used to wait for you in the foyer every night." "What?" "Yeah. Pathetic. I know. But see, you'd come here to feed V or Rage or Lucas, and I'd linger by the front door just in case you came up from the training center, or went down to it from somewhere else in the house. One night— shit, I can remember it clear as anything. You finally made an appearance. I rushed down the big staircase. You were, like, in the foyer when I caught your attention. I stared at you and thought, this is the most amazing female I have ever seen." He shrugged and sat all the way up. "You got me then and there, my queen. I've been obsessed with you, for good or not so good, way before I knew you were sick." She smiled a little. "I had no idea. I mean, I knew when we were up at Rev's together and you— well, I knew that, you liked me." He blinked and saw her naked in that bed of hers at the great camp. "Yeah, I was into you then. Way into you." Grimacing, he said, "Look, I haven't handled everything well. I should have told you about the particulars of the Sahib stuff, but I was worried it was going to freak you out and make you want to have nothing to do with me. I've lost years of my life imprisoned in that palace, and I've ruined I.Am's entire existence. I was not going to lose a shot at you because of that crap on top of all of that. And as for my businesses, they're not legal according to human laws, but I've always believed people have a right to make their living in any way they want, as long as they don't hurt anyone. That's why, unlike Rev, I don't allow drugs to be sold on my premises. The human women are protected when they're under my roof. They practice safe sex, and they keep 90% of what they make. The 10% I take goes to my electric bills and my bouncers. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that." She took a deep breath. "I'm really glad you're being honest." "Is there anything else you want to know? As I told you before, I don't talk about my parents because they're nothing but biology to me and I.Am. They've never cared about our welfare. They've never been there for us. All along, it's been I.Am and me together, and that's been enough for both of us. And that's why they don't come up." Selena came forward haltingly, and sank to her knees beside him on the floor. "Thank you." Her eyes were so clear, so blue as they stared up at him. "For what?" he said hoarsely. "I don't like showing you weakness. I hate it. It just makes me love you more." She smiled. "In fact, this honesty right now is the single most attractive thing about you." Aw, shit. She was going to make him go Kleenex over here. "I love you so much." When his voice broke, he cleared it. "More than even my brother." "That's some kind of pledge?" "Yeah, it is." They stayed like that for the longest time, him staring down, her looking up, and in the silence, he realized they had reached the very realest part of who they were as individuals, and what they were together. It was the base core of them both, their faults, perceived and actual, on the table. Nothing hidden, not her illness, not everything he hadn't wanted her to know, and their eternity was still intact. Their love had only been strengthened. "You have been," she whispered, "the very best part of my life. You're such a miracle. It almost makes up for my illness." "I'm not that big a blessing." "Yes, you are." He caressed her cheek with his knuckles, brushed her lips with his. "So, you want to go cook me dinner?" She nodded, and when he offered his palm to help her to her feet, she put her hand in his, the one with the diamond on it. Her beautiful hand, with its long tapering fingers and its little wrist. At first, he didn't understand why, when he stood up and went to pull, his grip slipped free. "Oh, sorry, sloppy." She wasn't moving. Selena was exactly in the position of having placed her hand in his, her forearm up, her head tilted so she could meet his eyes, her body on her knees. The only thing that had changed was the terror in her eyes. "Oh, no," he said. "No, not now." He knelt beside her, but she didn't turn her head to him. Instead, her body began to list to the side as if it were solid, falling. "No!" he screamed. The next thing Trez knew, he was in the clinic. He had no idea how he had gotten there with Selena in his arms, but somehow he must have picked her up from the floor in I.M.'s bedroom and made it down all the stairs and through the tunnel and out of the supply closet. He was vaguely aware of people in his wake. Lassiter, who had probably come out of the billiards room. Tor, who had been behind the desk in the office. Another brother who was limping. But none of that mattered. Giving his back to the door into the exam room, he barged in without knocking, his heart thundering, his hearing shot, his brain jammed up with that one word he kept repeating over and over again to himself. "No, no, 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 no." This couldn't be happening now, after they'd had that transcendent moment. Not now, when they were supposed to go and have her dance naked around Rev's kitchen together. Not now, without him having taken her for that boat ride. It was too soon. Too soon. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Doc Jane was standing in front of him, her forest green eyes locked on his, her mouth moving. "Can't hear you," he told her, or at least he thought that was what he said. God damn it, this ringing in his ears wasn't helping. When the physician pointed at the exam table, he thought, right, okay. He would put Selena there. Moving across the tile floor, he approached the place he needed to get to and bent down, intending to lay her flat. Except, no, her body didn't shift to accommodate the repositioning. It nearly killed him to ease her onto her side. Crouching down so she could see him, he took her hand, the one that was as yet extended to him, the one with his ring on it. "It's okay, my queen. It's all right. You got out of this last time. You're going to do it again. You're going to come out of this." He never looked away from her panicky eyes. Not when machines were hooked up to her, and IVs started, and X-rays taken. Not while the two doctors and Elena worked feverishly, administering drugs and taking her pulse and blood pressure. Not as she began to tear up, the crystal drops forming and dropping off the bridge of her nose and the side of her face. "I got you, my queen. I'm not going anywhere. Stay with me. You've come out of this many times before, and the same thing's going to happen tonight. Believe with me. Come on. You've got to believe with me." He had to open his mouth, because he was breathing so hard his nose couldn't keep up with the demands. And he kept having to swallow. It was either that or run the risk of needing to tilt to the side and throw up on the tile. "This can't be it," he thought. "I'm not ready. I can't say goodbye. I can't let her go tonight. This can't be it." Chapter 67. As Rage stared up at Assail's glass house, he knew in his gut something was in all wrong territory. Ever since he and V had arrived, nothing had changed. The interiors, whether it was the kitchen, that football field-size living room, or the office, were each exactly right, except there was no one moving through them. "Maybe Assail's doing his toenails underground," Rage muttered. "A lilac, perhaps, or a cherry red." "Sooner or later," V bitched. "If he's going to stay in business, he'll have to leave by car. You can't transport the kind of money or drugs he deals in while ghosting. Unless they all overdosed together." They both had to assume Assail and his boys had been drafting in and out since nightfall, and there was nothing they could do to stop that. V had, however, set up tiny cameras before they'd left the dawn before, and there had been no activity during the daylight hours. No duffels left out for pickup. Nothing dropped off. So, as V said, there was no way they were moving any product. Like they were being choreographed, he and his brother went for their phones at the same time. AH 911. From Fury. Without hesitation, they both dematerialized, traveling back across the river and reforming at the rear door of the audience house. V entered the code, and they burst into the kitchen, startling the Doggin who was at the stove. The fact that Paradise's maid, Vucci, didn't seem alarmed was a good sign. There was also no loud beeping of an alarm having been triggered in the air. Nonetheless, they outed their guns and jogged for the dining room, punching through the flap door in the back corridor. Just in time to see Assail pull a head out of a cardboard box by the hair. "Thought you'd like to join the party," Fury whispered out of the corner of his mouth. "He just showed up." "I should like to introduce you," Assail was saying, "to my partner. My former partner." The undead's brown eyes lolled around the room, the black blood-stained lips gaping slowly like a fish's would if it had landed on the bottom of a boat in the sun. The various brothers standing around the room cursed, and as George growled next to Wrath's chair, the king reached down and soothed the dog. "How do you know that's not just some slayer off the streets?" "Because I'm telling you. Your credibility is not something anyone should fall on a sword for." "But I will." Assail disappeared the head and put the box down on the floor. "I know where all the lessers are staying." Everyone went silent. Wrath sat forward in his armchair, his wraparounds trained in the drug dealer's direction. "Do you?" "Aye." Wrath's nostrils flared as he tested the male's scent. "He's telling the truth, boys." Annoyance tightened the drug dealer's arched brows. "Of course I am. You informed me I was not to do business with the Lessening Society. I have obeyed your command. If the Brotherhood goes and eradicates them where they stay, I shall no longer have to prove that I have complied with your orders whilst I continue my pursuits.
Our interests are therefore aligned, and if you need strong backs to fight alongside, I hereby volunteer myself and my cousins. I am touched by your magnanimity. It has naught to do with you. As I have told you, I am a businessman. There is nothing I will not do to protect my endeavors, and it is very clear to me that you and the assembled herein are capable of shutting that which is precious to me down. Therefore, I have taken the necessary steps to ensure I may continue, even though it is coming at great inconvenience and my revenue stream will suffer, as I am forced to re-establish my network on the streets. As the air in the room began to hum, Rage glanced around at his brothers. He was so fucking ready for a full-on war, for a chance to pay those undead bastards back for what they did during the raids. This was an unexpected boon. It is my understanding, Assail pointed to the box, that is the Four Lesser. I attacked him in private and deliberately did not send him back to his maker. There will be a short period of time during which his absence will be tolerated. V spoke up. So where is this den of iniquity? The Brownswick School for Girls. Its campus has been abandoned for some time, and they are living in the dorms. And trying to learn long division, someone muttered. Or writing the Slayer version of Our Bodies Ourselves, somebody else said. Assail cut through the chatter. I learned of their location many months ago. After all, it is important that one know the particulars of one's business partner's life. My cousins have investigated the grounds this night, and have confirmed that they are still in place. I imagine you will wish to scout the property as well, prior to any coordinated siege. Immediately, all the brothers started speaking up, volunteering to go, but Wrath put a hand out, silencing them. Will you let us keep that? He asked, nodding in the direction of the box. Or is that a souvenir you want to put on your mantle? As with the information I have provided, it is yours to do with as you wish. Where's the rest of the body? Out on Route 149. There's an abandoned dairy farm. Go into the south pasture to the woods. You'll find the rest of the body and his SUV there. Wrath sat back and crossed his long legs knee to ankle. This is a much better outcome than us having to kill you. I am not pleased with this. It's better than a coffin, Rage said. The drug dealer glanced over. That is correct. With that, Assail turned on his heel and headed for the door. You know where to find me if you have further inquiries or require assistance with a raid. Butch let the male out, escorting him to the house's front door. It wasn't until the brother was back and had re-shut them all in together that anyone said a thing. If that is the Four Lesser, Wrath said, the Omega will know instantly. But he changes them every 15 minutes, V said, and one of us didn't kill him. Maybe he'll just anoint the next one and move along. Maybe. Wrath nodded to the cardboard box. Get rid of that when you go to confirm the corpse. I can go, Butch offered, and take him out of the game permanently. V shook his head. You can't dematerialize. Too dangerous. All at once, everyone's phone went off. The collective pings, bongs, and whistles, like someone had cranked up a Sesame Street epi. As everyone went for their pockets, Rage wondered what the hell it could be about. Tor was off rotation at home. Rev hated phones, and Lassiter had been forced to give up group texting after V had disabled the function on the idiot Samsung. Besides, it would have been a chorus of Dennis Leary's I'm an Asshole, which everyone had put as the Angel's ringtone. Oh, shit, someone said. Rage had to read twice what had been sent. Then he let his arm fall down to his side and closed his eyes. Somebody had better fucking tell me what the morning is all about, Wrath said roughly. It's Selena, Rage heard himself reply. She's gone down. Sitting on the rumpled bed at his place at the Commodore, I.M. found himself checking Machen's robing, looking for anything that was out of place, wrinkled, cockeyed. He was not sending her back to the territory looking as if she had been sexed but good. Even if she had, in fact, been. "Tomorrow night," he said. "Yes. Good." Shit. He wasn't sure whether he could wait that long. That's tight. Motioning her closer, he arranged the hood in his hand so that, as he put it over her head, the mesh was in the right place. He hated covering her features once again. It was as if he were imprisoning her, even though she was free to come or go as she pleased. Relatively free, that was. "Until the morrow," she said, her beautiful voice muffled. He reached out and took her hand. He intended to squeeze it and let her go, but he found himself not able to release the grip. "Machen." He took a deep breath. "What would you say if I offered you a place here? Here in Caldwell, I mean. If I took care of you and kept you safe here in the city?" It definitely wouldn't be in this condo. That was for sure. Sex was no doubt going to resume using the 4 walls and a roof as a fuck palace as soon as the morning was over. Oh, wait. That was when they were going to want Trez. Whatever. It would be somewhere else. As she hesitated, he said, "You wouldn't have to serve anyone. You could be free. You could be with me," he thought. Which was, yeah, nuts. But time was feeling really damn short lately, and he just didn't want to wait about anything. Especially anything that was on the feel-good instead of the get-you-in-the-nuts scale. "You'd be safe," he repeated. "On my life, I would keep you safe. And there's a whole world out here. Things for you to do and places to explore. Schools to attend. The humans are mostly idiots, but they'd leave you alone." In a flash, the fantasy spun out like a gold thread. Images of him cooking for her at Sal's, introducing her with pride to his waiters, maybe bringing her to the compound for a meal. He studiously ignored the whole run from the sahib thing. "I am," she whispered. Shit. That tone of hers said it all. And he wasn't going to hear it. "You could have a real life out here. You're so much better than just a maid for other people. You could really live. With me," he finished to himself. Oh, God. He was so done for with her. And whereas he might have chalked it up to his finally getting laid, it was so much more than that. In his soul, he somehow knew her. Over on the side table, his phone went off with a text. "Think about it," he said. "I know it's a lot, so don't give me any kind of answer right now. Head home, and be safe. I'll see you tomorrow." Getting to his feet, he escorted her out to the living area and over to the glass sliders. A moment later, she was gone, as if she had never been, and for a moment, he wondered if he wasn't imagining all this. It just seemed surreal. Was he really falling in love here? Closing things up, he intended to go back to his room and make the bed, mostly so that if Sex showed up, there wouldn't be a lot of awkward convo. Instead, he just stayed at the sliders, staring out into the night, his brain chewing on what-ifs and how-abouts. The sound of his phone ringing back in the bedroom got him refocused, and he strode to the thing, going down the hall and through the doorway, heading over to the bedside table, reaching out for the glowing screen. Picking it up, he accepted the call. "Rage? Everything okay? Trez needs you. Right now." "Is it?" "Yeah. She's in the clinic." I.M. closed his eyes. "Tell him I'm on the way." As he hung up, he fucked off the messy bed and ran for the glass doors. Once out in the cold air, he tried to dematerialize, but his pounding heart and scattered emotions got in the way of his focus. It was only by picturing Trez having to deal with a tragedy alone that he was able to pull his shit together. And a moment later, he was on the front steps of the Brotherhood mansion. Bursting into the vestibule, it took for flippin' ever for a doggone to answer the door, and I barely said 2 words to the male as he broke into a run. It was a case of full tilt down to the training center, and when he finally leapt out of the supply closet and careened through the office, I skidded to a halt in the corridor. There must have been 40 people outside the exam room, some sitting on the hard floor, others walking around. V was smoking while Butch was tapping one foot like someone had plugged his ankle into a socket. Fury was pacing like crazy. Z was stock still. Bella was rocking Nala in her arms. Payne was shuffling cards incessantly. John Matthew was holding hands with Hex. Quinn had his arm around Blay. Autumn was holding Tor around his waist, as if she were the only thing keeping him off the concrete floor. Rage was alone, standing far from the others. Even Wrath was there with Beth and L.W. and George. All of the Chosen were present, every single one of them, including Amalia. And Revenge was closest to the door into the clinical space. I closed his eyes. He couldn't believe they had all shown up. When he started walking forward, people embraced him, reached for his hands, squeezed his shoulders. He did his best to thank them and respond, but his head was spinning. When he got to Rev, he just shook his head. What happened? She collapsed, or whatever you want to call it, about 20 minutes ago. They're working her up. He's been asking for you. Those amethyst eyes had a sheen of red in them. Could have used a minute to collect himself, but he'd already missed how much? God only knew what was going on in there, and there was only one way to find out. Pushing his way inside, he recoiled. Selena was on the table once again, but seeing her all contorted was a stab in the heart. Trez was right by her head, his eyes staring into hers. His lips were moving as he talked to her softly against a backdrop of beeping medical equipment and wires and tubes and cuffs. The clothes she'd been wearing had been cut off, and a thin white blanket had been spread over her. Nodding at Elena, Jane, and Manny, I went over and crouched down. Trez jumped and then looked around as if he'd forgotten there was anyone else in the room. "You're here," the male said. "Yeah, I am." Trez turned back to Selena. "Look who's here. It's I am." That normally strong voice was reedy and choked, as if being funneled through a synthesizer. "Hey, Selena," I said. As her eyes shifted over to his, he forced himself to smile against a tide of sorrow and fear. She was terrified, utterly terrified. Why wouldn't she be? Trez began to murmur again, and I glanced over at Manny, cocking an eyebrow in inquiry. The healer slowly shook his head. Shit. Chapter 68. Trez waited for a miracle. For the next 6 to 8 hours, he waited and he prayed, and he talked until he lost his voice. He even blanketed his beloved with his energy not once, but twice. And still she remained where she was, trapped inside her frozen body, her vitals slowly fading, her eyes beginning to shut from time to time, only to have them pop open and her gasp through her ever-paling lips. Later, he would remember the moment when they reached the point of no return. It was when the medical staff turned off the alarms that had at first been beeping with warning every now and again, but which had subsequently begun to go off constantly. "Is it?" As his voice cracked, he cleared his throat. "Time for more X-rays?" Jane came around to him and spoke quietly. "Trez, I think we'd like to speak with you."
Manny nodded. Maybe out in the hall. No, I'm not going to leave her. He smoothed his beloved's hair back and was relieved when her eyes focused on his. I'm not leaving you, my queen. I bent in and said into his ear, You want them to talk to me? It was a while before Trez answered. He didn't want to hear what they were going to say, even though in his heart he knew. He knew that things were not changing this time. He didn't want the words out in the air. But the cycle of gasping and fright that kept happening to her was wearing on him. Yes, please, he said politely. Thank you. The bunch of them, including Helena, went into the room next door, and it dawned on him that he and Selena were alone with each other. Leaning into her, he stroked her hair and brushed her mouth with his. Shit. Her lips were so cold. He wanted to close his eyes, but he was terrified he'd miss something. Instead, he let a couple of heartbeats go by. I want to be free. The thing that scares me most is getting trapped in my body. Selena, he said in a voice that was as thin as his skin. Selena, can you focus on me? Can you hear me? She blinked twice, which was the code he'd established with her for yes. I need to know. He swallowed hard. I need to know if you want to go. Do you want to go? In response, her eyes, her magnificent blue eyes, welled with tears, and he began to cry too. With a sense of profound pain, he reached up with his free hand and brushed the wetness from her nose and her cheeks. He left his tears where they were. My queen, is it time for you to go? Tell me if it is. Her stare never left his. She blinked once, and then again. Oh, God. Do I understand you correctly? He said. Do you want this to end? They were both crying in earnest now, and she didn't have to blink it out again, because he knew in his heart and soul what she wanted. And yet, he waited for the signal one more time. This was one of those moments when he had to get it right, or he would never be able to live with himself. Is it time? He whispered. She blinked once, and then again. Now he shut his lids and found his body swaying, as if a tremendous weight had been set upon his shoulders, and not balanced well. When he opened his eyes, and the physicians were back in the room. One look into his brother's stark face, and he knew that whatever had been said had not been marked by much, if any, optimism. As came over, the male was careful to acknowledge and smile at Selena, which Trez really appreciated. Then he leaned in and whispered, There's nothing they can do. The anti-inflammatories aren't working, and the last set of X-rays exhibited a change that the first episode didn't have. The joints, or what should be the joints, are showing bright white on the films, with the kind of intensity metal would have. That wasn't the case before. Her vitals are not good and getting worse, even though they've given her things to help with her slow respiration and heart rate. Their sense is, this is the end. Trez nodded, and then took a moment to tend to Selena's face. She's ready to go, he choked out. She told me so. Is there something we can... Manny stepped over. We can help her along, if she's sure. She is. Leaned in close again and whispered something else. Trez took a deep breath. Selena, do you want to see your sisters? Fury, the directrix, they're all here. They're right outside. In response, She closed her eyes. Once. And then kept them that way, until he felt a fresh needle of panic go through him. But she opened them again. She was still with him. Now, her tears were coming faster and faster, and he wished he could concentrate enough to try to get in her mind, but he couldn't. He was too wrung out, too emotional, too filled with grief. And he understood what she wanted anyway. You don't want them to see you this way. Blink. You love them, though, and you want them to know you're going to miss them. Blink, blink. You want me to say goodbye for you. Blink, blink. Okay, my queen. Then there was this weird pause. Later, when he obsessively reviewed every single thing that happened, every hour that passed during the crisis, every nuance of the room and the people, every twitch of her face and each word he spoke to her, he would dwell on that moment. It was, he would suppose, rather like staring down the muzzle of a gun just before you got shot. I love you, he said. I love you forever. Tenderly, he stroked her face and prayed she could feel his touch. He didn't know whether she could or not. There was an alarming gray cast seeping into her skin. Switching hands, so that his right one was grabbing hers, he patted around thin air, searching for... I am, as always, was right there, grabbing onto his palm with strength, steadying him. He was not going to make it through this unless his brother was holding him up off the floor. Okay, Trez said to whoever was listening. We're ready. Manny went over to the IV line, a syringe filled with fluid in his hand. The first shot is a sedative. Trez sat forward on the chair he had been given. Putting his mouth right next to her ear, he said, I'll love you forever. He repeated the words until he wasn't sure how many times he'd said them. He just wanted them to be the last thing she heard. This is the final shot, someone said. Maybe it was Manny. Maybe not. Trez started saying his words faster and faster. I love you forever. I love you forever. Moments later he stopped. He wasn't sure how he knew it exactly, but she was gone. Sitting back, he looked into her still open eyes. They were as beautiful as they had always been. There was no life in them, however. That mystical spark that had animated her had gone out. And her soul, no longer possessing a viable home, had left with it. The silence and stillness of death was a void in and of itself, a black hole that sucked everyone and everything around it in, and so powerful was the pull, the lives of others were halted too, momentarily crippled by the tremendous contagious force. Trez put his face down on the exam table and released the two hands that had sustained him, hers and his brother's. Then he wrapped his arms around his love, and he wept over her with such grief that glass exploded all around the room, the doors of the steel cabinets splintering and falling free of their frames. Even the screen on the computer and the segments of the medical chandelier above cracking into shards. He had been preparing himself for this terrible moment ever since he had found her outside of the sanctuary's cemetery, subconsciously bracing himself, trying on the grief as one would test how hot a stove burner was or how toxic a smell. The reality was indescribably worse than he had predicted, even in his most pessimistic moments. In reality, he was just another piece of glass in the room, utterly shattered, beyond repair. Chapter 69. Well, Now he knew what it was like to see someone you love get mowed down by a car. I thought as he watched his brother sob. Trez's emotions had put the clinic into a deep freeze. The air so cold. Breath came out of everyone's mouths in puffs and stripped whatever clothing they had on to metaphorical shreds. Glancing up, I noted that the 3 medical professionals were likewise in extremis. Manny rubbing his eyes with his thumbs, Elena taking a tissue out of the shirt pocket of her scrubs, Jane wiping her face with her palms. I sat up on his knees and massaged his brother's back. He wasn't sure whether the contact was annoying or helping. More likely, it was a neither here nor there that wasn't even noticed. Eventually, Trez took a shuddering breath and eased back. There was a table stand within I.A.'s reach, and on it there was a stack of folded white and blue towels. Snagging one, he put it up toward his brother. Trez was outside of any Kleenex capability at this point. The guy scrubbed his face and took a number of deep breaths. Then he sat back in the chair he'd been using and stared ahead. "I want to go through the preparations," he said hoarsely. "You got it," I.A. replied. As the medical staff gave a collective brows up, he said to them, "I have everything he needs. I put it in the locker room a couple of days ago." It had been something he'd done before he'd left to go to the territory, just in case he didn't make it back. Although that had been kind of stupid. If he'd been captured and held there, he wouldn't have been able to tell anyone where to find the shit. "Is it okay for him to use this room?" I.A. asked, even though it wasn't really a request. "Absolutely," Jane said. "He can be assured of privacy." "Thank you." I.A. patted his brother's knee. "I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to go get the supplies." "Thanks, man," Trez said dully. I.A. got to his feet, and as his knees cracked, he realized he'd spent quite a while crouched on the tile floor. He couldn't bear to look at Serena. It was just too damn hard. Going over to Manny, he hugged the guy in a manly way, and then gave Jane and Elena something gentler. "Thanks for taking such good care of them." Manny just shook his head. "Outcome would have been different if we'd been able to do that." "Some things," I.A. shrugged. "There's nothing you can do." Heading for the door, he pushed on the panel, and frowned as paint chips came off in his hands. Jesus, the steel had warped, the fit in the frame no longer right. Outside there wasn't, as the saying went, a dry eye in the house. "What can we do?" the king asked, stepping forward and putting his palm out into thin air. Approaching wrath, I.A. gave what was offered a shake, and then was surprised to find himself yanked in against that incredibly huge chest. For a moment, he allowed himself to sag into all the strength of the king's body, to the point where he was quite certain wrath was holding him up off the floor. But then he needed to pull it together. There were practicalities that had to be dealt with. As he stepped back, the group of Chosen in their robes registered, and he felt a special kinship to them as a sibling himself. "Trez is going to tell you later," he said, "but she wanted you to know she loved you so much. It was hard, at the end. She couldn't really communicate. The love for you all was there, though." He focused on Fury's yellow eyes. "And you too. She was a female of great worth," the Primale said in the old language, a credit to her tradition and duties, and also an individual who mattered for her own special gifts. There is a place in the Fade open to her this night and evermore. I.A. nodded, because he just couldn't bear to think that the female's life was just over. That one moment a person was in her body and then, poof, she was gone as if she had never been, Nothing but the translucent, ever-fading memories of others to testify she had, in fact, been born and had lived. I have to get something for him. In the locker room. God, he felt like he was talking through molasses. It's for our way of tending to... He left the rest of that one just dangling in the breeze. As he passed by Tor, he stopped. The male was white as a sheet and shaking in his shit-kickers, his dark blue eyes pools of suffering. I'm so sorry. I found himself whispering. Jesus, why would you say that? The brother choked out. I don't know. I have no idea. He hugged the male hard, and felt a deeper connection with him. Then he pulled back, squeezed Autumn's shoulder, and thought, man, it was going to be a long couple of nights for the pair of them as Tor processed his PTSD. The brother knew exactly where Trez was in this moment. Rage was the last of the lineup, and strangely, he seemed to be in the worst shape. At least his Mary was by his side. It's going to be okay. I lied. The truth was, he didn't know what the fuck was going to happen next. You gotta give me something to do, Hollywood said around his gritted teeth. I gotta do something. You're here. That's enough. I embraced the guy and then kept going to the entrance to the locker room. Pushing his way inside, he stilled and just breathed for a couple of moments. Then he proceeded to the lockers immediately on the right. There were 4 Nike bags in 4 separate units, and he took them out one after another. Strapping 2 on either side, he hefted the heavy weights and squeezed back out through the door. In the tradition of the shadows, remains were cleansed with sacred minerals and purified water, over and over again, while a litany of prayers were said forward and backward. Then there was a wrapping process with fragrant cloth, followed by wax that had to be melted on. He was about to pass by Rage again, when he stopped and frowned. Looking at the brother, he said, "What time is it?" Rage checked his phone. 5 in the morning. Actually, there is something you can do, he murmured. At nightfall. Chapter 70. As soon as the sun was safely under the horizon, Rage was the first one out of the mansion. Leaving through the library's French doors, he stalked across the empty terrace, its iron furniture having been put in storage for winter. The pool had likewise been drained and covered, the umbrellas stored away. Even the flower beds and the fruit trees had been battened down for the coming snow. It seemed appropriate. Like the compound was in mourning along with the rest of them. At his side, a Husqvarna 460 Rancher chainsaw hung from his dagger hand, all ready and waiting. The daylight hours had been torture, the strange neutral aftermath of the death, coupled with everyone having to stay indoors, turning the house into zombie land. The good news was that he was finally free, and he was going to get to cut things. Striding down to the trees at the far edge of the lawn, he penetrated the line and proceeded to the 20-foot-tall retaining wall that ran around the compound. There was a reinforced door about 20 yards over, and he went to the thing, entered a security code on a keypad, and waited for the chunking slide that meant the internal bar had retracted. Pushing the weight open, he stepped out and left the door wide for his brothers as well as Beth, Hex, Payne, and all the others. The trees beyond were mostly pines, and in the moonlight he assessed the sizes of the trunks. He was going to avoid the old growth and stick to the young'uns. Firing up the saw, he smelled gas and oil, and he reveled in the power as he approached a conifer that was about a foot in diameter. The blade went through the bark and into the meat of the thing like a dagger through flesh, the cut as fast and clean as a surgical strike.
and as the fluffy-headed pine landed with a bounce, he moved on to the next, revving up, slicing through, monitoring the landing so no one got hurt. In his wake, Tor picked up the first 20-foot-long section and dragged it off to the opening in the retaining wall. Beth was next. Z, Payne, Butch, John Matthew and Hex, Blay and Quinn. On and on they went, working like an assembly line, nobody saying a word. None of them had bothered with coats or even work gloves. The blood that was spilled on those trunks as palms were scratched was part of their tribute. On the autumn night air, the sweet pine pitch smelled like incense. Revenge had helped him with the planning during the day. In the Sympath tradition, funeral pyres had two parts: a triangular base of 9 9-foot vertical posts that was topped by a sturdy platform made of 9 6-foot lengths, and an upper portion that was constructed out of 96 logs, of which 90 were 9 feet long and 6 were 6 feet long. For the top part, each of the 9-footers was set 9 zimas apart, which was roughly 9 inches, and the succeeding layers were set across the one below perpendicularly. The goal was to ensure plenty of airflow and a bright fire. So that was the way they were going to do it, because none of them knew any other alternative, and although neither Trez nor Serena was a Sympath, everybody figured it was best to go with something that had been proven to work, rather than run the risk of a homegrown solution that failed. Upshot was, Rage was going to fell about 65 20-foot-plus trees. Then they were going to strip the branches and the bark, using a combination of daggers, saws, and other tools, and set the whole thing up on the flat stretch of lawn to the west of the house. As he worked, with the saw jumping at each and every cut like it was a wild animal barely leashed, he kept going back to his own past with his Mary. He had been there, right there, where Trez had sat at the bedside of his beloved. He had known that frigid fear and disbelief that life, with all its endless permutations, had come to such a point. He had gone home and undressed and knelt on diamonds that had cut into his knees, and he had bowed his head to the only deity he had known and begged and pleaded for Mary to be saved. And the scribe virgin had come unto him and provided him what he had asked for, but at a tremendous cost. His Mary would be saved, but in exchange for the gift, she could not be with him. That was the payment for the incredible blessing, the balance to the miracle. That pain had been a galaxy that had opened in his chest, an infinite wound that was so deep and of such a mortal nature, he had been surprised he had not started to bleed. Rage watched as another tree fell to the side in a dead faint to the cold ground. He knew exactly what Trez was feeling right now. The difference? At his nightfall, some 2 years ago, after he had sworn to give her up so she could be saved from her disease, his Mary had burst through his bedroom door alive and well, cured and saved, restored to health, and able to unite with him. It was the only sunshine he had known as an adult, sure as if the roof above him had disappeared and the sun had risen just for him. Warmth and light had shone down upon them both, as he had held on to his female. They had both been restored by the scribe virgin's mercy in that moment. Later, he had learned that because Mary had been rendered infertile due to her earlier cancer treatments, the scribe virgin had decided that that was enough to balance the gift of everlife. And so Mary and he were together to this day. Trez had not been granted such a miracle. Serena had not been saved. It was Tor and Wellesley all over again. Even though Rage wouldn't have admitted it to anyone, he didn't understand why he and his Shellin had been spared, especially given how the scribe virgin had cursed him with his beast earlier in his life for being so out of control. and yet she had then seen fit to return his beloved to him. Thanks to the mother of the race, his Mary was now free to exist without death until she chose differently, which would be when he went unto the fade. The fact that they had been spared seemed just as random as why Tor and Trez had been condemned. At least his brother had managed to go on. He could only hope the same for that shadow. "Take this," I said to Fritz, "to my condo at the Commodore. Place it on the outside of the glass slider on the terrace." "My pleasure, sire," the butler replied, except then the Doggon's brows went up. "Is there aught else?" "No." As Fritz just stood there outside the exam room, looking confused, I couldn't figure out. Oh, right. He wasn't letting go of the note. Forcing his hand to release its hold, he stepped back. "Thanks, man. If there is aught else you or your brother require, please call upon me. I would do anything to be of service, especially now." The butler bowed low and then headed down the corridor, disappearing through the office's glass door. I looked around, even though he was still alone. His eyes just needed something to do, and in that regard, he understood why Rage and the brothers had been begging for a duty. Also why the females of the house, who were not out working in the forest, had gone upstairs to help prepare a meal of ceremonial dishes traditionally served at morning meals. And why the Chosen and the Primali had shut themselves into the gym to perform ancient rituals, the perfumed smoke from the sacred candles they were burning permeating the training center with a fragrance that was both dark and sweet. It was a hodgepodge of belief systems and traditions, all intermingling around the nucleus of grief. His brother. And so I waited here. Sometime in the next 3 hours, the male was going to emerge, naked and dripping in his own blood. The marking of a male mourner's chest and abdomen was the very last part of the preparation ritual for a departed female mate. And as the next of kin to the sufferer, I was the one who was going to seal the wounds with salt, making them a forever in the flesh kind of thing. He jogged the heavy black velvet bag that was full of Morton's best in his hand. It was tied with a golden rope, and the weight was substantial. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help looking to the other side of all of this, to nightfall on the following eve, to the end of the Sahib's mourning period. For quite some time, he had been mulling over that solution which involved a lifetime of travel. Any debt that had once been owed to revenge had been discharged, and with Selena's death, Trez was arguably free to cash out of his business here in Caldwell and hit the road. The Shadow Queen could not claim what she could not catch, and that option was the smartest thing to do. The problem now was his thing with Machen. I refocused on the closed door, imagining his brother wrapping up his beloved, and for a moment he tried to picture Trez being in any shape to hit the road. Probably not going to happen. Shit. It was entirely possible that Trez was going to solve the situation for all of them, by putting a gun to his head. Chapter 71. Trez had no memory of being born, but as he approached the door of the exam room, he felt as though the experience was coming back to him firsthand. After hours upon hours of nothing but pain, dogged by an exhaustion that was existential, he put his palm upon the cracked surface of the panel and realized that, even if there had been no tangible barrier between him and what was on the other side, stepping out was going to require a pushing, a forcing, a constriction that popped him free of the dense time capsule he'd been in. Lifetimes separated the male he had been when he had come down here with Selena in his arms, and where he was now. Lifetimes.
and similar to the womb, he couldn't stay here anymore. There was one last duty he had to fulfill. Not that he had had the strength for any of this. "Selena," he whispered. Her name spoken out of his dry lips was the key that unlocked the exodus. And out he arrived, into a world that was as new to him as it must have been when he had been birthed. He was no more capable than he had been as a babe. And similar to his birth, I Am was waiting for him. His brother looked up so fast, the male knocked his head into the concrete wall he was leaning against. "Hey!" Those dark eyes did a vertical sweep, and Trez glanced down at himself. His black slacks were stained with his blood, as well as candle wax and gauze fibers from the wrapping. His chest was a raw pattern of wounds. His free hand was matted with what was on those pants. "Salt," Trez said. "Salt. We need—" His voice was like a clarinet with a bad reed in the mouthpiece. Then again, he had been talking to his queen for how many hours straight? So many prayers, and the odd thing had been the way they had come back to him, even though he had neither spoken nor heard the verses or the shadow dialect in— What was he doing out here again? As I Am held up a black velvet bag, he thought, oh, right. It was so damn easy to let his Bojangles body fall to the floor, his knees absorbing an impact that must have been hard, but was something that didn't register. Leaning his head back, he arched his sternum forward, the pattern of cuts that he dug into himself pulling wider, reopening so that the wounds began to weep blood anew. "Are you ready?" I Am asked over him. He made some sound that, even to his ears, could have been a yes or a no or something else. But his ready position clearly spoke for itself. Breath exploded out of his raw throat as the salt hissed out of the neck of that bag and hit him on the collarbones. The flow carried with it a stinging pain that was so great his heart skipped in his ribs and his lungs spasmed up, and yet he bore the sensations willingly, telling himself that it was in service to Selena. After this, he would be forever marked for her. It was, he supposed, what happened in a mating ceremony. Only in his case, his female was no longer with him. And with that sacred joining ritual flipped on its head, it made sense that instead of great joy, he knew only crushing sorrow. Instead of becoming one with her, he was marking his solitude without her. When there was no more salt left in the bag, he stayed where he was, out of choice and necessity. The necessity part was that the muscles in his back and shoulders had seized up on him, maybe in solidarity with his female, more likely because he'd been bent over for the last 10, or was it 15, hours straight. And as for the choice part, as much as he hated the rituals because they were like a loud, screaming, "She's dead," in his head, he didn't want them to be over. Each moment that passed, every minute under his belt in this new reality was a step away from her. And these small increments, with enough of them strung together, soon would turn into nights, which would become weeks and months, and that passage of time was the measure of his loss. It was taking him away from her. While he'd been caretaking her in the final way, part of his mind had been obsessively playing back everything. From that black-robed figure coming and finding him at his club, to him picking Selena up from the bright green grass of that other place, to them fighting for her life that first time she was here. And then the collapse upstairs in I Am's bedroom. The first thing he was going to do, after the final part of all this was done, was race upstairs to see exactly where her knees had been on the carpet. "Tell Fritz not to vacuum," he blurted. "What?" He forced his head level and opened his lids. "Tell Fritz. He can't vacuum your room." "Okay." The word said with a kind of calm down someone would use to a jumper on a ledge. All right. Trez looked down at his chest. There were granules all over him, some white, some pink or red from his blood. He prayed that the Doggin hadn't been efficient about cleaning tonight. He just needed to remember exactly where it had happened. He needed to remember the trip down to the clinic, and where the chair beside the exam table had been, and what he'd said to her, what the needle with the shots had looked like, how everything had happened. It wasn't out of some morbid fascination. It was more the conviction that he didn't want to lose anything of her, not one memory. Struggling to his feet, he mumbled, "Need to build a—" "It's done." Trez shook his head and motioned with his hand. No, listen. I need an axe, or saw." "Trez, listen to me." "And some gasoline or kerosene." "Here, why don't you give me that?" "What?" As his right wrist was gently captured by his brother, he frowned and looked down. He still had his dagger in his hand. "Oh." He ordered his fist to release. When nothing moved, he tried harder. "I can't let go." "Turn your hand over." I am pried the fingers loose one by one. There you go. As the male tucked the weapon into his belt at an angle, Trez tried to get his brain to work. "But I might need that for—" "The brothers and their females have taken care of the pyre." Trez blinked. "They have?" "They've been building it for the last 3 hours. It's all ready." Swaying in his loafers, he closed his eyes and whispered, "How will I ever repay them?" "Here, put this jacket on. You must be freezing." Rage looked down at his Mary. "I'm sorry. What did you say?" She held up a parka. "Rage, it's 32 degrees out here. All you're wearing is a muscle shirt." It wasn't that he doubted her, but he glanced at his bare arms. "Oh, guess you're right. Let me put this on you." He was very aware that she was treating him like he was a child, but somehow that was okay. And when she threaded one of his arms through a sleeve, and then wrapped the body of the coat around him, he let her do as she wished. Coat, no coat, didn't matter to him. His eyes drifted over to the pyre. It was higher than he'd anticipated, rising up like a small house off the flat section of lawn beyond the gardens and the pool. They'd had to construct a stair-like rise so that the top level could be reached, and after a discussion and following Revenge's advice, they had doused the base in gasoline. Along with everyone else, he was standing upwind of things. Quite a crowd, he reflected. Everyone who lived in the house, all of the servants, also all of the Chosen. "And I brought you some gloves," his Mary said. As she reached for his hand, he shook his head. "I'll just bleed into the insides of them. It doesn't matter. You may already have frostbite." "Is it that cold?" Wait, hadn't she already told him what temperature it was? "Yes," she whispered. "It's unseasonably cold." "Seems right. I don't think it should be warm. That wouldn't be. I think we should hurt too." Which was why he really would have preferred to be without the parka, but he was incapable of denying his Shellen. From out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of white. As he twisted around, his breath caught in his throat. Trez had emerged from the same door they'd all been using in the library. I was behind him. And so the final walk began. Carrying that which was so precious to him, the shadow took step after step down the lawn, closing in on what they had been laboring over. Without any conversation, but through some kind of groupthink, everybody who was assembled formed 2 lines, providing him with an aisle. Trez was transformed, and not in a good way. Like someone who had been on a month-long trek with insufficient food and water, he was a shrunken, exhausted echo of himself, his face hollow, his aura that of illness, even though he was not sick in a disease sort of way. As he passed, Rage shivered. The makeshift stairs they'd built creaked as Trez went up them, but Rage wasn't worried that the steps were going to fall apart. He and Tor had tested them together a number of times, and hold they did. Silhouetted against the moonlit sky, Trez's dark shape blocked the stars that had come out for the evening, cutting a swath from the galaxy, sure as if some god had taken a pair of scissors to the fabric of the universe. Bending down, he placed her in the center. Then he stayed up top for a while, and Rage could imagine he was arranging things, saying a final goodbye. It was good that that kind of stuff was out of sight, out of hearing. Some things, even in a supportive environment, were best left to privacy. The torch they were going to use to light it all had come from the tomb. V had flashed over to the Sanctum Sanctorum and taken one from the many that lined the Great Hall, which was yet another way to honor the shadow and his loss. Tor set the thing afire when Trez finally stretched up to his full height and backed down the slats, the flames leaping to life on its head, ready to spread further, undaunted by the cold wind that was blowing. At the foot of the pyre, Trez accepted the torch, and the two males spoke. In the flickering light, it was clear that Trez's chest had been brutally cut and sealed, and there was salt and blood and wax all down the front of his slacks. Funny how the passage of time could be noted on something other than a clock or a calendar. The condition of that clothing and that flesh spoke about the hours the male had spent tending to his dead. And then Tor was falling back in line beside Autumn. Trez stared at the pyre, looked up to its top. After a long moment, he went around to one of the points of the triangular base, leaned in, and the fire took off as if it were a wild animal freed from a cage, racing over the gasoline pathways, finding its version of nutrition and commencing its meal. Trez took a step back, the torch falling to his side as if he'd forgotten it still burned. With a quick lunge, I stepped in and removed the thing, and just as he turned away, Trez began to shout. As chalky wood smoke and orange sparks and fingers of fire cascaded into the night sky, Trez screamed in fury, his torso jutting forward on his hips, his legs sinking down as if he were about to throw himself into the heat. Before he could think, Rage jumped out of line and ran to the guy. I certainly couldn't, what with the torch in his hand. Locking his arms around the shadow's pelvis, he picked Trez up and backed him away about 10 feet. Even with the wind still coming from behind them and carrying things off, the heat was tremendous. Trez didn't seem to notice. Not the fact that he had been relocated, nor the reality that if the gusts shifted, he could still be incinerated. He was just roaring at the pyre, his neck muscles sticking out, his chest pumping up and down, his body jacked forward against the iron bar of Rage's hold. There was no tracking the precise words, but there probably weren't any. Sometimes language couldn't go far enough. All you could do was scream. Chapter 72. Actually, I think I'd rather stay here. As Paradise spoke, she looked up from her desk. Her father was standing in front of her, the report she'd just given him lowering down to his side as if he were stunned. But surely you should wish to return home. There was no one in the waiting room. For that matter, there wasn't anybody in the house except for Vucci and the other staff. Something had happened at the Brotherhood compound, and Wrath had cancelled all appointments for the following several nights, as he and the brothers went into mourning. She knew no details, but whatever it was had happened suddenly. She prayed it wasn't somebody dying in the war. "I'm really happy here." That wasn't exactly true, but it was close enough. "I like having my own space." Her father glanced around, and then brought over a chair. "Paradise." Ah, yes, his "be serious, darling" voice. And usually, when he started off like that, she got sucked back into whatever seat she was sitting in, as if his paterfamilias tone held a centrifugal force enough to beat gravity. Not tonight. "No," she said. "I'm not coming home." Oh, great. It turned out there was something even worse, the pain that flared in his eyes now. She put her hands up to her face. "Please don't. I do not understand." No, she imagined he didn't. "Father, I need something that's mine, and I'm not talking about a mate and young and a big house somewhere. There is no shame in having a family. And there should be no shame if a female wants a life of her own, either. Perhaps if you meet the right—" She dropped her hands down onto the desktop, hitting the edge of her keyboard and making it jump. "I'm not interested in getting mated. Ever." At that, he paled, sure as if she'd told him she wanted to run out naked at noontime. "Your presentation season is approaching. I have a job now." There was a long period of silence, in which he measured her, and she didn't waver. "Is this because we argued?" he asked. "No." "So what has changed, Paradise?" "I have." Defeat curved her father's shoulders, and that was when she realized that as much as he was her guardian according to the old laws, in fact, he couldn't force her to do anything. Sadly, this was probably long overdue. "Is it about the training center program?" he asked. "Yes and no. It's about me making choices in my own life, instead of having things forced on me. I want to be free." Her father shook his head. "I suppose I am from a different generation." Crossing her arms on the desk, she leaned into them and thought about what that civilian male had said, the one who'd come for the application, and told her his name, but refused to shake her hand. The one she found herself looking for every time that front door opened. "It's about safety, Father." "I'm sorry?" "Me wanting to take the training course. I think I would like to know how to defend myself. It doesn't mean that I'll end up downtown fighting slayers. It does mean, though, that if something were to happen to me, I'd be a heck of a lot more prepared to deal with it." "You are totally protected, whether you are here or at home. But what if I want to go other places?" As the next wave of quiet hit, she knew where he was in his mind. Although he rarely said it out loud, it had always been clear to her that, among the many things the male missed about the passing of his beloved Shellen, he wished that her maman could have partaken in awkward conversations like this. He seemed to assume that having a female intercede would yield more harmonious outcomes, a conclusion that was always available to him because it could never be vetted. Maybe her maman would have helped him in moments like this. Maybe not. There was a lot rolled into that sigh of his. Beside her, the phone rang, and she went for the receiver on the first ring, because whatever was on the line would be easier to deal with than these kinds of family dynamics. "Good evening," she said. There was a slight pause, and then a male voice with a strange accent said in the old language, "This is the audience house of Wrath, son of Wrath." She frowned, and answered in the same way.
Yes, it is. How may I help you? It is located at 816 Wallace Avenue. As the mail gave her the address, she looked at her father. How may I help you? You may carry unto your king a message of import. If he does not surrender custody of the shadow-anointed one, Trez, upon midnight on the morrow at the boundaries of the territory, her most sacred soul, Queen Rashth, ruler of the Sahib, shall construe the harboring of said mail as a declaration of war against our people. She intends for the sacred mating to occur with the heir to the Shadow Throne on the first night following her period of mourning. Compliance will spare all vampires much bloodshed. Failure to comply will ensure a scourge against your already beleaguered populace. Click. Removing the receiver from her ear, Paradise could only stare at the black plastic grip with its two square heads. Paradise? Her father said. What hair was it? Assuming that wasn't a hoax. She lifted her eyes to his. The shadows are declaring war. On us. Chapter 73. Sometime later, Trez became aware that he was no longer outside. In fact, he was sitting on his bed up on the mansion's third floor, his palms on his knees, his body somehow still in motion, even though he was not moving. After he'd stayed by the pyre until it had collapsed in on itself and the flames had died out, someone must have brought him up here. Was that the sound of a shower? Appeared in the doorway to the bathroom. Let me help you. Isn't that what you always do? Trez mumbled. If the roles were reversed. As his brother approached, all Trez could do was stare up at the male as if were a giant. Emotions bubbled up through his exhaustion. You are, Trez said softly, the very best male I have ever known. Stopped short, cleared his throat. Let's get those pants off you, okay? And before you say it, yes, I know you're not hungry, but I got you some food and, yes, some alcohol. When reached out a hand, Trez blinked and saw Selena's, frozen in space, perpetually waiting for him to grab hold and save her. Except he hadn't been able to. Bowing his head, he was too tired to tear up, and the sense that he was going to feel this bad for the rest of his natural life was like a suit of steel with spikes on the inside. Come on, said in a voice that broke. Trez took what had been offered to him out of reflex, neither caring about his dirty body, nor his dirty pants, nor the food. But the booze. Now, that might help. At the very least, he could pass out from it. As they headed into the bath, his cell phone began to ring on the bedside table, and for a moment he paused and thought, how strange. Except that was normal, wasn't it? People called people when they wanted something, when they needed something, when they had news to share or just wanted to check in. Remember, he said to himself. That was how it worked. The next time he had a conscious thought, it was as he was stepping naked under the shower. Ow. That was all he had. Just, ow. As all that water got into the wounds on his chest. Was the one who leaned in and washed his hair and his body, even though the guy's shirt got soaking wet down the front and along the sleeves. And then they were getting out, and it was towel time. At his next check-in, he was sitting up in bed with the covers folded at his waist and a lap tray of food next to him. Was on the edge of the mattress, his mouth moving. With an odd displacement, Trez watched his brother from a distance, observing his elegant hand motions, his worried expression, his smart eyes.
"I'm going to be okay," Trez said as a lull presented itself. He had no clue what his brother had been talking at, but he was pretty sure his welfare had been the topic. "Will you do me a favor?" Trez asked as he glanced at the door across the way. "Will you thank everybody for me, for what they did? I was so tired. I didn't know how I was going to build it." No reason to add a noun there. I knew what he was talking about. "I will, sure. And I want you to take a break." "I'm sorry?" "I'm not going anywhere. Not tonight." He flexed his hands and felt the soreness in his forearms, his shoulders. Wrapping all those bandages had required an exertion he'd been unaware of throwing into the job. "I'm too... everything. I'm just too fucking everything." Hit him with a pair of laser beams. "Are you sure? I was going to sleep in here with you." "Thanks, but I could use the time alone. And before you say it, no, I'm not going to do anything stupid. You can take all my weapons. Would you believe I already have?" An image of himself with that gun to his head the night Selena had first gotten sick came to mind. Yes, I would. Except there was at least 140 the guy wouldn't have found. Not unless he took apart the jacuzzi. Started to talk again, and Trez watched him go, nodding at different places just because he didn't want to be rude. His mind had drifted off again, and before he knew it, his eyes were following that lead, rolling back in his head. Next thing he knew, he was lying down flat. Iam's voice came from up above, like God's or maybe a movie theater announcer's. "I'm leaving the light on," as if he were 4 years old. "Thank." Iam stood over his brother as Trez passed out cold halfway through a thank you. As a soft snore percolated out of the guy, he shook his head. His brother was going to be like that for a while. Glancing to the foot of the bed, he saw the pants that he'd removed on the floor, and he went over and picked them up. It was probably best that they weren't the first thing the male saw when he woke up, and Iam would have preferred to throw them away. The idea that they might be an important symbol of the death stopped him, however, and he settled for folding them up and putting them on a shelf in the closet. He checked on Trez one more time, but short of pulling up a chair and watching the guy breathe for the next 4 or 6 or 10 hours, there wasn't anything for him to do here. Backing out of the room, he paused again in the doorway, and saw nothing that gave him any concern other than the fact that Trez looked dead already. Yup, nothing amiss. Same old, same old. God, he wanted to vomit. Heading down to the 2nd floor, he went over to the open doors of Wrath's study. All the brothers and fighters were in there, some sitting, others pacing, a few leaning against walls. They stopped talking and looked over at him. He raised a hand in greeting. "Sorry to bother you all. Figured you'd want to know that he's crashed upstairs. He's so grateful for everything you did, and he asked me to let you know that." There was some murmuring, but something was off. Way off. "What's going on?" he said slowly. Wrath spoke up from the ornate throne behind the ornate desk. "You mind coming in here for a minute and shutting the doors?" So they'd been waiting for him. Yeah, no problem. When he'd closed them all in, he crossed his arms over his chest. "Tell me, and don't bullshit around whatever it is. I haven't the patience or the energy." Wrath leveled those black sunglasses at him. "We received a phone call about a half an hour ago at the audience house." "Okay." The individual did not identify themselves. They were, however, evidently from the Sahib.
Bottom line, either I turn over your brother at midnight tomorrow, or the Queen is declaring war on not just myself and the brothers, but vampires at large. I closed his eyes. He should have seen this coming. He really should have. He just really could have used like 10 minutes before the next drama bomb landed in front of him. Letting out his breath, he muttered, "Son of a bitch." But we're not giving him up. Iam's lids popped wide. What? Wrath braced his powerful arms on the desk and leaned in, baring his fangs. I don't respond to threats, and we are prepared to go to war if that's what it comes down to. But whatever the outcome, I will not deliver that mail anywhere. Period. As a low growl vibrated through the air, Iam looked around. He hadn't cried since the moment Serena had passed, not even when he'd walked out of the back of the house behind his brother to the pyre. It was as if, when the Chosen died, the electrical fuse to that part of him blew under the load that it was having to carry, the center of his chest going lights out. Now, though, as he met the steady, aggressive stares of the males in the room, the tears started to roll down his cheeks. It appeared, after decades of being without a tribe, that he and his brother had found theirs. These proud warriors, and their females, had adopted 2 orphans who had been out in the world on their own, and they were prepared to fight to the death to protect what was theirs. Taking a shuddering breath, he pulled his shit together and shook his head at Wrath, even though the male couldn't see him. "I'm sorry. I can't let you do that." "Excuse me?" the king bit out. "I know you aren't trying to tell me my business. But shadows are capable of—" He cleared his throat, not wanting to insult them. "You don't understand what my people can do." They had tricks that regular vampires did not. Wrath smiled with a bloodthirst. "Maybe you haven't met my ally." As the king swept his hand to the side, he pointed at Revenge. "Do I need to make introductions?" Revenge's amethyst eyes were cold. "As the leader of my people, I am not without resources to call upon, and I assure you, we are more than capable of countering any attack that Queen brings." The sympaths, Iam thought. Jesus. Wrath glanced around the room. She wants a war? I'll give her one. And I guarantee that a scorched earth policy is going to look like a Sunday fucking dinner compared to what I'm prepared to do to her if she tries to take our boy. At that, all Iam could do was stand there and blink like a dummy. God damn. It was enough to almost make him feel sorry for that female. Chapter 74. When Iam materialized on the terrace of the condo at the Commodore about 20 minutes later, he found that the note he'd told Fritz to bring over was still scotch-taped to the glass. He peeled the thing off, saw that it had been opened and read, and put it away inside his leather jacket. Then he opened things up, and turned on some lights with his mind. As the illumination flared, he blinked until his eyes adjusted properly. The cold gusts coming in fluttered the drapes, and even tipped a throw pillow over on the sofa. He did not shut the slider behind himself as he entered. Taking off his jacket, he paced around. His conscience was not at peace. Not at all. To have found his tribe, only to have them go to war for him and his brother, that was too much to live with. Yeah, sure, the brothers were all big boys and specially trained, and armored up the ass, and they had the sympaths backing them. But people were going to die. That was the nature of weaponized conflict. Whatever the other solution was, he had to find it. Fast. "Iam?"
As Machen's voice registered, he wheeled around. "Oh, God, you're here." Without giving the poor female so much as a, "Hi, how are you?" he went over and dragged her against him, holding her hard. Even through all the robing, he felt her body, her warmth, her soul, and he drank that in, taking from it the energy he needed. Pulling back, he removed her hood and clasped her head, bringing her in for a kiss. "Thank God." What has happened?" He took her hands, urgently. "I need you to listen to me, and listen to me carefully. I want to take you somewhere safe." I can't go with you." "The territory is not safe." She stilled, frowned. "What air do you speak of?" Fucking hell. The last thing he needed was the reality that if he didn't take care of the no-win situation with the Queen properly, Machen was likely to get injured or killed. Nobody was going to be spared if there was a war with the Sahib. And after talking to Wrath and Rev, he knew both of those leaders were prepared to attack the shadows where they lived. At midnight tomorrow. Things are happening at very high levels. The palace isn't going to be secure enough. "Are we to be attacked? By whom?" "I don't want to go into it." She stepped back sharply. "What is wrong?" At that moment, a figure came in from the hallway. A massive figure robed in black. "Well, well, this is a surprise," Sex drawled. "Princess." After a moment of confusion, Iam glanced over his shoulder at the open slider, wondering if a fourth person had entered the condo. Considering the way the drama had been running lately, yeah, the Queen's daughter absolutely could have shown up here for no good reason. Things were that out of control. "Have you not properly introduced yourself yet?" Sex said. "Would you like me to do the honors, Your Serene Highness?" As Iam shook his head, he decided maybe there was another explanation. Sex had clearly lost his ever-fucking mind. "What the hell are you talking about?" "You mean she hasn't told you?" Iam looked back at Machen. "Told me what?" "She is a maid who took care of me." "She is your brother's betrothed." The Queen's executioner came further into the room, stalking them both. "And under palace law, I am now required to kill you, because you've seen her face." The male leaned in and dropped his voice to a stage whisper. "Although I'm thinking, considering the way you greeted her, that you've probably seen a lot more than that, haven't you? Unless you want me to believe that she's meeting you here solely to pretend to do your laundry." Cold over his head, on his shoulders, across his chest, down to his feet. Iam went instantly cold. Sex was a lot of things, but one thing he rarely ever was angry. And the male was ripshit pissed off at the female who stood across the way from him, as if she'd put all of them into a situation that none of them were going to be able to handle. If she'd actually been a maid, he wouldn't have cared. The servant class was not valued above their ability to perform functions. Sex might have ordered her back to the territory and sent her for some punishment, but he wouldn't be this incensed. Turning to Machen, Iam leveled his stare at her. In a perfectly calm voice, he said, "I am going to ask you once, and only once, and you are never going to get another chance to be honest with me. So take your goddamn time to think about what your answer to this question is going to be. Who are you?" As he waited for her reply, he thought back to one particular thing she'd said. At the time, he'd taken the meaning in an opposite way. Now, he feared she'd been hinting at her truth. He just hadn't realized it. "We're equal, you and I." "No," she'd said. "Sadly, We are not. Princess Katra Vinsulana, Etel Mulanan de Funleron, stared into I Am's eyes. Although his voice had been even to the point of relaxed, he was anything but. Fury seethed under his skin as he came to his own conclusion, and was obviously just waiting to see if she had the guts to reveal herself. "Give us a moment," she said to the executioner. "I don't think so, Princess. You will depart this room and wait out there." She pointed to the open door. "Until I call you back in here." Sax's eyes narrowed, a flare of hatred glittering out at her. "Don't flex muscles you do not have, female. And I advise you not to test me. You will not enjoy the outcome or survive it." As she pegged him with a hard stare, Sax's upper lip curled back. But she did not care. He was a killer and a very potent male, but he was and always would be, ruled by the traditions of the Sahib. That was what was not understood about him. He had never once killed or maimed without provocation. And she had long suspected that he gave himself unto her mother not out of love, but to provide a stabilizing effect politically. Few would guess the true role he played behind the scenes, but she knew it, because she had eavesdropped for all those years. And yet, in spite of the sway he held and the influence he had at the palace, he had never tried to overthrow or even diminish her mother in any fashion. Instead, he had always upheld their ways, protected them, nurtured them. "Go," she snapped. With a curse, Sax turned and walked off. When he reached the slider, he muttered, "You have no idea what you're dealing with, I Am. Have fun." Stepping out, he closed the door, and stayed exactly where she had ordered him to remain. Closing her eyes, she tried to find the right words. She hadn't slept at all during the day, but had wrestled with her conscience for hours. And when she had come here earlier, she had been resolved. She was totally and completely in love with I Am, and knew that it had been a terrible mistake to take things as far as she had. It was time to tell him, before he touched her. After that, she would likely be too lost once again. Clearing her throat, she said, "I am—" "Actually," I Am interrupted, "don't bother. That little act you just pulled with him is as much explanation as I need." He broke off and began to pace, dragging his hands over his head. "What the fuck were you thinking? I did not mean for this to happen." "Oh, come on, Princess. Like you slipped and fell on my dick? We both know that's not what went down." She frowned. "I do not quite understand that phrase, but given your tone, I must ask whether such crudeness is required. Are you kidding me?" He threw his hands up. "You're betrothed to my brother. And not only did you lie to me, you fucked me." Katra crossed her arms and glared at him. "Perhaps you would like to rephrase that to reflect the truth. So you're delusional as well as a liar? Great. Fabulous. What exactly are you disputing? Your lying or our fucking? If I remember correctly, you were hardly taken advantage of by me, and that's what you're making it sound like." She jutted forward on her hips. "Indeed, I recall exactly how your voice sounded in my ear as you said my name." He recoiled, blinked a couple of times. Then he leaned in as well. "But that wasn't your name, was it? As far as I knew, I was laying with a maid, not the heir to the goddamn throne." "You were laying with me." She struck her own chest. "I'm who you were with." "Bullshit. You don't think for a fucking moment that I would have made different choices if I'd known who you really were?
Or are you so fucking selfish and stuck up, your serene highness, that you can't comprehend or care for even a minute and a half that there are repercussions when you lie about your identity and lose your virginity to the wrong fucking brother? I didn't mean for it to go as far as it did. That, I believe, he countered grimly. I am. No. He put out both his palms. Just no. I'm not going to rehash this bullshit with you. I don't have the time or the interest. I was going to tell you. I know that I've put you in a horrible position. My brother just lost his Shellin, he snapped. That is a problem. She died in front of him, and he spent most of the day and some of the night preparing her body for a goddamn funeral pyre. Then he got to watch her burn until there was nothing left but ashes on the cold ground. That shit is real. But wait, the fun and games ain't over. To top it all off, I just learned that your mother, bitch that she is prepared to attack the only people who have ever tried to take care of me and Trez if he isn't delivered like an overnight package on her doorstep tomorrow at midnight. All so that he can have the very dubious honor and privilege of getting mated to the likes of you? As Katra gasped, he bit out, So the fact that I had sex with you is so far down my list of priorities, it's not even on my radar screen. You just aren't that big a deal, princess. She was not going to cry. No, she was not. Even though her chest was screaming in pain, she would not crumble in front of him. She had brought this upon them both, and beyond the private strife, it appeared that real dangers for her people were imminent. I wanted to live, she heard herself say hoarsely. For once, I wanted to live, and I was not going to get a second chance. You were the only opportunity I was going to get, and I was going to tell you tonight. I knew it wasn't fair. I'm very sorry. Turning away from him, she went to the sliding glass door and opened things up. Time for me to come and join the lovebirds? Sex muttered. Were you aware that my mother has issued a declaration of war against Wrath, son of Wrath, over the Anointed One and our mating? The executioner grew very still, his robes flapping around him in the gusts. Meeting her eye, he shook his head gravely. If that is true, that would not be advised. Chapter 75. And this was why people shouldn't get married in Vegas after knowing a person for only 24 hours, I thought. As the female he'd assumed was just a maid, but had turned out to be the heir to the fucking throne, confronted her mother's executioner. He wanted to take the bridge. The only possible saving grace in the whole mess was that even though he'd managed to be the first lover of his brother's betrothed, at least Trez wasn't likely to be shattered. Not because of that, at any rate. Small comfort. Wasn't life grand? The good news? He wasn't going to have to be worried about any of this female shit again for a long while. After this experience, he was going back into the land of the left hand. Celibacy had worked for him thus far, and he was ready to re-embrace himself, so to speak. Sax came in properly and shut the door behind him. What is this about war? Rolled his eyes. Don't try to tell me that the Queen has made the threat without you. You're the general of her army, her enforcer. Give me a fucking break. I can assure you, Sax muttered as he whipped off his hood, I would have told her no. We are capable warriors, especially my guards, and we have armaments that no one is aware of. That does not mean it is advisable to court the wrath of Wrath. His reputation over the centuries precedes him. I looked at the guy. Under other circumstances, he would have been convinced that Sex was talking truth. But after having just been snowed by Machen, the princess, rather, he was not as arrogant about his powers of perception anymore. "They're not turning my brother over to your people," he said. Then he glanced at the princess. "And they have the backing of the sympaths. It doesn't matter what you threaten or what you do, where you go or who you try to strong-arm. Wrath and the brothers are not going to give him to you." "You make it sound as if I want him." Her voice grew hoarse. "I do not. I shall take no male unto my body or my heart." He shrugged. "That would be poetic, if you hadn't already proven how great a liar you can be." The flare of pain in her eyes was something he refused to dwell on. Hell, for all he knew, she was just disappointed she'd gotten caught. Jesus, if she had mated his brother, would she have expected these little rolls in bed to continue? Stop it. Just cut the crap, he told his brain. Given the number of things he could legitimately beat himself over the head with, he really shouldn't be adding hypotheticals to the list. "How did you find out about this?" Sex asked. "This declaration." I looked over at the mail. A call came in to the audience house. It was from an unidentified number on an untraceable line, but more to the point, as no one else in Caldwell knows about my brother's situation with the Sahib, or the mourning period of the Queen. It had to be legit. There was too much inside information, and as for how they got the number, it's no big secret. Interesting how he'd used the they there. Yeah, he was beginning to feel vampire, not shadow, regardless of his DNA. Then again, Wrath and the Brotherhood had offered him and his brother food, shelter, friendship, loyalty. The Sahib had only been full of demands and jails. "When you go back there," I said, "you can tell them my brother and I aren't staying with the vampires anymore, and Wrath and the brothers have no knowledge of where we have gone. We are going to disappear, and none of you," he glared at the princess, "will be able to find us." Another Benny of this royal reveal of hers. The one thing that might have torn him up at the idea of leaving, the one tie he might have had to here, was now gone. Leaving Caldwell, leaving the United States, getting good and gone and staying that way was probably going to be healthy for him. Shit knew they had enough money to go for a century, even if they never earned another penny. And although he would be sad to see the last of the king and the Brotherhood, and that whole household, if it avoided war, he was prepared to leave them. He and Trez were out of here. For good. As I went over to the sliding glass door, Katra had to yell at herself not to run after him. It all seemed like such a nightmare, everything about the evening. He did not look back at her as he left. And even though she could not blame him, she wanted to cry out. Closing her eyes, she bowed her head and breathed into her palms. "Do not tell me you fell in love with him," Sex said grimly. Forcing herself to drop her hands and address the executioner, she met his eye. "Why were you here? You couldn't have been following me. I was careful." He looked away. "I am not unfamiliar with this place." "You have been here before?" "You are not the only one who wishes to be free from time to time. Those two brothers owed me certain favors, shall we say?" When he stopped there, she sensed there was pain in him, deep pain, and she wondered if perhaps he had not been mourning his infant in this private place, mourning the loss that had been decreed by the stars. Staring at the proud male,
she found herself forming a kinship of sorts with him. She would ne'er have guessed he was unhappy or unfulfilled in his lot, and perhaps he was not. But he had had to sacrifice his own flesh and blood for the traditions, and for her mother. Or been forced to, because of the stars. "I am sorry," she said. "Whate'er for?" "You are well aware of what." It was rare that a male such as he would duck eyes to avoid a stare, but he did that now. "I am unaware of what you speak." Refocusing, she knew they had to leave, and for several reasons. She was very clear, however, that this would be the last time she stepped foot in this place that held such memories for her. Though she had known I am for mere nights, it had been a lifetime. Departing from here was like closing the door on the one bright spark she had e'er had. "Let us proceed," Sex said, as if he read her mind, sensed her emotions. Without further conversation, they donned their hoods, went to the door, and stepped out. The wind was so strong and cold that it stole her breath away, and for a moment she couldn't concentrate and dematerialize. Soon enough, however, she was off along with Sex, traveling to the territory. When they reformed, it was in the forest to the rear of the retaining wall. In her maid's disguise, she would never have been allowed through the front entrance. Something was wrong. Several guards were clustered around the back entrance, talking with animation. "Stay here," Sex ordered, "and don't argue with me. They won't know who I am, unless someone figured out you left." She had been careful, she thought. Except her mother was on to her, wasn't she? Sex took a step forward, stopped, pivoted around and indicated to the left. "There's a secret panel about a quarter of a mile that way. I'll meet you there as soon as I can." Katra frowned, and was curious when she had a sudden protective urge over Sex. The Queen's executioner was more than able to take care of himself, however. Unless, of course, he was somehow found sneaking her back in. Then he was in mortal danger. "I regret the position I have placed you in," she said. "Regret is not a luxury you and I can afford. Go that way. I'll get you to your quarters somehow." With that he strode off, not bothering to hide his footsteps. And at the sound of cracking sticks, the guards drew weapons, prepared to attack. "'Tis I," Sex announced. The fact that the guards did not relax made her worried. "You are wanted," one of them said suspiciously. "The princess is gone." "I know. I have been out looking for her." "Ansley has been in search of you," another added. "Then I shall go to him now and make my report." He dropped his voice to a threat. "Unless you are of a mind to attempt to prevent me access." "The princess is not in her quarters," a third repeated. Katra swallowed hard. They still had not put their weapons away. "Did you not hear that I have gone looking for her in the forest? She has been dressing as a maid. She could easily have gone out this way for a nocturnal stroll." With subtle movements, Sex reached behind his back, his hand finding a flap in his robing and ducking inside. When he casually retracted his arm, the biggest serrated knife she had ever seen emerged with it. And yet his voice continued calmly. "She has no food, no shelter, no weapons, and she is not capable of existing on her own. Where exactly do you think she would go? It is far more likely that she is within the territory, or even in the palace itself." "They said you helped her escape." "Who says?" "Ansley." Ah, yes, the high priest that was her mother's other right hand. Could this be an attempted coup against the executioner?
"Who exactly do you think ordered me to go look for the princess?" Sex asked. "Or are you telling me that the Queen's command is not as powerful as a priest's? Is that what you would like me to carry back to your ruler? Because I will, along with your dead bodies." Instantly, everything changed. The situation diffused, the guards resheathing their weapons. Sex tucking his blade into the folds of his robe at his thigh. A moment later, he was inside the walls. Standing alone in the darkness, Katra wrapped her arms about herself and shivered. As the cold night enveloped her, and the enormity of what was happening sank in, all she heard was I-Am's voice in her head. "My brother just lost his Shellin. She died in front of him, and he spent most of the day and some of the night preparing her body for a goddamn funeral pyre. Then he got to watch her burn until there was nothing left but ashes on the cold ground. And I just learned that your mother is prepared to attack the only people who have ever tried to take care of me and Trez if he isn't delivered on her doorstep tomorrow at midnight." For so long she had been in the shadows, a peripheral player to the true power of her people. As heir to the throne, she was supposed to have no present influence. That time had passed. She had always respected the traditional ways, but having experienced heartbreak and loss personally, she couldn't let this continue. I-Am's hurt and anger had transformed her in a meaningful way. She had injured him, compromised him, lied to him. He was right. She had been selfish. There had to be a way to stop all this. Stop the war. Allow Trez and I-Am to be free. Let herself be, well, if not free, then at least not a poison that infected others and ruined their lives. All because of some astrological record that didn't for one moment take into account personal choice, personal emotions, personal lives. Walking off in the direction Sex had told her to go, she tried to be silent and stick to the thickest parts of the forest. She wasn't sure exactly where the hidden panel was, and had no idea what she was going to do if Sex didn't show up. Or if he had a change of heart and, either through self-interest or self-survival, turned her over to her mother. But after a lifetime of being proper, she was going down fighting. Chapter 76. There were plans to be made. As I-Am took form in the back parking lot of Sal's restaurant, he was all about the parachute. Checking his watch, he took note of the time. He had about 12 hours to get everything arranged before he and Trez could leave. Tickets he would get online. The SUV was already gassed up. Banks and lawyers opened at 9, although he'd been keeping things in good order on those fronts, so he was going to be able to get seriously liquid very fast. Hex could take over Shadows and the Iron Mask if she wanted. If she didn't, they could leave those to Big Rob and Silent Tom. God knew those two bastards were co-owners by virtue of sweat equity alone. And Sal's? Well, that was going to go to his head chef, Antonio Dicenza. The guy was on the ball, good with the front of the house and the back, and he would treat the rest of the staff well. All those transfers were what the lawyers were going to be for. At least he'd been smart enough to get Trez's power of attorney years ago, so he was going to be able to sign over everything without having to bother the guy. And as for Trez himself, the male was sound asleep. The text from Fritz had come through about 10 minutes ago. The plan was to let the poor bastard rest for as long as possible, then tell him they were going on a trip around the world. If the way Trez had been in that bedroom of his was any indication, he wasn't going to put up much fight. He'd been so out of it, I-Am could have done open-heart surgery on him without putting him on a bypass machine.
Sooner or later, that bubble of exhaustion and shock was going to wear off, and there was going to be some hardcore shit on the other side for sure. But they could cross that divide when they got there. First order of business was to secure the path out of Caldwell. Second was to get Trez moving. Third was to stay ghost. As for the brothers and the king, he was going to sign off to them all via text and leave his phone behind. The shadows could read minds if the situation called for it. If he left no trace and no way of being contacted, then when Wrath told Sex or Ansley or whomever from the Sahib that he didn't know where they were and didn't help them escape, the truth was going to be verifiable and obvious. That way, the Brotherhood and the vampires would be safe. Walking forward, he passed by the cars of the people he'd been working with for the last 2 years. Even though they were human, he was going to miss them. Although not because he necessarily had deep personal relationships with them. It was more because he had enjoyed this stretch of his life. The cooking, the pretend stress, the demands. Compared to what was really on his shoulders, it had been a nice relief, like going to see a movie when you needed a break. Besides, here at Sal's, if there was shit wrong, he could always manage to fix it. Opening up the rear door, he stopped. The urgent voices, the clattering, the heat, the smells. For a moment, he had to blink quickly. "Chef," someone said, "you're back." Instantly, people were coming at him, clapping his palms, talking at him, asking him questions. God, I want to stay here, he thought. As with so many nights, he changed train tracks in his head, stepping away from the Trez stuff to the things he wished he were free to think about all the time. The place was hopping during the after-hours cleanup. Reports that their dining rooms had been full, and that a critic from Food and Wine had come in for a foretop, being told to him over and over. He wasn't going to inform them all about the change in ownership. He was just going to set it up and mail the papers in. And he was going to take care of the tax implications, too, so the title was free and clear. Going over to the stove, he popped the top of the marinara pot and sniffed. Then he picked up the oregano container and added some. "I told you last week," he said to the sous chef. "You need to watch the balance here." "Yes, chef." As he replaced the lid, he thought about how he'd imagined bringing Machen here. How in a rose-colored moment, when he'd pictured her settling in Caldwell and being with him, he'd seen them sitting in this kitchen on a Monday night, when the restaurant was closed, at a two-top, over there where the mise-en-place stations were. He'd gone so far as to plan the menu. In a way, he and Trez were walking similar paths. He hadn't literally had his beloved die, but the female he'd fallen in love with wasn't on the planet anymore. God, that really hurt. And actually, maybe he needed to add one more thing to his pre-departure to-do list. After he checked on the two clubs, maybe it'd be a good idea to have a drink. Yup. When it was time to go back to the mansion, what better way to spend what remained of the night than cozied up to a bottle of bourbon? It was probably the last time for a while that he was going to be able to unplug. Plus, he never got hangovers, so he'd be fresh as a daisy in the AM. It was the only benefit to being a shadow that he'd ever found. A quarter mile. Sex had told her to go a quarter mile. Katra had no idea what that meant, but it had to be a long way. Or not? As she proceeded along, she went from tree to tree, taking cover behind trunks, which she supposed was rather stupid, and testament to Sex's point that she couldn't really take care of herself. An attack could very well come from the back, and even as she listened as hard as she could, the pounding of her heart was a loud snare drum that dulled her senses.
It would have been far better to spirit along the ground, assuming a shadow state. But she was too scattered for that, and she didn't want to stop and waste time trying to concentrate. Whee-oo! Freezing at the high-pitched sound, she looked in a panic to the direction it had come from. A moment later, a figure stepped out into a shallow clearing. It was a male servant. A male servant who happened to be as extraordinarily tall and broad as Sex was. Whee-oo! As he made the sound again, she proceeded forward, lifting her skirts up. Breaking free of the thickest branches of pine, she prayed he was still on her side. "Pardon the outfit," he muttered from under the gray hood of his Farsi dress. "But I figured it's worked for you for how long?" She was out of breath, even though she had not run any distance at all. "Whatever is happening?" "It's not safe for you. There are guards everywhere, searching. Your mother knows you've left not just the palace, but the territory, and she's ordered a public cleansing for you." Katra closed her eyes. She had seen that horrific torture, a special acid introduced into the blood such that the treated writhed in pain and vomited for nights until they had rid themselves of whatever impurities they had supposedly been contaminated with. "You will not survive it," Sex said grimly. "Your only hope is to go back to Caldwell. We can find a place for you to stay." "No!" she barked. "Do not try to be a hero here. You're only going to lose. If I run, they're just going to make Trez mate someone else. The Queen will try for more young, and eventually she will have one. It doesn't save him." Sex shook his head. "You don't need to worry about that male right now. Your life is over if you go anywhere near that palace. At least if you run, you've got a shot." "But they'll find me. They'll never stop looking for me. You know that." She squared her shoulders. "There has to be another solution." "No, there doesn't. Look, I'll help you. I'll do what I can." "Do not be a fool. You told those guards that the Queen sent you out looking for me. That was a lie. Sooner or later she finds out everything in the palace. She'll know that you were away from the territory on the very night I disappeared. Even if you try to lie and say you weren't involved with my escape, she'll know. She'll have you tortured and killed for the treason of aiding and abetting me, and she'll dishonor your name." Sex started talking, but Katra didn't hear anything of it. Her mind was churning. Without warning, like something surfacing from the depths of dark waters, she remembered something the Queen had said. "I can have another of you if I wish. You are as replaceable as anything else in this world of mine. Never forget that I am the sun around which this galaxy spins, and I can alter your destiny with the blink of an eye." Alter. Destiny. A sudden horror grabbed her around the throat. "Sex, you must take me to the astrology room." "What? Are you out of your mind?" "The idea is to stay away from Ansley and the chief astrologer, not head directly for them." She shook her head slowly. "No, they'll be in mourning with her. It's the last night. They've got to be with her to complete the rituals." She looked up at him. "I would go alone, but I might need to defend myself. I need your help to do that." "What the hell do you think you're going to find in there?" "Just take me there. Please." He cursed under his breath. "The palace is full of guards." "Yes. It's not like we can just wander right into the most sacred part of your mother's compound. If it takes a minute or an hour or the rest of the night, it does not matter, so long as you get me there." An eternity passed as he stared down at her. "You're going to get us killed." She met his eyes through the mesh that covered her face. Shaking her head, she said, "We're already dead, and you know it." Chapter 77. When Trez came awake, his face and his pillow were wet. Wiping his cheeks, he splayed his fingers out and looked at them glistening in the lamplight. So, this was the other side of it all. Letting his arms flop back to the bed, he stared up at the ceiling. On some level, he couldn't believe he was still here, physically and mentally. Had his room always been so quiet? Jesus. Every time he took a deep breath, his chest hurt like he'd broken all his ribs, twice apiece. And then there was the movie reel of torture. With each blink of his lids, another part of the loss played across his retinas. And he had to wonder if maybe this was what had been going on in his sleep, and why he'd woken up as he had. Part of him wanted the incessant processing to stop. Another part was terrified that if it did, it would mean that forgetting thing he was so worried about was already starting. How long had he been asleep? He stayed where he was for a minute or two, or maybe it was hours, or nights, and then he threw out an arm and patted around for his phone. When he called up the screen to read the time, there were tons of notifications about texts and missed calls and voicemails, but he didn't have the strength to go through them all. Putting the cell back down, he realized the second he let go of the thing that the time hadn't registered. Where was Serena? He wondered. Addressing the ceiling, he said, "Are you up there?" What had she seen? Was there a fade? Funny, he hadn't anticipated the fear he had now, but he probably should have. The idea that he didn't know whether she was okay or not after death was something he was going to have to live with. Until he passed himself, he guessed. And then if it was just a big black void, well, then he wouldn't exist to care. Happy thought. When he finally went to sit up, he gasped as pain exploded all over his body. Sure as if the emotional agony in his soul had manifested itself in his flesh, his muscles stiff, his bones aching. It was from the preparation ritual. Maybe it would fade in a day or two. He got up and used the bathroom, brushed his teeth, checked in with his stomach. No, food was not a priority. Drink might be good. Yet even as those internal thoughts registered, it was from a distance, as if they were being yelled at him from across a football field. Heading back out into his bedroom, he went over to the closet and opened the double doors. As the lights came on, he recoiled. He could still smell her, and two of her robes hung among his clothes. Walking forward, he reached out to them, but ultimately hesitated to touch the folds of white fabric, especially as the raw wound behind his sternum flared up in pain again. It was, he decided, kind of like a cut on your finger, one that didn't hurt until you flexed your thumb, and then the thing really stung. Except on a much grander scale, of course. Was this what it was going to be like? Him going through his nights and days, bumping into random things and getting jolted back into the depths of his grief? "I don't know how to do this," he said to her clothes, "without you." And he wasn't just talking about getting dressed. When there was no reply, but come on, like he expected her ghost to answer, he took the nearest pants and shirt that he got to, threw them on his body, and walked out. For a good 10 minutes, he stood in the center of the room and entertained the temptation to trash everything around him. But his body didn't have the strength or the coordination, and his emotions couldn't sustain the boil of the anger he felt. He looked over at the window Serena had broken. She had been magnificent in her fury, so alive, so... Holy shit! He was going to drive himself insane. On his way to the door, he picked up his cell phone out of habit and then stopped in front of the exit to his room.
He was pretty sure he wasn't ready for pitying looks or prying questions. But he thought he'd seen that the shutters were still down? Yup. So hopefully the whole last meal thing would have been long cleaned up, and the Doggin retired for their brief rest before the daytime cleaning started up. He thought he'd seen a 7 in the time. Yeah, 7-something o'clock in the morning, the numbers had said. Grasping the brass doorknob, he felt like he was back downstairs at the clinic, when he'd gone to leave the examination room after all that time with Selena's body. This was another portal he was going to have to push himself through. With a twist of the wrist, he released the mechanism and put some weight into the... On the bald floor across from his bedroom, I.M. was horizontal and out cold in the hallway. His head on the curl of his arm, a half-consumed, fully capped bourbon bottle cozied up to his chest like a loyal dog, his brows down like even in his sleep he was dealing with shit. Trez took a deep breath. It was good to know the male was still with him, but he was not waking the guy up. Stepping with care so he didn't disturb his brother, he found himself wanting to take this first trip out into the world on his own. Down at the bottom of the shallow stairs, he did another brace yourself with a door latch, and wondered how long it was going to take to get himself over that habit. Then he pushed things open. "You bunch of photophobic freaks!" Shaking himself, he frowned. Lassiter, the fallen angel, was in the doorway to Wrath's study, hands on his hips, blonde and black hair pulled back in a braid. "You'd better show some fucking respect, or I'm not going to say one damn thing about what I found out on my little trip to the territory." From inside the room, there were all kinds of muttering. "No," Lassiter said. "I want you to say you're sorry, Vicious." It was so weird, like a camera lens that was suddenly focusing. Trez came back online, his senses sharpening, some shadow of his former self returning. "I'm waiting." There was a pause. "Good enough. And I want the remote for the next week, days and nights." Incredible grousing, and someone threw something at the guy, the coaster landing on the carpet outside the room. "Well, if you're going to get nasty again—" Following an instinct, Trez dematerialized. At the very instant Lassiter dropped the asshole act and shot a shrewd glance in the direction of where Trez had been standing. His presence had been sensed. But he would not allow that to happen again. Shadowing along the carpet, he seeped into the study as Lassiter stepped inside, closed the doors, and addressed the Brotherhood. "We got a map?" the angel said. Being careful to stay out of the way of anyone's feet, lest they tweaked to his altered state, Trez pooled in the corner farthest away from Wrath's dog. Fortunately, George was sound asleep by his master's throne. The Brotherhood clustered around Wrath's desk as Butch flipped a blue and green 3-foot by 3-foot square of paper out of its folds. "Here," the angel said, pointing with his forefinger. "This is where I found it. There is a retaining wall that runs around the entire property. Dwellings are here and here. The palace, right here. Security is tight, and from what I was able to see, they are gathering their forces." "Gathering forces?" Trez thought. "We need to get to them first," Wrath muttered. "First strike is critical. We don't want them coming into Caldwell." What the hell was going on? "Can't find this house. No one can find this house," V said. "But yeah, I'll stay behind. I don't like it. But someone needs to be here on a just-in-case." Lassiter looked across the desk at the brother and proved that he could get serious if he had to. "I got you. I'll be here too." There was a split second where the males stared into each other's eyes. "Good," V said. "That's good." "Where's I.M.?" Wrath asked. "Last I saw of him," Rage answered, "he was heading upstairs to check on Trez and Crash."
We need to make sure he keeps Trez under this roof. I don't want that shadow getting kidnapped in the middle of this. I'm happy to fight. Shit, I'm looking forward to it. But I don't want them getting a hold of the poor bastard. That's a complication I don't want to have to worry about. What the fuck? This was all about him? Trez stayed in that French study, with those brothers and fighters, until he learned everything he needed to know. And then he had to get gone before revenge arrived from having readied his people up north in the Sympath colony. His old friend the Sin-Eater would have known he was in there. When it was time to go, he didn't take a chance. He shadowed out under the door and continued on down the grand staircase, across the foyer's mosaic floor, and out farther, passing through the minuscule gaps in the jambs of the vestibule's entrance and exit. Outside, the sun was rising over the autumnal landscape, golden and pink rays hitting the yellow and orange and red leaves as well as the bristly dark green pine boughs and spiky cedar branches. He did not reassume form until he was some distance away from the house, although the security cameras would no doubt register the appearance of his presence anyway. The good news, if you could call it that, was that the brothers were all talking about the upcoming battle, so they weren't going to be going ADT on shit. And if one of the Doggin happened to see him out here, they would just assume he was out for a walk to clear his head. He hadn't put on a jacket, and he was glad. The cold slapped him even further awake. Even though it had been sinking in for a good hour, he still couldn't believe any of it. The Queen declaring war on Wrath and the Brotherhood. They're refusing to turn him over. The Sin-Eaters joining in on the side of the vampires. He couldn't believe that there were so many prepared to rally to his cause. "Selena," he said, letting his head fall back so that he was looking at the heavens. No stars because of the daylight. No clouds, for that matter. Nothing but pale blue. Trez thought about that time he had tried to escape the palace and had ended up slaughtering all those guards in front of Sex. So much bloodshed. Only back then, it had been strangers to him. If he thought that had been bad, shit was going to be so much worse if the Brotherhood went into the territory. They would ultimately prevail, with the Sin-Eaters at their backs. But there would be death, maiming, more lives ruined. Turning around, he looked up at the great gray mansion. However dour the exterior of the manse was, the interior was full of life and love and family. If this war went forward, where he was in his mourning, this terrible stretch of pain was going to rain down upon this house and the people in it. He would not put someone he hated in his shoes, living with this loneliness and heartache. He could not put those he loved where he was. Not if there were a way to stop it. At the very moment he made his decision, a ray of sunlight broke across the rooftop, that incredible light spilling down over the orderly rows of slate. Selena had made him swear he would live without her, and he had given her that vow, but only because she'd forced him to. It wasn't as if he'd believed what he'd told her. Now, though, as he imagined all the lives he could save, how he could protect these males and females and their young. "This is as close as I can come, my queen," he said to the sky. Chapter 78. It took them forever to get to the sacred astrology chamber. Or at least it seemed that way to Katra. Then again, with every corner they turned, and each straightaway traveled down, she expected to get jumped, arrested, sent to a prison cell. Along the way, Sax revealed to her hidden rooms and passageways she'd had no clue about, and proved himself to be capable beyond measure, sure of foot, fleet of mind, both careful and aggressive. Finally, however,
They not only gained access to the palace and its grounds, but the innermost restricted areas of her mother's compound, where few were allowed and security was at its highest. They had one advantage, at least. The guards who were in search of her were preoccupied with looking on the exterior, convinced they had searched the Queen's domain sufficiently. And the rest of Sex's males were gathering in the center courtyard and preparing to fight. It was a grim affair, the lot of it. But they were able to move faster and with, thus far, no notice. Part of her wanted to check to make sure her mother was following the rituals, so that they would not be chanced upon in the astrology chamber, but there could be no risking a reveal of her presence. They had one and only one chance to get to the records. "Here," Sex whispered as he stopped abruptly. She frowned under her hood. "The entrance to the chamber is up farther ahead, is it not?" "No, our entry is here." Freeing his hand from his robing's voluminous sleeve, he placed his palm against the wall. Instantaneously, a pocket door slid open, disappearing into its slot. The moment she smelled the incense, she knew they were close, and yet the space revealed was pitch black. She stepped in without hesitation, and felt Sex's looming weight come in behind her. When the door shut itself, she might as well have been blindfolded. Keeping his voice down, Sex said, "Reach out ahead of you." As she followed the command, she felt something rough. "Walk to the left," he commanded. "Keep your hand on the wall to guide you." When she did, she slammed right into his chest. "Sorry." He turned her around. "Your other left." Shuffling along, she could barely breathe. They must be going parallel to the corridor outside, she thought. This inner space a shadow of the outer, public one. "I built these passages," he whispered. "I know them by heart." "Very smart of you." "Stop." Obeying him, she dropped her hand. "Now what?" "Look to your right." At first, when she did, she saw nothing save more blackness. Except, no. There were tiny fissures of glowing red in the wall, as if some ghostly hand had drawn a pattern of dots with a mystical pen. Tiles, she thought with awe. They were on the opposite side of a tiled partition. Reaching her hand back out, she touched them. "Let me go first," he said, "and do not come out until I say so." Stepping aside so that he could trade places with her, she watched as his tremendous palm cut a swath into the subtle cubic pattern. When he pushed, the tiles broke apart on a seam that was uneven. Except nothing cracked or crumbled. There was no structural damage. It had been built to accommodate such access. And beyond was a strange, overwhelming light source. Sex walked forward into the circular chamber beyond, with that serrated blade up in front of him, ready to attack. "Clear," he hissed. Taking a deep breath, she left the darkness for that amazing light. Except it wasn't anything magical. It was normal candlelight, housed in a room of magnificent red marble. Wait. No. The illumination wasn't from wicks. It was the sun, pouring through an immense, curved sheet of glass in the ceiling. And when it was nighttime, she reflected, one would be able to keenly observe and monitor the stars from the transparent oculus. They moved in silence across the space, their soft-soled shoes lending themselves to muffled footfalls over the red marble flooring. In the center of the room, there was a circle cut in the floor, perhaps for a dais that lifted up like the one in the reception area at the palace. There was no furniture, no wall hangings, nothing that would impede one's devoted concentration. More importantly, there was nobody else around. 3 doors, There were 3 doors, one that opened to the concourse, one that was probably the private residence of the chief astrologer, and the other. "The record room is through there," Sex said, pointing at that 3rd door. Denoted by its gold jamb and the inscribed words above it, the sacred place could not be mistaken, and she felt a shimmer of awe, even with the pressures of time and circumstance dampening all her emotions. Striding forward, she put her hand out. "No, your palm won't work." Sax placed his on the correct spot on the smooth, unmarked panel, and nothing happened. He tried again. "They've removed me from the computer, and chances are I've just set off an alarm." Turning to her, he said, "We have to get out of here. Now." "No, I need to see." "We don't have time to argue." Grabbing her hand, he began to drag her back across to the secret passageway. "I don't want your death on my conscience." Yanking against his far superior strength, she blurted, "I think my mother has engineered the birth records." Sex froze. "What?" Catra kept pulling against his hold and got nowhere. She might as well have been tied to a tree. "I can't be certain until I get in there, but I believe she may have deliberately altered birthing records to her own ends. I need to get in there to be sure. Please." Sex reached up and removed his headdress, and as he let it fall to the smooth red floor, his eyes narrowed and flashed peridot. "How sure?" he demanded. "Willing to put my life on it. And yours." His decision was announced as he looked at the locked door, and then, without making any fuss, he took 2 leaps toward it, and buried that serrated blade right into what turned out to be a seam. Either that, or he simply made one. Placing both hands on the knife's hilt, he put his tremendous weight to the side, and crack! He made an entry into the small gold room. "Make it fast," he said grimly. Catra wasted no time. Running over the chips of stones, she jumped inside and slid on the gold floor, throwing her arms out to balance herself. Numbers. She saw 1,000 gold drawers marked by numbers. It was all arranged by birth date, not name. Closing her eyes, she cursed. She had no idea when Trez had been born. Except, wait, up high on the right, there were 2 drawers that were not gold. They were white. Heart pounding, hands shaking, she rose up on her tiptoes and pulled out the top one. The drawer was as deep as her arm, and she had to catch the back of it, lest the contents spill out. No, it had a lid. Putting the thing down to the floor and opening the top, she found 4 rolled sheets of parchment, each tied with a ribbon of silk and sealed with red wax that bore the Queen's star. Other than that, they were not labeled. One was smaller than the others. She took out the first she came to and broke its seal, unrolling the document on the floor. It was so old, the parchment cracked in places and so resented the flattening. She needed to put a lip of the thing under the drawer and kneel on the other end to keep it flat so she could look the chart over. Sacred symbols and writing in black pen were interspersed with countless red and gold dots that, when she leaned back, formed a constellation. It was her mother's birth chart. She let the thing curl up on itself and put it aside. The next was her chart, and it, too, resisted an awakening from its slumber. The third unfurled itself as she released the bow and broke the seal, and as she leaned over to read it, she smelled the sweet scent of the fresh ink and paint that had been applied to the parchment. This brand-new chart was the infant's, and the ritual death was marked in each corner with black stars, showing that the soul had been returned to the heavens. Or at least that was her interpretation.
After a moment of sadness, she set the thing aside. The fourth one, the smaller one, had to be Trez's. And indeed, when she unfolded it, she was right. For one, in the scribing, there were notations that it was a male, and born with a twin. It was this momentous birthing occasion that had first sparked interest in Trez and I Am. Katra could remember all her life palace staff remarking about the unusual and special occurrence. His chart was not as big as the other three because he was not a royal, but in the corners of the parchment there were golden stars, showing an ascension to the heights of the Shadow Court. Sitting back on her heels, she read through its notations and symbols, then shook her head. She had been so sure, and yet nothing seemed amiss. "Stand down," she heard Sex say out in the circular room, "or, as much as it pains me, I shall have to kill you all." Wrenching around, Katra looked through the messy portal Sex had made for her. 3 guards, dressed in black, had surrounded the executioner, and they had their knives out. Oh, stars above, what had she done? She had made a terrible mistake coming here. What arrogance, to think she had ascertained some secret that would save them all. And now there was nowhere to run, no way to win against what was surely just the first squadron of many that had been sent for them. She did not want to die. Reaching forward, she picked up the long, thin, heavy drawer. It was the only weapon she had. For some reason, and later she would wonder exactly why, as Trez's chart rolled up on itself, resuming the shape it had been trained to prefer, she looked down at the thing. The floor had been perfectly clean as she had entered, no dust marring its surface, no scuffs, no scratches. But now there were chips of paint and little flakes around where the chart had rolled itself up. Frowning, she put the drawer aside and flattened the parchment back out. As the sounds of fighting commenced in the gazing room, folds of robes flapping, grunts and groans sounding so very loud and close, she leaned over the sacred writing. In the center of the chart, a portion of the paint had chipped off, revealing. The exhale that left her mouth was the result of her ribs seizing up. And to make sure she was not imagining things, she reread what she thought she was seeing. Then she took her fingernail and flicked it under the cover-up that had been executed. "Oh, fates," she breathed. Scrambling to her feet, she raced over to the boxes where the charts of the subjects of the Sahib were kept. Her eyes bounced around, searching for the right birth number, and when she found that drawer, she slid it out, put it on the floor, and lifted the lid. The civilian records were tied with strings that had little tags on them, and they were in no particular order, some 20 different scrolls shoved in together. With her breath panting out of her mouth, and her hands shaking, she rifled through them as quickly as she could. When she found the one she was looking for, she rushed back to the doctored document. Putting them side by side, with the drawer at the very top, she stretched them out. Sure enough, there was a patch in the center of the second one, the area of cover-up, painted in with such care that the doctoring wouldn't have been noticed at the time. It had, however, aged badly over the course of the years. Chipping it free, she found that, in fact, the anointed one was not Trez. Of the pair of twins, he had been born second, not first. It was I Am who was the sacred male. In spite of the mortal danger outside, she slumped over the records, putting her hands to her face. Why had they switched them? Why? "Princess," Sex barked, "we need to get out of here." She switched the records." "What?" Katra looked at him over her shoulder, and recoiled at the amount of blood on his sleeves, his robes, his face and hands. But there was no time to get rattled. "The Queen switched the records of the infants, of Trez and I am. I don't know why, though." She pointed to the doctored parts of the charts. "It's right here. The chief astrologer is the one who prepares the most sacred charts for royalty, not the treasury. So he must have done this. And Ansley had to have known. But what's the benefit?" "Behind you!" she screamed. Just as the guard who had appeared at Sex's back raised a knife over his head, the executioner wheeled around, with his own blade at throat height. Within the blink of an eye, Sex overpowered the guard by slitting the male's jugular open, red blood splashing out. Horrified by the sight of the death, Katra could feel her mind departing, sure as a spectator might retreat at a fighting contest that had turned too violent. But, as with what Sex said about regrets, she didn't have that kind of luxury. Rolling up the charts, she put Trez's and I am's in with hers and her mother's in the box. Sex's infant daughter's was still on the floor, and she nearly left it behind. At the last minute, however, she reached over and began to roll it up. And that was when she felt an odd, cool spot, in the center. Why would parchment be cool? She flattened the chart out again, and ran her fingertips over the surface. When she got to the middle, there was a subtle change of temperature, because a thickened area of paint was still drying. That was the source of the sweet smell. They had doctored the infants as well. "Time's up, Princess," Sex said with urgency. Give me your knife." "What?" "Clean it off and give me your knife," she commanded, putting out her hand. Chapter 79. The last thing Trez did before dematerializing away from the Brotherhood mansion was take out his phone. He texted his brother just 4 words. "I am at peace." And then he walked over to the front steps and placed the cell down on the cold stone. A moment later, he was gone. He didn't look back at the house, didn't hesitate, didn't have any misgiving. The fight was over. The long stretch of struggle that had defined his life had reached its conclusion. When he reformed, it was before the great gates of the Sahib. Walking forward, he knew that he would be instantly spotted on the security cameras, and he was right. Without his having to make any announcement at the check-in telephone that was for the benefit of humans, there was a clinking and a break in the center of the entrance's 2 solid panels. For the first time in so many years, he put his feet back on the soil of his people, striding over the divide that he was prepared to never resurface from. The guards gasped as they recognized him, and he was immediately surrounded by a circle of black-robed males. They didn't touch him, though. They were prohibited from coming into contact with his sacred body. And indeed, there was no need to strong-arm him. He was here of his own free will. He was but a false gift to the traditions, however. His body was no more capable of mating with a female than was a eunuch's. He was dead from the waist down in that regard, so whatever dynastic hopes the Queen might have were not going to go well for her. He did not care. They could do to him as they wished. What he was coming to realize was that Serena had taken him with her. His soul had left sure as hers had, the only difference being that his body had yet to lie down and stop its functioning. But maybe the Queen would take care of that for him. When it became obvious that he was unable to perform, she probably was going to have him killed. Whatever. All he knew, all he cared about, was that his brother was now free of the burdens that had long weighed him down, and the Brotherhood and their families were safe. That was all that mattered. Along the way to the palace, he found himself removing his clothing, unbuttoning his shirt and letting it fall to the ground, kicking off his shoes, shedding his pants. He was naked in the cold autumn sunlight as they came up to the palace doors. Ansli, the high priest, was waiting for him, and although the male's head was hooded, he wore no mesh over his face, so his satisfaction was evident. "What a fine decision you have come to," the male intoned, bowing at his waist. "I commend you for your level head and your devotion, although perhaps late in its manifest, to your duty." At that, the great white marble-faced entrance split in half and revealed a white corridor that, as Trez stared down it, seemed to go on for eternity. For a moment, he thought of Serena and him embracing in the training center's underground tunnel, holding on to each other. That infinity he had spoken of, that he'd had with her, was still in him, and it was going to have to sustain him through whatever came next. The guards in front of him parted, and he went forward, placing bare foot after bare foot upon the shallow steps. As he came up to Ansli, the high priest bowed again. "And now we must proceed unto your cleansing." "Take this one instead. You'll have better luck with it." Instead of giving Katra the knife she'd asked for, the executioner handed over to her a smaller one, with a smooth blade. Leaning back down over the infant's chart, she worked quickly, taking the razor-sharp point and trying to find a fissure or a seam under the added paint. "We need to do this somewhere else, Princess," he said. "We need— Shit! Stay here." She barely noticed as he left, her concentration consumed by the delicate operation she was performing. If she went too quickly or dug too much, she was liable to wreck what was underneath. At last, she got the patch loosened, and then off altogether. Fortunately, the ink that had been used first had stained the parchment, sinking into the very fiber of the paper. Closing her eyes, she swayed. They had doctored the infants as well. The newborn had been the rightful heir to the throne, according to the stars. As the implications sank in, Katra opened her lids and looked over her shoulder. Sex had his back to her and was struggling with someone, or, rather, someone was struggling against the executioner's hold. When Sex turned around, the chief astrologer, in his red robing, was up against that enormous body, locked in a grip that was so tight she could hear the labored breathing under that ceremonial hood. With a hard yank, Sex ripped off what covered the male's head. Beneath the folds, the astrologer was terrified, and the fear got even worse as he put two and two together and clearly concluded he was looking at a female no one was supposed to see. "Yes, I have to kill you, now that you've seen the princess," Sex said. "But first, some answers." Katra glanced back down at the charts and thought, what she had found here was something her mother's advisor should be even more scared of. As soon as Sex found out. "Shall we tell him what you've discovered?" Sex said, dragging the smaller male with him. "Shall we ask him why the charts have been altered?" Katra stared up at the executioner. Something in her face must have betrayed her emotions, because Sex frowned. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Absently, she noted that the executioner's gray disguise was stained with even more blood. He had not hesitated to do away with any of the males who had sought to attack, in spite of the fact that he had trained them, worked with them, no doubt found a kinship with them. if she revealed this part of what she'd found? Well, if she did, then, in addition to this chief astrologer and no doubt Ansli, the Queen, Katra's mother, the female responsible for leading the Sahib, was going to die. And Katra felt. She actually felt nothing. Then again, the female was her leader, not her parent, and the Queen had violated the traditions to her own ends. It was the only explanation, especially given what the female had said in the ritual chamber. Katra spoke up to the chief astrologer. "These charts have been doctored. I assume you did it." The male had turned his head away, so as not to see her. But Sex was having none of that. He bit his serrated blade, holding the weapon between his teeth, and clapped his now free palm on that skull, wrenched the thing around by the jaw. Then he spoke around the steel. "The princess asked you a question. I suggest you answer it." When there was only a gaping mouth and no words, Sex looked at her. "Shut your eyes." She shook her head. "Do what you must. I shall be fine." Sex cursed, but then he gripped the astrologer's gloved hand and squeezed it so hard the male moaned, and then jerked and screamed as bones were broken. Then Sex took the dagger from his lips and placed it back against that throat. "Now, answer the question." "Yes, I changed the charts," the male shouted. "I changed the charts. I did not desire to do so, but the Queen demanded it of me. I was sworn to secrecy." "Does Ansli know?" Katra asked. "No, he does not. No one knows." The explosion of speech seemed as much due to the threats he was facing as the purging of a conscience that had long been troubled. "I did not wish for this." The male began to weep. "It is a violation of my sacred position, but she told me she would kill all of my bloodline. She said she would kill my mate, my young, my parents." "Why switch the charts for Trezlath and his brother? I don't understand why it was necessary to change one for another." "The true anointed one, the infant born first of its mother's womb, was sickly. He was not expected to live past the night, much less survive into adulthood. The Queen wanted one of the sacred twins for you, Your Holiness, so she ordered me to change the chart to the second son, who was hearty and strong. That was the reason." Katra took a deep breath. In the silence that followed, she knew that what she said next was going to change everything. Violently. She swung her eyes back to Sex's. The executioner was preternaturally still, his huge body exuding a calm that she had a feeling was like that before a storm. In an utterly level voice, he said, "Tell me," as if he might already know. She turned back to the chart, rolled it up, and placed it in the heavy gold box with the others. Then she got to her feet and approached the executioner and the male. "Give me the knife," she said again to Sex, for a different reason this time. "Why?" "Because we need him alive." She expected him to argue, and was shocked when Sex flipped the weapon around and handed it to her hilt first, without comment. It weighed almost as much as the box. "Now let him go. You have to let him go," she said. "He's not going to run off, because I am the only one who can save his life. Release him, Sex. I am commanding you to do so." When the executioner complied with the order, the chief astrologer dropped to the ground as if he were no more than a bolt of cloth. And he was smart. He dragged himself a number of feet away. Locking eyes with Sex, She said loudly and clearly, "Now, astrologer, tell him why his daughter's chart was changed." Chapter 80. The phone was ringing. As Paradise sat up against the giant bed's headboard, she shifted her eyes over to the subtle chiming sound across the way on the desk. At least answering it would give her something to do, other than sit here in this subterranean suite and stew over what might be happening at nightfall. Her father had been absolutely livid that she had still refused to go home with him, even in light of the threat against all vampires by the Sahib. But she'd felt like she had to stand up for herself, in spite of the change of circumstance. If she caved, it was like running the clock of her life backward. And she'd stuck to her guns, even when he had reminded her, not that it was necessary, that he'd already lost her Mammon, and did not want to have her go over unto death's cold embrace too. As she had uttered her last and final, "Not going," he had stared at her as if she were a stranger. And perhaps she was. Ring! Maybe it was her father. She couldn't imagine he had found any rest either, although he would probably have tried to text or call her cell. Shifting her legs off the edge of the mattress, she jumped down and jogged to the phone. Picking up the receiver, she said, "Good morning. How may I help you?" It was a male voice, but not that of her blooded sire. It was the one who had called before from the Sahib, the one who had issued the decree of war in that strangely accented tone. "I have a message for your king, Wrath, son of Wrath. The Queen wishes to thank him for the swift return of the Anointed One. Wrath's compliance is that of a wise leader and statesmale, and it is my pleasure to reassure him that no military action shall be taken by us, and that there is accord, once more, between our peoples." Click. Paradise looked at the phone. Had she gotten that right? Punching her finger into the 2 buttons on the cradle, she cleared the line. And when the dial tone came back on, she tapped out her father's number on the buttons. Or tried to. She was shaking so badly, she couldn't get the sequence of digits right. When things finally rang through, she found herself breathing hard. "Hello? Father," she cut in. "Father, they called again. Paradise, are you safe? Yes, you have to listen to me. They called again. The Sahib. They said Wrath returned the—" What was it? "The Anointed One? They said everything was okay. I mean, they called off the war." Stupid way of putting it, she thought in the back of her head. Like the thing had been a birthday party cancelled because of bad weather. "Whate'er speak you of?" her father said slowly. "Wrath was not going to give Trez up. He must have changed his mind. I spoke with him at dawn. The Brotherhood had sent out a day-faring emissary to gather intelligence on the territory. What air has— I shall have to call him at once. Will you try to let me know what happens?" "I shall. I love you," she blurted. "Oh, Paradise, I love you too. Stay underground. I promise." As she hung up the phone, she found herself praying she got the chance to apologize in person to him, although she supposed that impulse was just her inner 4-year-old wanting to be a good girl. No matter the outcome of the conflict with the shadows, she had to stand firm. The threat of war was a good reminder that you only had one life to live, so you'd better make it count. As Sax met the unwavering stare of the princess, he decided she was very smart to disarm him and get the chief astrologer away from his reach before he got the answer she had prompted from the mail. But the explanation was unnecessary. He knew the why of the chart's alteration. The astrologer stumbled through his words. The infant was the rightful heir, supplanting you, Princess. But the Queen did not want a commoner's bloodline on the throne. She knew that her executioner was the sire. She forced me to change the time of birth by 4 minutes, 32 seconds, which would place the young under a disadvantageous positioning of the 6th planet from the sun. At once, the sound of his daughter's plaintive cry ran through Sex's mind, and then entered his bloodstream. His chest began to pump with hard breath. His fists curled up. His heart skipped a beat, and then settled into the slow, steady beat of a killer. The princess held out his blade to him. Her eyes were full of sorrow, but they were also very, very clear. In a voice that shook, but had strength in it, she spoke 4 words. "Do what you must." She knew she had just sentenced her mother to death. By this truth coming to light, he would not hesitate to avenge the murder of his blood. With his war hand, he accepted the serrated blade, and tilted the tip toward his face. With 2 quick streaks down the hollows of his cheeks, he marked himself. Once for his daughter, whom he would never know. Once for the wrong he was going to rectify. As he turned for the break in the tiled partition, he was single-minded, and yet he stopped. Cranking his head over his shoulder, he pegged the chief astrologer with his stare. As the male shrank back in mortal terror, Sex said, "If my daughter was to be the heir, who succeeds the queen now?" She does." The male pointed to the princess. "She has rightful claim to the throne. Her records have not been altered. She would have been second in line after your daughter, and with the death, she is the legitimate heir." "The murder," he cut in. "Of my daughter, you mean?" He glanced at the princess. She didn't seem to care about the repercussions of what had just been said. She didn't even appear to have heard the words that she was about to become queen. Instead, she was cradling that long, thin gold box to the chest of her maid's disguise. Her head bowed. Tears hit the brilliant yellow metal, falling from her eyes. "You must rule," Sex announced. "You must take the reins of this community and rule it properly. Do you hear me? Snap out of this emotion and get ready for what is about to happen." Her stare shifted up to his. "She was my sister. They killed my sister." For a moment, Sex recoiled. It was the last thing in the world he expected her to say. And abruptly, the reality that his grief was shared hit him, and he was strangely touched. Walking over to the princess, he cupped her face and lifted it onto his own. After wiping away her cheeks, he bent down and pressed his lips to her forehead. "Thank you for that," he whispered. "What?" He just shook his head and stepped back. "You." He pointed to the chief astrologer. "You need to take care of her. You believe in your traditions. You hated your lies. Prove it by making sure she survives. In about 10 minutes, she is going to be your queen." Instantly, the male shuffled around on the floor, prostrating himself and putting his forehead to the bloodied red marble at the female's feet. "By all that is written in the stars, I shall serve Queen Katra Vensulana Etelmulanan Defunlaran until the final beat of my heart and the last breath of my lungs." Sex sensed the sincerity, and knew that the queen was going to be safe. "You have the ceremonial garb in here, do you not?" The chief astrologer answered at the floor. I do. Get her dressed. In 20 minutes, her mother's head is going to be at the foot of the throne. Bring Katra there, so that the change of power ceremony can be completed. What about you? Katra said. You'll be there, too. Please, tell me you'll be there. Worry about yourself, my queen. You are so much more important than any one individual in this room, this palace, this land. With that, he turned and disappeared into the hidden passageway. Chapter 81. The cleaning and preservation of a warrior's weapons were a sacred duty, a way of honoring the connection between the fighter and his tools. As Rage sat with his head bent over the second of his two favorite 40s, the sweet scent of metallurgical detergent was as familiar as the sound of his own voice. Across the bedroom, he could feel his Mary's tension, but she did not say a word. I'll be careful, he told her, putting the spray can back in his gun cleaning box. I promise. I'll be really careful. He gave the vow even though he knew that personal discretion was only part of surviving a battle. Being aware of your surroundings, watching your back, having your brothers watch out for you as well, all of that helped, sure. There would always be the element of luck, however. Or destiny. Fate. Whatever you wanted to call it. I know you will, she said tightly. He brought the chamois square up one side of the barrel and down the other. If I don't come home, though. He stopped there. She was going to know the question he was asking. He'd given her enough to go on. I'll find you, she choked out. I'll find you somehow. He nodded, and thought he probably should go over to her, but he couldn't handle the closeness. As it was, he was on the thin edge of falling apart, and with a flat-out war waiting for him at nightfall, he just couldn't afford the emotion. I simply can't bear the thought of you getting hurt, she said as she blew her nose with a tissue and blotted at her eyes. That bothers me almost more than the dying. Well, yeah, because they had been granted that miracle, which would pay dividends when death tried to separate them. He thought of Trez and wanted to vomit. God, the sight of that male mounting that fucking funeral pyre was a tattoo on his brain. Abruptly, he dropped his gun and his cloth to his knees. I'm a horrible person. I'm a really horrible fucking asshole. Across the way, Mary sniffled again. What are you talking about? He forced himself to resume cleaning, mostly because if he looked her in the eye, he wasn't going to say it. Hell, maybe he shouldn't say it, although he never could keep things from her. I hated what Trez and Serena went through. The same with Tor. From out of nowhere, he remembered sitting in Manny's fancy-ass clinical RV and demanding that the doctor save the Chosen. Like if he just ordered the guy to find a cure, it would happen. Then he had a snapshot of Layla, bundled up outside as the flames had roared into the sky. Pregnant Layla, who was carrying Quinn's twins, for fuck's sake. Who had looked as if she were going to expire from the mourning of her sister's passing, to the point where Rage wasn't the only one worried about her pregnancy, her life, the young. I'm an asshole, he whispered. Talk to me, Rage. I'm glad that wasn't us, he choked out. As much as I love all of them, and I mourn with them, I'm so fucking glad I didn't lose you. Tears came to his eyes, and his Shellen came over to him. As she took his gun and put it aside, and then wrapped her arms around him, murmuring support into his ear, he felt even worse. It just reminded him of what Trez was never going to have again. Boom! 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 Rage! V barked from out in the hall. Trez turned himself in. Rage straightened up and scraped his tears away. What? Moving Mary out of the way, he jumped across to the door and ripped it open. What the fuck are you talking about? You heard me. Meeting in Rath's. Now. As the brother went to run off, Rage grabbed V's arm. Are you sure? The call just came in from the Sahib. Does I am know? That stopped the brother, and he looked up to the ceiling. Shit! Are you sure Trez isn't in the house? No, he's gone. I checked the security camera feeds. He left his cell phone on the stone steps and disappeared about an hour ago. Holy shit! Okay, all right. Except he wasn't sure if that was true. Maybe there was no war. But what about the shadows? There, too, shadows. Let me go up and tell I am, he heard himself say as he glanced back at Mary. Do you want me to come with you? She said. Yeah, I do. I am came awake to 2 pairs of shoes at eye level. One was a set of shit-kickers, big as recliners. The others were Coach sneakers, with the logo in gray and black and Velcro straps instead of laces. As he lifted his head, he looked up at Rage and Mary. What time is it? Mary knelt down, and that was his first clue that whatever message they were delivering was bad news. Rage was the one who spoke up, though. We got reason to believe your brother has turned himself in. The words filtered through his mind on a series of clunks and mishits, the combination of nouns and verbs and other things making no sense. I'm sorry, what did you say? As he sat up, the bottle he'd been nursing rolled away, knocking into Rage's boots. We received word from the territory that the Queen is no longer going to attack, because Trez has voluntarily returned to the Sahib. Jesus Christ! Jumping to his feet, he shoved through the pair of them and burst into his brother's room. The bed was messy, and the closet doors were open, and there was absolutely, positively no sign of Trez. No, we're supposed to leave! He shouted at nothing and nobody. I'm arranging everything. We're going to leave. When he wheeled around, the 2 were standing in the doorway. Mary's voice grew strident, as if she knew damn well he was liable not to follow what she was saying otherwise. We know you're going to want to go after him, I am, but before you do— He headed out of the room, prepared to mow them down if he had to, as much as he appreciated their concern. But Rage caught his arm and yanked him back. Let me get you armed first, and Lassiter is going with you. He can be out in the sunshine. I was about to argue when he thought, well, duh. We're still prepared to back you up, my man, the brother said grimly. You're not in this alone. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what the guy was saying, and then he realized, shit. If he went back in there and got Trez out, the Queen was likely to attack Caldwell in retaliation. And then these people would be under siege. Why did he do it? I moaned. Oh, God, why did he do it? Mary took his hand. He must have found out about the threat. Somehow he must have heard something in the house. I closed his eyes. This has to stop. This whole goddamn thing has to stop. Because assuming Trez had finally fallen on that sword he'd been cursed with, the guy was going to mate and have sex with the only female I had ever loved. 'Cause he and his brother were lucky like that. Yep. Come on, Rage said. Let's get some weapons on you. Lassiter is already waiting. What happened next was all a dizzy haze. Down to the second floor. Holsters belted onto his hips, wrapped around his shoulders. Guns, knives, a long black leather trench coat that covered the lot of it. Then it was down to the foyer, where the fallen angel was similarly adorned, and not making jokes at all. Just before the pair of them left, Revenge stepped up and embraced him. "I have to stay here, in case the shadows attack Caldwell. I need to be able to command my sin-eaters to defend during the daylight hours." Fuck. He and his brother's private misery had become so many's. "I'm so sorry," I.M. said, glancing around at the brothers. Raph, the rest of the household. "I can't believe it's coming to this." Rage shook his head. "We got you. We do what we have to take care of our own." And then the talking was over, and I.M. and Lassiter were out through the vestibule and on the front steps of the mansion. The fallen angel reached out and grabbed his arm. "Get ready to ride." Frowning, I.M. looked over at the blackened, blonde-haired male. "What are you talking about?" In an instant, he was consumed by a sun ray, up and out of there without any control or thought or will of his own, heading for the home he hated, and the destiny he was still fighting against. Chapter 82. The gems were cold and heavy. As the chief astrologer draped Katra with mesh after mesh of platinum-set diamonds and sapphires and emeralds and rubies, she was less and less able to breathe right. Although that was probably more because the enormity of what was happening was sinking in, rather than the weight of the ceremonial robes. The final part of the queen's dress was a thin veil that drifted down over her face like a breeze. "It is done," the astrologer said. In ordinary circumstances, the garb would have been delivered to the queen's quarters and cleaned and prepared for the wearer by a fleet of maids. But this was not ordinary. Was the queen dead now? How would the death happen? As those questions played through her head over and over again, she has arrived. He has arrived. Out in the hall, the sound of voices shouting the same thing permeated the dense quiet of the chamber. Frowning, she picked up the skirting and walked forth, only to remember she couldn't activate the door to the corridor. "Will you please open this up?" "At once, Your Highness." The chief astrologer rushed forward, placed his palm on the wall, and the panel obligingly retracted. "Anointed One has arrived." It was mad chaos outside, people running and jumping with joy, a celebration breaking out. For a split second, she stood in the doorway, taking it all in, before remembering there was carnage in the circular room behind her. "Come out here," she hissed to the astrologer. Just as he walked through, the door shut automatically, her presence registered to the multitudes racing up and down the corridor. Everyone stopped, dropped to the floor, prostrated themselves. As the citizens began to murmur the required greeting to royalty, they clearly assumed she was the current queen. While that dawned on her, so did another thought. Cleansing. She wrenched around and forced herself to keep her voice down. "Oh, stars above! They're going to cleanse him! Quick! We must go unto the high priest." The astrologer didn't ask any questions. He just followed her as she ran through the palace. Fortunately for them, her presence carried with it a wave of genuflections. What would have been a congested trip freed up by the fact that everybody, from courtier to primary to servant, hit the floor as soon as they saw her. Ansley's sacred chamber was not far from the ceremonial hall, and when she came to it, she went to put her hand on the wall, but the astrologer ducked in first and found the spot with his palm. As the panel slid back, She got a look at a large, naked male form stretched out on a black slab of marble, his arms down at his sides, his feet together. Ansley was across the way, standing before a fire pit, both palms up to the heavens as he whispered an incantation. "Stop!" she said. "I command you to stop!" The high priest wrenched around, and promptly dropped to his knees. "Your Highness, I thought you were still in the ritual room." Katra rushed over to the male who was lying with his eyes closed. "Tell me you haven't cleansed him." "I have just administered the solution unto his veins." "Oh, no, no, no," she said. "No!" "Whate'er do you speak of, Your Highness?" the high priest said, straightening. "He has been on the outside for decades. He is impure to mate with your daughter. He's not the anointed one." At that, the male they were discussing turned his head slowly toward her, and that was how she finally met, after all those years, Trez. "I'm so sorry," she breathed to him, bending down and clasping his hand. "I didn't make it in time. I'm so sorry." As Trez lay on the table, he could feel a burning on the inside of his forearm from where they had injected him using a surprisingly modern human world needle. He would have assumed, given how ancient the ritual was, that they would have preferred some kind of reed or hand-fashioned ancient metal syringe. But no, it was actually precisely the same kind that his Selena had been injected with. Instantly, he had felt the poison in his veins, and, rather like the venom of a snake's bite, it wasted no time in spreading, multiplying, taking over. Weakened as he was from grief and exertion, he realized there was a good chance he wouldn't survive this, and that made him focus on the ceiling above him. Funny, whenever he'd pictured this ritual, it had always been with him tied down. Strange where you ended up. Now, he welcomed the coming pain, because it might just be his ticket back to Selena. Gossip held that you didn't get into the Fade if you committed suicide, but if you were killed, not your fault. There was, of course, an existential issue to be reconciled, namely how the pair of them, coming from different traditions, could in fact find each other on the other side of life. If there was another side. But if faith had any power, he was going to believe they would. He might as well go out on that note. Gradually, he became aware of two other presences in the room with him and Ansley, and one of them sparkled from head to foot in a rainbow of colors. The Queen. She began speaking to Ansley after the high priest bowed down to her, and then Ansley was straightening, talking, looking alarmed, then panicked. The Queen approached Trez, and after a lifetime of hating the female, he thought idly of reaching up and trying to strangle her. He didn't have the strength, however, especially not as the pain intensified even further. He hadn't intended to move, but he began to writhe, his body trying to escape the poison. And then suddenly, his entire suit of flesh was on fire on the inside. The last thing he remembered was more people racing into the room, and they did not drop to the floor. They stared at the Queen in confusion, and then the chief astrologer in his red robes addressed them all. A moment later, they did hit the floor before the female. Oh, what did it matter, Trez thought. What did any of this, even the monumental pain, matter? Chapter 83. That fallen angel got them to the territory, and as I am reformed, he realized it was a good thing that Lassiter had taken control of the flight. With his brother in the clutches of the Queen, He doubted he would have been able to concentrate enough to dematerialize. "I'll take it from here," I said. "Got your back?" With a nod of gratitude, I strode over to the front entrance of the Sahib. Among the things the Brotherhood had given him as parting gifts were a couple of pounds of C4 plastic explosive. All he had to do was set a serving or two of it up at the huge gates and— As if the entrance to the Sahib wanted to avoid bodily harm, the giant halves split and opened before the pair of them. But it wasn't a fortuitous departure of someone on the far side. Sex stood tall and proud, the perfect guard to the Queen's lands. Except something was all wrong. The male was wearing the kind of farcy servant dress he'd given to before, and it was dripping with blood. There was also a red-stained, serrated dagger in his hand that was as long as a male's forearm. "We don't have a lot of time. Come on," the male said urgently. Ordinarily, would have thought twice about going anywhere with a grim reaper like that, but he'd already trusted the male once, and it was clear there was a coup in play. Falling into a jog, he and Lassiter followed the executioner to the palace complex and entered the compound through a hidden door. Once inside, Sex led them through corridors that were utterly empty. No servants, no courtiers, and Sex had no apparent concern that they would be detained, questioned, threatened. The male had either lost his mind or— "What the hell is going on here?" I demanded. "You're the anointed one, not your brother." I stopped so fast that Lassiter had to jump to the side or mow him down. "What?" "No time. Your brother's being cleansed. He's on death's door. If you want to say goodbye to him, you'd better hurry up." As I just stood there, like someone had unplugged him, Lassiter and Sex grabbed him under the arms, jacked his feet off the ground, and carried him off. A second later, he came to and forced his way out of their holds, taking control of his own feet. "It's not possible!" he shouted over the pounding of their footfalls. "The Queen forged the charts. You were the one all along, but you weren't supposed to live for long after the birth. Trez was the better bet, for the Queen and for your parents." All at once, they burst into the main audience hall, and I found his feet faltering again. Up on the dais, his Machen, the princess, Christ, whoever the hell she was having the crown of the territory placed upon her dark hair. As about 2,000 shadows fell to their knees on woven silk mats, their heads bowing in supplication. "She figured it out," Sex said. "She figured it all out, even though it nearly cost her her life." "Where is the former queen?" "At the feet of the daughter." That was when he saw the severed head off to the side, black eyes staring out at the crowd, but seeing nothing. "I believe in fate," the executioner said. "I believe in the stars. This is the way it was meant to be." I shook himself. This was all really too much, and nothing that really concerned him. Trez, on the other hand, my brother. This way. When I finally burst into the room where Trez was, he lost his breath. His brother, his blood, was on a marble table, that big body twisted up in pain. His first thought was that it reminded him of Serena, the way she had contorted. I rushed over without acknowledging the other people who were standing around. Clasping Trez's hand, he fell to his knees. "Trez! Trez!" But there was no reaching his brother. He was gone, alive but transported somewhere else, as if his body had issued a temporary vacate order. "No," he heard himself say. "Not after all this. Trez, You're free. You can stay with me. We're free. Well, sort of free, if he himself was the anointed one. But he couldn't worry about that right now. Fuck. Don't leave me, my brother. Antidote, we shall have to see. I looked up and saw Ansley, the high priest, standing on the other side of the table. What? I gave him the antidote, as soon as I knew. The male glanced at Sex. But it may be too late. He was in a weakened state when he came here. I started talking, blathering about shit he didn't know what. It was all he could do. As his brother twisted and turned, arms and legs sawing against a pain that I couldn't even imagine, I was helpless. So helpless. See you? Ansley asked him some time later. What? He said in a voice that was hoarse. Guess he hadn't stopped talking. Your blooded parents. They have heard that you are both within the territory, that you are rightfully the anointed one, and they would like to— I bared his fangs and glared into the high priest's worried eyes. You tell those two that if they want to live, they will never, ever approach me or my brother again. Do you understand? Tell them that the only thing that could distract me from Trez right now is murdering them both where they stand. The high priest blanched. Yes, but of course. I refocused on his brother, and resumed talking nonsense, just as Trez had done to Selena as she was in the grips of passing. Some time later, he was dimly aware that a female came into the room, and he knew who it was by the echo of his own blood, but he did not acknowledge her. He was too consumed by trying to keep Trez on the planet when, undoubtedly, the male was busy working to make his way to the far side. Chapter 84. Trez got his wish. In the course of his dying from the cleansing, he learned that, in fact, there was a fade. And yes, people of different traditions and faiths all went to the same place. At some point, the pain became too much, and his body gave out, and the abrupt lack of any sensation was a shock, yet he welcomed the numbness, and the sense of flight. Soaring, he was soaring, until he found himself in a vast white landscape, a foggy landscape that, as he walked along, made him feel both weightless and grounded. Soon enough, a door was presented to him, a door with a knob that he instinctively knew, if he turned, would allow him to step into what was beyond, and thereby never, ever go back to Earth. And that was when he saw Selena. Her face and form appeared to him not on the door, but in it. As if, even closed, the panel contained three-dimensional space. Instant joy. And it was the same for her, her smile radiating through the distance between them, their eye contact translating to a caress he felt throughout his body. She was healthy, she was strong, she was whole. "My queen!" he shouted, reaching for her. But she put her palm out, stopping him. "Trez, you need to stay." He recoiled. "No! I need to be with you. This is the way it's supposed to be. No, you have more to do. You have things you need to do, people you have to meet. Your journey's not done. It sure as shit is." Check him out with the cursing. Way to do the whole reunited in heaven fantasy. "You're dead, and I want to be with you. I'm going to be here, waiting for you." She smiled again, and warmed him anew. It's wonderful where I am. I flew because of what you did, the way you freed me. I found flight, and I am free, and I am going to wait for you until your journey's done." "No," he moaned. "Don't send me back. I don't have that power, but you do. Make the choice to stay down there. You have to take care of I Am. You need to pay him back for all the years he's been there for you. It's not fair for you to leave him alone. He will never be at peace, and he's earned it." Well, hell. That was probably the only argument she could have made that had a chance of getting through to him. Shit. "What about us?" he moaned, even though that was selfish, childish. "What about me? I'm nothing without you. I'll come to you in the night sky. Look for me there. Let me touch you. Make the right choice, Trez. You have to make the right choice. You have a debt to repay to the one you have loved all your life." "But I love you," he choked out, beginning to cry. "And I love you, too, for eternity." Her smile resonated through him. "Infinity and back, remember? I'll be here waiting for you, and for whoever else you love. That's what the other side is. It's just love. Don't leave. Oh, God, don't leave me again. I'm not. We're separated, but not lost or truly apart. Do not mourn me, my love. I have not died." "Selena!" As I Am heard the shout, he jerked up from the base of the slab. Shit. Some savior he was. He'd fallen a fucking sleep, holding his brother's... "Trez," he said, as he realized the guy had, by some miracle, almost 24 hours after the cleanse, come back to consciousness. His brother was crying, tears spilling from his eyes, rolling down his cheeks. "Trez, are you back?" I Am jumped to his feet and leaned over the guy. "Trez!" Those sunken black eyes shifted to his, and there was a long moment in which Trez seemed to struggle with what was or was not real. "Trez?" I Am whispered, suddenly worried that the poison had eaten that brain up. "Are you—" All at once, those long, strong arms wrapped around him and jerked him off his feet. And his brother was holding him, and speaking. "I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. For you. I am here." At first the words didn't register, but then... "I'm not leaving you," Trez said in a rough, scratchy voice. "I'm here, and I'm not leaving you." Oh, shit. They were the words I Am had said to the male in so many different variations throughout their lives together, words that had been represented by the deeds he had done, and days he had stayed up worrying, and years he had spent just praying they were going to make it through another night. I Am collapsed on his brother's now scarred chest, his knees suddenly going out from under him. In his fantasies, he had wondered what it would be like to be free of the curse of worrying about his brother. He'd had a variety of iterations. None came close to the real thing. Chapter 85. It was around noontime when Mary left the Brotherhood mansion, and the Shadow Brothers returned. Rage had just sent his Shellen off to Havers, after telling her that no, really, he was totally fine, when the security checkpoint at the main entrance went off. Excusing himself from the restless cohort of his brothers in the billiards room, He beat Fritz to the monitor, and the instant he saw those two dark faces, he shouted. "Who is it?" Butch asked. "Who we've been waiting for." Releasing the locks, he positioned himself right at the inner doors, and there they were, looking like shit, both haggard and worn shadows of their former selves. Har, har, hardy, har, har. But they were alive. They were together, and the sight of them upright, walking and talking, relieved a little bit of the pressure that had been riding his chest for nights now. "Hey, my man," he said, embracing the nearest one, and then going to the other. Trez's voice was thin but strong enough. "Hey, thanks for everything. Thank you so much for... Trez, buddy, good to see you. Jesus Christ, what a story. I am. Welcome back." And so it went, the Brotherhood filing out of the billiards room along with the females of the house, the greetings and exchanges like those of war survivors, or almost war survivors. "Oh, my God, you two made it back in time for Steve Wilkos." Everyone halted and looked at Lassiter, who was standing in the archway, naked to the waist in nothing but black leathers, that "I'm horny" baseball cap, with its silver lame protrusion sticking out the front of his head, and a pair of giant fuzzy slippers on his feet which, if you put them together, formed a complete Dalmatian. The angel had returned 12 hours ago, saying that the pair of them were safe, but there was no telling whether Trez was going to make it. And for once, the asshat had seemed utterly and completely devastated by something, to the point where he'd been inconsolable. In the silence following that happy TV announcement, Trez stared across the foyer, and then burst out laughing. The poor bastard laughed so hard he had to wrap his arms around his middle and wipe tears from his eyes. As everybody joined in, the shadow tilted his head up to the ceiling and said, "Thank you, my queen. I needed this." Then he walked over to the fallen angel and embraced the guy. Words were said, serious ones that made Lassiter duck his eyes, because he seemed to be tearing up. But then the jackass broke rank and said, "Now take your hands off my ass. I'm not that kind of girl." And that struck the tone for the rest of the day. Rather like rolling a bandage over a wound, the community wrapped itself around the two shadows, drawing them into the billiards room, offering them food and drink. It was clear that, in spite of that moment of levity, Trez was hurting badly. He was wearing some kind of gray robe, and his skin was nearly the same color as the cloth. But he seemed determined to be present and participate. I Am, on the other hand, appeared to have a serious case of vertigo, like a guy who'd just stepped off a boat that had sustained heavy waves. He steadied himself on various things: the pool table, the sofa, the bar. He declined the offer of booze, took Coke instead. Rage was so damned happy they were home in one piece, but even so, he couldn't man up for too much interaction. He told himself it was because of the raid on the Lessening Society they were going to do at the prep school with a Sale and those two cousins. It could well be a historic slaughter. And then there was always the band of bastards on his mind. Even if he and his brothers killed off all the Slayers and the Omega needed time to recoup the losses, there were still Kor and his boys to worry about. But the reality was, he still didn't feel right. And after a time, he became aware that he wasn't the only one. Layla was likewise standing on the periphery, one hand on her belly, her eyes straight ahead, but not really focused on anything. "You okay?" he asked as he went over to her. "You need Doc Jane or something?" When she didn't reply, he leaned in, "Layla?" She jumped, and he reached out to calm her, as she mumbled, "I'm sorry. What?" "Are you all right?" "Oh, yes." She gave him the same sort of smile he'd given his Mary. "I'm fine." He was tempted to call her on the bullshit, but he wouldn't have appreciated anyone doing that to him. "You want me to call Quinn over?" The male and Blay were talking with I Am, both of them nodding their heads, only to recoil in shock, as if they couldn't believe the story that had, up until now, been delivered second-hand by Steve Wilco's PR man over there with the phallic symbol on his forehead. "Oh, no. No, thank you." As rage took in her affect, he thought, man, he really was as selfish as he thought he was. She had lost her blooded sister Selena just days ago. Of course she would look like some version of Trez. Standing next to her, Rage wished he could help somehow, but he worried that he was as incapable of doing anything for her as he was defining this seismic shift that had somehow occurred under his skin. Ostensibly, everything was the same and all was well. He just felt like a different male for no good reason, and that he found terrifying. Across town, at Abelone's Tudor mansion, Paradise was sitting up in her own bed, in her own room, staring at the wall across the way. She supposed she should have been happy. According to her father, the threat from the Sahib had been neutralized, and everyone was safe. But she was completely unsettled. Of course, she'd moved back home. In spite of all her independent streak posturing, the reality of living away from her father in uncertain times was just too dangerous. And this was a step back from her autonomy. At least she still had her job. The knock on her door was quiet. "Yes," she said. As the panels swung wide, her father appeared in between the jambs. He was in his navy blue silk bathrobe, the one that had the family crest stitched into the breast and the tie that was as long as the hem. "You're still up?" she asked. "I could not sleep. So much going on." "Yes." He hesitated, looking around her room as if he were renewing himself with its acquaintance. "May I come in?" "Of course. It is your house." "Our home," he corrected gently. When he only got as far as the edge of that needlepoint rug that covered the floor, she frowned. "Are you not feeling well?" He opened his mouth to speak, closed it, tried again, failed. Moving her legs over, she sat up. "Father?" Her father finally came all the way forward, and that was when she saw that he had something in his hand. A piece of paper. In lieu of an answer, he offered whatever it was to her. "What is this?" she said as she took the thing. Looking down, she frowned. "Oh, my God," she breathed. "My God." It was the application to the Brotherhood's training program, and he had filled all of it out, in his own hand. For her. "Father!" Leaping up, she threw her arms around him. "Thank you. Thank you." He held on to her. "It's a safety issue," he said roughly. You're right. You need to learn how to fight. The idea that sometime you might be unprotected in some capacity." He pulled back. "You're right. You need to learn." He was clearly, in the words of Peyton, shitting Twinkies at the thought, but that was what made the gesture so grand. Even though he was scared, he was going to let her go anyway. "Thank you," she said, grabbing onto him. I'll be careful. I promise. Assuming she got in. Geez, she'd better start working out if she was going to pass the physical requirements test. I promise, she vowed. I'll be careful. I shall be praying for that, he all but groaned, every single night. I love you, Father. He closed his eyes as if he were on a roller coaster ride he wasn't sure he could handle. And you, dearest Paradise, have my heart. Chapter 86. Queen Catra Vin Sulana Etel Mulanan de Funleran sat alone in her quarters. The silence around her, one that she had created by asking her maids and servants to leave her. She was not moving into the former queen's suite of rooms. No. She was having those turned into a nursery for the young of those who served in the palace. That way, those precious little ones would be close to their parents, and for the first time, servants would not have to leave their sons and daughters with relatives or in the cold, dark, jail-like facility near the poor housing area. That had not been her first decree, however. No, the first thing she had done, after accepting the mantle of leadership over her people, was to abolish the Anointed One curse. She had set I Am free. Not that he knew it. Everyone else in the Sahib did, however, so at least he wouldn't ever have to worry about seeing her or the territory again. Every breath she drew in hurt. Stars above, that so much damage had been done by one so greedy. The good news, she supposed, was that she, in concert with Sex, whom she had elevated to a position equivalent to king, even though, obviously, they would not be mated, would see to it that no one else was ever treated so capriciously and carelessly. And as she would never have young, she didn't need to worry about some kind of latent evil gene popping up. Indeed, with I Am out of the picture, she was prepared to be celibate. Who else would she want, anyway? She had met her match. It was even decreed in the stars. That he didn't want her? Well, one's fate was not another's, no matter the emotions involved. As the door slid open, and a waft of food smells preceded a servant, she frowned and looked at the time on the ancient wind-up clock by her dressing table. She had been sitting here for hours. I am not hungry, she said without looking over, but I thank you. When she sensed the figure had not moved from the doorway, she glanced over at the farcy-dressed male. Thank you, she repeated numbly, but I am not as yet hungry. Please return it to the kitchen. No, wait. Offer it to your fellow males and females. Instead of bowing and ducking out, the male came in further, the door panel sliding shut behind him. Then he slowly lowered himself to his knees, put the tray down in front of him, and stretched his torso out flat on the marble floor toward her. And that was when she felt the echo of herself in his blood. Unless she was mistaken? Wait, was this truly? I am, she whispered hoarsely. I am. Is that you? The male figure straightened and removed his hood. And as she clasped her hands to her face, she prayed she hadn't fallen asleep and was only dreaming. Because his eyes, those almond-shaped, beautiful black eyes, were shining with love. So, he said in that wonderful voice of his, I heard I got demoted. I'm sorry. What? Sex called me. Told me I've been demoted. Guess I'm not the Anointed One anymore, huh? I Am got to his feet and walked over to her, his big body causing the robes to shift, his scent that of dark spices. When he was close to her, he lowered himself back to his knees. "You saying you don't want this anymore?" he drawled, indicating himself. "Really?" She closed her eyes and turned away from him, the pain too great to bear. "Please, do not torture me." He clasped her hands. "Look at me. Come on. Look at me. Machen." As he used the name she had first given him, she opened her lids and glanced over. Her vision was wavy from tears, and he brushed her cheeks with his knuckles. "You saved my brother," he said. "No, I didn't. I was too late." "He survived." "It nearly killed him. This whole nightmare nearly killed him." "You were not the cause. You were the solution I had been begging for." "I lied to you." "And I forgive you." "How?" she choked out. He leaned up and brushed her mouth with his. "You're easy to forgive. You risked your life to go find out the truth. You were the one who found the lies and turned everything around. You are the savior I've spent my whole life praying for, Your Highness." She shook her head. "Do not call me that. Please. I picked Machen because I don't believe I'm better than anyone else. With beating hearts and open minds, we are all the same." "See?" he whispered. "You just keep getting more beautiful." She looked at him for the longest time. Then, with a shaking hand, she reached out and touched his face. In response, he pressed his lips to her fingertips. "This is real," he told her. "You can trust this. You aren't going to wake up and have this be over. You and I, this is our beginning." "I love you," she said in a rough voice. "I want no one else but you." I Am smiled and pushed in between her legs, bringing his body against hers. "And I feel the same way, my Machen. I love you. I love you. I love you." As he started to kiss her, she found it hard to believe that it was really happening, that he had come back to her, that once parted asunder, they now were cleaved as a single whole. Pulling away a little, she asked, "You're sure this is real?" He shrugged and smiled at her. "Of course it is. You and I were written in the stars." With that, he kissed her lips again, and she kissed him back. Chapter 87. The meteor shower happened at midnight on the dot. As Trez stepped free of the mansion's warmth and walked some distance past the courtyard and on to the descending drive, he got out of the lee of the exterior security lights, and that was when he looked up and saw the sky clearly. Against a dense, velvety black and among the pinpricks of bright white stars, a sprinkling of flashes was cast across the sky, like gold dust let loose from an open palm. He smiled sadly. "Thank you, my queen. I needed this." Watching the display, he felt both very alone and totally connected, especially as he reflected on that vastness above. If anyone ever wanted to sense the infinity of time and existence, all they had to do was look at the night sky and feel their precious dead staring back at them. It was the great duality of union and separation. It was just as his Selena had told him at the door to the Fade. He wanted her beside him so badly that he'd woken up again with a wet face and a soggy pillow. But yet he was here, upright in his boots, prepared to somehow figure out how to breathe while the one who had made his lungs work was on the other side. "I'm going to go now," he said. "Come with me." Trez jumped and spun around. Sure as he knew there was no one behind him, he could have sworn a gentle hand had rested on his shoulder. He prayed it was the ghost of his Shellen. If it wasn't, he was probably losing his mind. Short trip. Hey. Closing his eyes, he had to wait a moment for the concentration to come. And then he was off, scattering his molecules through the cold, clear autumn night. When he reformed, it was in front of Sal's restaurant. He supposed he could have gone around to the back, but no. This was a big night, a kind of reintroduction for him. He would enter through the front. Going over to the keypad by the glass doors, he entered the code and then opened his way in. Instantly, the old-school Rat Pack decor sank in for him, the red and black flocked wallpaper bleeding into his retinas, the "he'd been here 1,000 times" sense, seemingly both accurate and a lie. Walking forward, he mounted the couple of steps and went by the hostess stand. Then headed past the dining rooms and into the bar area in the back. The flap doors to the kitchen were over on the right, and he took his leather jacket off as he went, leaving it on the bar. The place was empty as usual on a Monday night. His clubs were closed, too. He was going to go to them tomorrow night, though, because, well, that was just what he was going to do. Unless the brothers needed him. Jesus. And he thought he'd owed revenge before? It was nothing compared to what he felt for the Black Dagger Brotherhood and their king. Anything, any time for those males. Forevermore. He found himself hesitating at the kitchen's entrance, staring at the pair of doors, both of which had circular windows of plexiglass in them, so that the waitstaff didn't smack each other around as they carried trays of food in and out. Putting his palm on the one on the right, he finally pushed in. Right away, the smell of his brother's famous marinara sauce hit his nose, and actually, for the first time since his Selena passed, he felt a pang of hunger. Was facing the stove, stirring a huge pot with a spoon as long as an arm. Proper amount of oregano, it's mission critical. Over on the left, at the far end of the stainless steel counter, a small round table had been set up with a linen tablecloth, place settings, and flowers in the middle. And the Queen of the Shadows was sitting at the thing, her head and hair exposed, her beautiful, kind face tilted toward his brother, her eyes lit with such devotion and love. Trez took an instant adoration to the female. She noticed his presence before Mr. Formerly silent but now chatty Cathy did. With a quick flush, her face changed, tension tightening the features, squeezing out her smile. Wheeled around. "Oh, hey, brother. You made it." Yeah." Trez pushed his hands in the pockets of the jeans he'd worn. "I'm here." "Well, good." Came around, and even though they weren't normally huggers, he gave a good, hard embrace. Yeah. Thanks for coming." "Thanks for having me." They both looked at the Queen, who slowly rose to her feet and smoothed down the shimmering robe she wore. Diamonds. It was covered with a fine mesh of diamonds. And for a moment, panic fisted Trez's chest, the sight of those gems set in metal returning him to... No, he thought. That was not necessary. That was no longer the reality they were all living in. It was over. The nightmare was well and truly over, and he was going to need to trust that, because this female, she was going to be part of his family. There was no way the two of them weren't getting mated ASAP. He could smell the bonding scent riding on the air over all those Italian spices. Trez broke off from his brother and went over to the tall, slender female. It felt really fucking bizarre, but God damn it. He sank to his knees and prostrated himself at her feet. "Oh, please don't," she said as he began to recite the proper greeting. "No, please, I'm—" When he looked up, she had actually gotten down on her own knees with him. "Please," she said, "call me Machen. That's what I am calls me." Machen. As in maid? Trez thought. Huh. Now he had another reason to like her. Sticking his palm out, he said, "Hi. I'm I-am's brother, Trez." She started to smile. Then she laughed, and clasped what he'd offered back. "Hi. I'm I-am's... What's the word?" "Wife. Well, soon to be," I-am said roughly as he came over. "But wife is what you're going to be out here in Caldwell." She squared her shoulders and tried it again. "Hi. I'm I-am's wife. Machen." Trez smiled back at her. "Nice to meet you, Machen." Some 2 hours later, the three of them were still around that little table. After an initial awkwardness, it was a shock how easy it was. Then again, even though she was a queen, I-am's Machen was down-to-earth, funny, sweet. And man, oh man, was she in love with him. She couldn't seem to take her eyes off her man, and every time he looked at her in return, she blushed. Jesus. If Trez could have picked someone for his brother, she would have been it. "More cannoli?" I-am asked as he got up with his plate. "I need another." "No, thank you," Machen said. "I'm so full. I think this robing is going to split." "I wish you'd met my queen," Trez blurted to her. As both of them froze, he shook his head. "No, don't freak out on me. I just wanted to say it. I think Serena would have thought the world of you." Machen looked at I-am, looked back at him. Then she put her hand over Trez's. "I know I would have adored her. I-am spent most of this afternoon talking about her." "Really?" Trez said, glancing across to his brother. "You did?" I-am came back with a couple of cannoli. "Yeah. I wanted Machen to know who her sister-in-law was." And cue the eye sting. Shit. Looking away to the stove, Trez cleared his throat a couple of times. "I think that's awesome. That's just really awesome. Thank you." When he was able to shift his focus back, he found the pair of them staring into each other's eyes, as if they were so grateful to have one another, as if they knew just exactly how lucky they were, as if they had every intention of cherishing each night they had together. May it be 100,000 more. As Trez looked at them both, he thought his queen had been right. If he had stayed up in the fade with her, I-am would not have this moment, that female, these coming years. Serena had been 100% correct. Painful as it was to be without her, agonizing as some nights were undoubtedly going to continue to be, seeing his brother happy and in love gave him a sudden peace about it all. Somehow, in the midst of the great infinite, and in spite of his mourning, he knew he was exactly where he was supposed to be at this point in time. Guess it was fate. As I am leaned in to kiss his mate, Trez tilted his head back and mouthed, "Thank you, my queen. We needed this."
This is Jim Frangione. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Shadows, a novel of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, by J.R. Ward. This program was directed by Kevin Thompson. Executive producer, Diane McKiernan. Text copyright 2015 by Love Conquers All, Inc. Production copyright 2015, Penguin Random House Audio, a member of Penguin Group USA, LLC, a Penguin Random House company. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.